to create a movie with an AI. Okay, and with this help, around hundreds of thousands of filmmakers are using our platform to streamline their pre-planning and pre-production journey. Think of it, currently, many people are generating Ghibli. Okay, but if you get a sequence of all those storyboarding, how would it look like? Then it would easier for the creators to pitch their concept for the directors, producers, arrange the finance, and create a blockbuster movies, web series, and all. And yeah, and this I came here in the Mahapum. Okay, we are incubated by I am Kasipur. I am from IIT Roorkee itself, and this is the innovations that we bring it to the world. And currently, we are the leading player in this industry. Mahakumbh has given me an immense pleasure to connect with other people, startup investors, those who come to our pod, and we have also built many connections. Some of them are also foreigners, those who visited our pod and they are really interested in our startup. So yeah, it's a wonderful journey being here, and I feel lots of entrepreneurs have to visit here for the networking, and they also find lots of colleagues here. So thank you so much. I feel like our young generation is very passionate about driving things, education. India have the power. India is an IT hub, so they have a talent, resources, each and everything. Just they want a direction, mentorship support, and a financial aid. So it will really helping them with this environment, and what Indian government is doing. So yeah, I feel like yeah, that's all. And thank you My Startup TV for featuring our startup and coming here. It's my pleasure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So myself Ankit Agarwal, I am representing Samaj.ai. We are into video analytics, as you can see. So we have a large customer base, and we are primarily solving out the problems for national highways authority of India. So in terms of you can see the client base presently we are catering, that is national highways, the tunnel division, the enterprise security, and this, as you can see, we are detecting the number plate of the vehicles with the speed and getting the challans. We are thankful for the government to help us give the opportunity to start to exhibit our showcase event.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Ankur Dhanuka. I am a founder of Keen Edge Technologies. We are a Bangalore-based AI product studio. At the moment, we have 7 product exposures in areas like construction, tech, education, HR, learning and development. And I am at the Startup Mahakumbh 2nd edition 2025 to explore what AI world has to offer. And I'm seeing folks over here making so many things in AI, forming collaborations. Absolutely, I see a lot of fast moving trends happening, especially in the Indian ecosystem. We are a developer community out here in India, and which will make for the world. So, for example, we are making one of the use cases as niche LLMs for the education sector. So, people who are developing, they need to actually take this long shot as well, not just make something in 3 to 4 days and call themselves as product. We need to think big. That's how the Indian ecosystem will start to impact the world. And at the same time, a message to all folks in my ecosystem, my fellow founders or developers: distribution is going to be the moat. So you need to look at distribution, not just the building part of it. And guys, speed is the killer over here. If you are not up to speed, you will become a dinosaur very soon. That's my message.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Bhavesh Kothari. I am the Chief Executive Officer of MSSU iSpark Foundation, Section 8 company by Ratan Tata Master State Skills University, supported by MSINS. We have around 40 odd startups that we have incubated over the past 6-7 months. And out of that, we have been able to bring around 15 startups to the Startup Mahakumbh 2025. I think this is truly a Mahakumbh in its sense, because कुंभ के मेले में आप खो जाते हो, वैसे यहाँ पे स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ में आप खो जाओगे. इतना इनोवेशन है, इतना पैशन है, इतना एनर्जी है. One of the beautiful parts about the Startup Mahakumbh is that there is a 40% representation of women-led founded startups, जो कि एक अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. With the kind of energy for the past 3 days, the kind of engagement for the past 3 days, I think it's phenomenal. ये सच में ये एक महाकुंभ है, and we are hoping that this is going to go much more larger, much more bigger, and where we will have global startups coming here and engaging with the local startup community. I think ये एक बहुत बड़ी community बन जाएगी. And kudos to our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, kudos to Shri Piyush Goyal ji, kudos to DPIIT and Secretary and Joint Secretary sir, and to the entire organizing team of DPIIT. Special thanks to Mamta Venkatesh ji from Axel for helping us bring around 15 startups from our cohort to this particular Mahakumbh and culminate and help them nurture and grow. I think one last message to all the entrepreneurs: keep hustling, keep innovating, and make sure that you make India a proud country and take it to the global level. So all the very best, and look forward to again meeting you at Startup Mahakumbh 2026. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have, about $680 billion to support the startups. So we would love to attract India startups to come to Korea. Startup Mahakumbh was really great choice of our government.
Hello, welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are here at Startup Mahakumbh. We are at Bharat Mandapam, and I have my special guest with me, Crystal, who's the manager for Global Partnership Team. Crystal, thanks for talking to My Startup TV.
Nice to meet you. I'm Crystal Lee. I came from Korean government agency, specialized for the startup support.
So, Crystal, let's start by understanding, about startup ecosystem in Korea.
Okay, yeah, South Korea is not, I know it is very popular in terms of the culture, but startup is also very strong in South Korea. We have fast growing ecosystem now, and Korean government is leading that ecosystem with lot of cooperation partners. So we have, about $680 billion to support the startups. That is the huge budget for the startups, and among that kind of support, we have the Ministry of SMEs and Startups. That is the major ministry to help the startups and ventures. And KISET, I came from the KISET, Korea Institute of Startup and Entrepreneurship Development. We are working with the MSS to support the different range of the startups.
We know Korea for technology, right? So in India, if you see, startups are from maybe ice creams to technology to agriculture. So can you paint a picture of how the startup ecosystem is in Korea, whether it's technology or non-technology as well?
Yeah, so I know not only technology, non-technology, there are different sectors of the startups, but we are specialized to help and support increase the technology-based startups. So because but we also have the government organization to work the food or non-technology-based startup company. But we are here with the specific technology. So that's why we are here with AI, smart city, healthcare, that kind of deep technology startup company we brought to Startup Mahakumbh now.
And when you talk about the integration between Korean startup ecosystem and Indian startup ecosystem, could you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, it is. It is very big priority for us to work with the India startup ecosystem, and it means the government to government. So that's why last year we also had similar event like Startup Malcolm. It is called Come Up. We had the delegation from the India government. With the industry of the commerce, Ministry of the Commerce and DPIIT, they brought the amazing India startups to our event. So thanks to their visit to Korea, we also decided to make a visit here, and we heard it is really biggest and largest technology startup exhibition. So that's why we would love to strengthen the collaboration with the India government, and then we would love to make the more specific collaboration opportunity, like event make we can organize this kind of event together, and we can want to keep sending Korean startups here, and also we would love to attract India startups to come to Korea.
And how has been your experience and your startup that have come here for the Mahakumbh? How has been the experience?
My experience, it's more than expected. I was so surprised of very vibrant and energetic ecosystem of here. Because I know India is really promising market, but indeed it's more than expected. It's bigger and larger. So that's why I'm very sure that this market and this India ecosystem is definitely will be the great opportunity for Korean startups to do business here, to make something. Definitely, there is no doubt. Yeah.
So in the last 2 days and today being the third day, did you or your delegation make any connect that you want to take forward?
Yeah, I think so, because many companies, as you can see, it is very crowded from the first day to the last day today. So we have met a lot of the different stakeholders. Yeah, the same startup company or government side or the media or the potential partners. They have made a very fruitful discussion. That means that we're gonna make the good collaboration opportunities, and it's not just only one time. We're gonna continue. So that's why I think this participation in Startup Malcolm was really great choice of our government.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for talking to MyStartup TV.
My pleasure, and thank you for taking bite of us. And I hope you to keep an eye of Korean startup ecosystem. And we are keen to attract India talented youth to come to Korea, because we already have the budget for the foreign startups, foreign entrepreneurs. If they have interest in Korea market, we are ready to financially support, and we can also give a lot of information to them. Please, keep an eye of our program, our initiative. Yeah, we are ready. Yeah.
MyStartup TV will definitely do that. We will follow Korean startup ecosystem and bring the stories to India and Indian stories to Korea.
Yeah, of course, definitely. I'm gonna share the startup market and India startup ecosystem to South Korea, so that we can make more chances to exchange and interact each other. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for talking to us.
Appreciate it. Danyaswan. We have about $680 billion to support the startups. So we would love to attract India startups to come to Korea. Startup Malcolm was really great choice of our government.
So thank you for having me. I'm Pooja, and I'm here on behalf of Blockchain for Impact. Very quickly, why I'm here. This started with our founder's vision, Sandeep Nailwal, who is an entrepreneur in himself, has done very well in blockchain community. And what happened during COVID kind of triggered him to contribute towards this mission, where we want India to be proactive, India to become more global leader in healthcare solution than what we had to see during COVID. So someone asked me just quickly how the seeds for this began, and it was actually during the second wave of COVID. Sandeep is based out of Dubai. His family member, who's a doctor here, who's now a CEO, they both were talking, they were extremely frustrated with the situation and the things that we were dealing here in India. So Sandeep being, who's a co-founder of Polygon, reached out to blockchain community to come together and contribute towards efforts in India. And what he thought was just something that will start as a relief volunteer effort, actually cascaded into what we're seeing now. So while for the first 1.5 years, we predominantly worked in relief, as you know, a lot of NGOs, worked with a lot of NGOs, 50 plus NGOs, spent more than $70 million towards relief effort. What we realized is that's just a stopgap situation, and you know, by just doing relief, we are not going to be well prepared for future. So that's what, when I said, started off being that we want to be more proactive. We want to make India one of the global leaders that provides solution, not just for India, but also for the world outside. So that's how Blockchain for Impact started. We actively started working in biomedical research and innovation about 1.5 years, a little more than that. We are a new organization. We are an entrepreneur in ourselves. We have decided that the best way for us is also to partner and learn with experts. So that's why here we formed this BFI Biome Virtual Network Program, where we have partnered with institutes like CCMB, as Dr. Vinay said, incubators like AICC, CMB, and I'll just briefly mention all our partners. The idea is to nudge translational research. What we want to do is encourage entrepreneurs, researchers in academia also to take their product along the translational journey. Whether they decide to license it out, whether they decide to take the whole product in the market by themselves, that is up to them. But we want to help them in that journey. We want to be the catalytic funder that encourages that nudge. So that's how we started. We also have another program, a call that is open for doctors. So this is also to bring in doctors-led translational research. We have BFI Biome Samarth call that is open so that doctors can give projects, translational research projects under that. The call is until end of Feb. And where we come from bringing these different sectors is again the learnings from COVID. We realized that we develop solutions much faster when different sectors work together. And that is our vision with BFI Biome. We want to bring academics, we want to bring entrepreneurs, startups, incubators, people who know what they've been doing well, what is working in the ecosystem, and the medical sectors together with policy and regulatory, so that we can push the whole ecosystem towards translation of their research into products, and then make these products accessible for the people in India. So that is our aim. We are actually very flexible funding organization. As of now, we some of the things that we want to do is relieve the stress. So we park the funding upfront, usually with the institutes and incubators, so that the funds are available, there is no stress. And with our medical sector. So we have already formed partnership with AIIMS Delhi. We are in the process of few other medical INIs, and like I said, there's another call. So that is our intention. That is what we're doing. These are our partners all across India. We have 5 incubators, 8 academic institutions, some of which are here and some which are not here, which we've just formed partnership in the last few months. And with everyone, what we're doing is pushing translation research. And we are actually looking to partner more, help entrepreneurs more. I really like the topic of today's, as Jirusha said, discussion. It's day one. And why I really like is, I think everybody, regardless of whether you decide to be an entrepreneur or not, I think regulatory requirement, understanding actually can help your own research. I don't think these guidelines are defined to hinder research, they can, if incorporated, actually can help your product development. I did my PhD and postdoc from US, and I'm an academic by training. Moved to India, and I was with Strand Life Sciences, that is the College of American Pathology, accredited next-gen sequencing diagnostic lab. When I was in US, I won't say where, PhD or postdoc, we all did our research, and every time we had to do a PCR, we had our favorite wells that we wanted to put our PCR tubes in. I don't know how many of you can relate with it. But can you really imagine when you're doing diagnostic, when your report that is going out to patient, where they're making decision on therapy, where they're making decision on whether to continue with family planning or not, based on what rare disorder may exist in the family. Can I take that risk to do maybe today my PCR work and tomorrow it doesn't? And I think, frankly, now that I've learned, transitioned, rewired my thinking, I feel that had I known about the regulatory requirement, all the compliances, and I'm just talking from diagnostic point of view, right, in different aspects that we're doing, I feel my research would be more productive, more efficient. And if at all something translation came out of it, it would have been already in compliance where we don't have to. So I feel regulation is something that you have to, instead of seeing as your enemy or something that, hinders progress, more towards, how can we incorporate so that we can be more efficient, more thorough with what we are doing. And I'm really happy that you've called this as day one, because really we all need to start regardless of whether we decide to become entrepreneurs or not. So I don't want to take too much time. There is a really very great lineup of speakers, and really thank you to AICC-CMB and the organizing committee for having designed this program, which I think is definitely a need of the hour. And we hope that we have more such programs, because we don't just want to support startups or translation research, but also to provide the support that is needed for them along their journey. And this is one of it. So with that, thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, this is Lavina here from MyStartup TV. May I know your name and what does the company do?
Hi, I am Gaurav Sharma. My product name is GetGaps, and we are Meta-approved WhatsApp business API platform where customer can create multiple chatbot workflows, or even they create a multi-agent solution for their business. Because nowadays what happen, like there is a single WhatsApp number and agents are talking, but business doesn't know what is happening and how chat is going with their customer. So we are also giving Android and iOS app for multi-agent solution, and it's a powerful tool to leverage WhatsApp through businesses. Yeah.
May I know what are your takes from this Mahakumbh My Startup?
Okay, being in this Startup Mahakumbh, we are one of the winner of Startup Maharati Challenge, and we are getting 1 lakh rupees grant from government, and it's a very useful grant. We are getting recognition, and we will use 1 lakh rupees for our marketing purpose as well. Thank you so much, Startup Mahakumbh.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is Harsha, and I am Director of Operation in Urban Culture. So Urban Culture is a salon at home provider, and we are currently operating in 23 cities. And I will tell you honestly कि in this like salon industry ना, this is very unorganized industry. So basically यहाँ पे 1 से 2 प्लेटफॉर्म आए हैं जिन्होंने इस कैटेगरी को कवर अप करने का ट्राई किया था, बट दे आर अनसर्टेनली, मतलब अभी वो उतना मार्केट गैप क्रिएट कर दिया है कि अभी और 2-3 अच्छे स्टार्टअप्स वेंचर्स दे कैन कवर इट आउट. बट हमें एक मेन चीज जो है जो हमने मेजर आउट की है, विच इज ऑल्सो द थिंग कि कस्टमर फ्रेंडली बनना बहुत जरूरी है. आपको अगर आप अपना प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट जो भी आप लेके आ रहे हो, अगर वो बहुत बियॉन्ड द एक्सपेक्टेशन है या फिर लीच है, तो वो डेफिनेटली स्टॉक आउट हो जाएगा, या फिर आप एक यूनिकॉर्न बन जाओगे बट आप उन कैटेगरीज तक नहीं पहुंच पाओगे कि एवरेज क्राउड तक नहीं पहुंच पाओगे. तो बेसिकली हमने उस मार्केट गैप को कवर किया है. जिसमें कि आपके सबसे पहले आता है बजट। डेफिनेटली आजकल लोग 10 मिनट में ऑब्वियसली चाहते हैं कि हमें पिज्जा भी मिल जाए, राइट। सो डेफिनेटली सलून एक ऐसी चीज है कि गर्ल्स के लिए तो डेफिनेट मस्ट ओवर थिंग है। लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा फेस क्या होती है प्रॉब्लम्स गर्ल्स को, कि जब हम किसी भी सलून कैटेगरी में जाते हैं या किसी अच्छे सलून में भी जाते हैं, तो आप एक सर्विस को होती है ना, उसको एक कंफर्टेबल जोन में नहीं ले पाते हो। गर्ल के लिए वेरी वेरी मतलब सिक्योर कह लो या फिर कुछ भी फीलिंग कह रहे हो, इट इज वेरी आउटबर्स्ट थिंग कि अगर वो एक अच्छी सर्विस उसको मिल जाए। सो बेसिकली हमने हाईली ट्रेन्ड जो हमारे पार्टनर्स हैं उन्हें हमने हाईली ट्रेन्ड बनाना है इस फील्ड के अंदर, नॉट बाय प्रोवाइडिंग द प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज, बाय प्रोवाइडिंग देम द अटर थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज। बिकॉज आप किसी सलून में जाते हो सबसे ज्यादा आप क्या फेस करते हो कि मैम ये ले लो, मैम ये ले लो, मैम ये ले लो, लाइक दैट थिंग वी एनकाउंटर्स। बट यस यस यस, वो सर्विस तो एक्चुअली डिस्कार्ड हो जाती है आपकी, उससे चली जाती है सर्विस, तो पता ही नहीं चलता कब हुआ। सो ये एक जोन है जिसे हमने ट्रिगर आउट किया। लेकिन कई बार कस्टमर्स खुद बोलते हैं कि यार मेरे को ये प्रॉब्लम है, सो हाउ शुड आई फिगर इट आउट। तब आप क्या बोलोगे, तब आप कुछ भी बोल के आ जाओगे। सो इस प्रॉब्लम को कैटर करने के लिए इन द डिफरेंट एरियाज हमने हमारे पार्टनर्स को न केवल ओवरऑल जो प्रैक्टिकल थी, ऑब्वियसली दे आर एजुकेटेड, क्योंकि जो पार्टनर्स हैं वो डेफिनेटली वो सलून बिल्डर से ही आए, जहां पे आप सर्विस लेते हो वहीं से आए, डेफिनेटली वही वेमेंस है, बट उनको एजुकेट करना इज मस्ट प्रायोरिटीज। सो वो क्राइटेरिया को हमने कवर अप किया है कि वो जो कवर अप है उसको हम कैसे करें, ना केवल हम प्रैक्टिकल में करें, थियोरेटिकल में हम इतना एफिशिएंटली करें कि हम उन्हें एबीसी से लेकर पूरे बेसिक से लेकर उन्हें एक एडवांस तक लेके जाए। तो इट्स अ 1 मंथ कोर्स हम उन्हें प्रोवाइड कराते हैं। ऑनलाइन हमारी खुद की ही टीम है जो बिल्डअप कर रही है। सो आई कैन से प्राउडली इन इंडिया लाइक वी आर द फर्स्ट लाइक कंपनी जो ऑनलाइन इतने सारे सिटीज में कवर अप कर पाई है। यस, क्योंकि मोस्टली वेंचर्स ने अपने ऑफिसेस खोले हैं जो बहुत ही हसल होता है, विमेंस को ऑफिस जाना, वहां पे फिर वहां से वापस आना, मॉडल्स को लेके जाना, दे आर वेरी कॉस्टली, क्योंकि एक मॉडल को लेके जाना, उसका खर्चा, खाना पीना, यू कैन सी दैट बहुत कॉस्टली होता है। तो वो चीज को हमने कवर अप किया है। सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ दैट, एज सत्येंद्र मीना इज सेइंग कि women empowerment, yes, so we are also leading on that path also, कि हम उन women's को प्रायोरिटी दे रहे हैं जो लोग लिटरली घर से मतलब आउट नहीं कर पाते हैं, पर स्टिल दे वांट टू अर्न मनी, so they can do that by us. And so my message for youngsters कि जब आप किसी भी चीज में काम कर रहे हो या किसी भी फील्ड में आप ऑप्ट आउट कर रहे हो, किसी भी चीज को आप देख रहे हो, तो जस्ट ऑब्जर्व देम क्लोजली। क्योंकि कई बार क्या होता है, जैसे कि अमन गुप्ता सर ने अभी ऑडिटोरियम में कहा था कि अगर आपके पास अपना खुद का आइडिया नहीं है तो जस्ट फाइंड आउट अ बेस्ट आइडिया विच कैन बी सूटेड फॉर यू। अगर आपने वो आइडिया ढूंढ लिया जिसके ऊपर आप सूटेबल हो सकते हो, तो anyways the success is yours, क्योंकि it's not about who comes first, it's about who like market value the first. So like my message is from that only. Thank you so much, my story, and I would like to very appreciate for your team as well, because I've seen many videos overall. So yeah, thank you so much for giving us a chance.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
काफी बच्चे बहुत दूर से भी आते हैं, सो बेसिकली दे कांट जस्ट बी अवेलेबल इन सेकंड्स। सो हम उनको वर्चुअल टूर्स भी अवेलेबल कराते हैं जहाँ पे उनके लिए काफी इजी रह जाता है कि घर बैठे ही वो हॉस्टल देख सकते हैं अपना। अदर देन दैट वी हैव समथिंग लाइक वी गिव कैशबैक्स। आप देखते हैं कि हॉस्टल बुक करते टाइम पे बच्चों को काफी सारे ब्रोकर्स भी अप्रोच करते हैं कॉलेज से निकलने के बाद या कुछ भी। वी हैव 0 ब्रोकरेज अवेलेबल ऑन आवर ऐप। लाइक आपको कोई भी पेमेंट करने की, कोई भी एक्स्ट्रा चार्ज देने की कोई जरूरत नहीं होती है। सो दैट्स अस।
हर भाषा में बोला जाए तो जब भी बच्चा घर से बाहर निकला है उसको कैसे घर जैसा एक हॉस्टल बन गया।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
హాయ్ అండి, గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్. నా పేరు జితేందర్. నేను ఎక్స్మెషన్స్ కంపెనీ నుంచి వస్తున్నాను. మాది వచ్చేసి పటాన్చెరు హైదరాబాద్లో ఉందండి. మేమేంటి అంటే ఇది బ్యాటరీ డ్రివెన్ రిమోట్ కంట్రోల్డ్ రోబోట్ని డెవలప్ చేసామండి. ఇదేంటంటే మనకు మెట్ట పొలాలలో అంటే కూరగాయలు కానివ్వండి, లేదంటే తోటలు కానివ్వండి, లేకపోతే పత్తి ఇట్లాంటి భూములలో మనము ఈ రోబోట్ అనేది వాడుకోవచ్చండి. ఇది ఎట్లా పనిచేస్తుందంటే దీంట్లో మనము ఒక్కసారి తోట అంటే ఇది పంట వేసిన తర్వాత అంటే విత్తనాలు నాటడం కానివ్వండి, అది మన అటాచ్మెంట్తో చేసుకోవచ్చు. లేదంటే సాప్లింగ్ అని చెప్పి ఉంటుందండి. సో ప్లాంట్ సాప్లింగ్ అంటే మనం మొక్కలు నాటుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ స్ప్రేయింగ్ కూడా చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి. దీంట్లో 2 టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ స్ప్రేయర్స్ ఉంటాయండి. ఒకటి వచ్చేసి ఎయిర్ బ్లాస్ట్ స్ప్రేయర్ అండి, అది మనకు కూరగాయలలో వాడుకోవచ్చు. లేదు తోటలో వాడతామంటే ఎయిర్ బ్లాస్ట్ స్ప్రేయర్ అని ఇస్తామండి. ఇది కాకుండా 3 రకాల డీవీడింగ్ అటాచ్మెంట్స్ ఉంటాయండి, అంటే కలుపు తీసేదండి. ఒకటి రోటావేటర్ అటాచ్మెంట్, అది వచ్చేసి మనకు భూమి లోపల మనము అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి హైట్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు పామాయిల్ లాంటిది అనుకోండి 1 ఇంచు 2 ఇంచులే సరిపోతుంది వాళ్ళకి కలుపు తీయడానికి. లేదనుకోండి తోటలు అనుకోండి మామిడి తోట కానివ్వండి, నిమ్మకాయ కానివ్వండి, ఇట్లాంటి దాంట్లో మనం 3 ఇంచుల వరకు కలుపు తీస్తాం. అది మనం హైట్ అడ్జస్ట్ చేసుకొని ఆ రోటావేటర్ నుంచి కలుపును అనేది భూమి లోపల ఉన్న కలుపు అంతా తీసుకోవచ్చు. అది కాకుండా మన దగ్గర బ్రష్ కట్టర్ ఉందండి, దాన్ని మనం గ్రాస్ కట్టర్ అంటాము. అదేంటి అంటే మనము తోటలలో కానివ్వండి, కూరగాయలలో కానివ్వండి, మనము ఎక్కువ శాతం భూమి మీద ఉన్న కలుపును తీసుకోవడానికి ఒక యూనిఫామ్ సైజ్ లో ఒకటే లెవెల్లో మనం గడ్డిని అనేది కట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. ఇంకొకటి కల్టివేషన్ బ్లేడ్ ఉంటుంది. ఇది భూమిని లెవెల్ చేస్తుందండి, స్ట్రైట్ గా నీట్ గా చేస్తుంది. ఇవి కాకుండా మన దగ్గర చూడండి ఇంకా ఆగర్బిట్ అని ఉంటుందండి. అంటే తోటలలో మనం పెద్ద పెద్ద చెట్లు నాటుకోవడానికి ఒక 3 ఫీట్ల డెప్త్ వరకు 1 ఫీట్ విడతలో మనం ఏదైనా చెట్లు నాటుకోవడానికి ఆగర్బిట్ కూడా వాడుకోవచ్చు. అది కాకుండా మన దగ్గర కార్ట్ అటాచ్మెంట్ అని ఉంటుంది. ఒక్కసారి మనం పంట పండిన తర్వాత అది మన తోట నుంచి ఇంకొక ప్లేస్ కి తీసుకెళ్ళడానికి అది వాడుకోవచ్చు అండి. దాంట్లో మనము ఒక 500 కిలోల వరకు దాంట్లో కూరగాయలు కానివ్వండి, ఏదైనా కానివ్వండి వేసుకొని మనం ఈజీగా ఒక ప్లేస్ నుంచి ఇంకో ప్లేస్ కి మనం తీసుకెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు అండి. ఇది మొత్తం మనకు బ్యాటరీతో రన్ అవుతుందండి. అండ్ రిమోట్ ఆపరేషన్ ఉంటుంది. రిమోట్ ఆపరేషన్ చూడండి మనకు 300 మీటర్ల వరకు ఇది మనము రిమోట్ రేంజ్ అనేది ఇస్తాం సార్. కావాలంటే మనము 500 మీటర్స్ 2 కిలోమీటర్స్ వరకు కూడా ఇస్తాము. బట్ దానికి సీసీ కెమెరా ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకోవాల్సి వస్తుంది. బ్యాటరీ వచ్చేసి మనకు లిథియం అయన్ బ్యాటరీ ఉంటుంది. అండ్ స్ప్రేయింగ్ ఒక లిథియం అయన్ బ్యాటరీ అండ్ ఒక బ్యాటరీ ఫుల్ చార్జ్ చేయడానికి మనకు 3 నుంచి 3.5 గంటలు టైం తీసుకుంటుందండి. దాంట్లో మనము ఒక బ్యాటరీతో చూడండి స్ప్రేయింగ్ అట్లాంటిది వాడుకుంటే 4 అవర్స్ వరకు రన్ టైం ఉంటుంది ఈజీగా. 4 to 5 అవర్స్. ఒక గంటకి ఎకరం బావు వరకు చేస్తుంది. అంటే 4 యూనిట్లు అంటే 30 రూపాయలు ఏమో ఖర్చు అవుతుంది మన దగ్గర. 4 యూనిట్లు అంటే 30 రూపాయలతోనే మనం ఈజీగా 5 ఎకరాల నుంచి 6 ఎకరాల వరకు మనము స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ రోటావేటర్ ఇట్లాంటిది మనము రోటావేటర్ 1.5 నుంచి 3 గంటల వరకు పనిచేస్తుంది. అది గంటకు 1 ఎకరం పనిచేస్తుందండి. గ్రాస్ కట్టర్ అండ్ కల్టివేషన్ బ్లేడ్ వచ్చేసి అది 4 గంటలు పనిచేస్తుందండి. 4 గంటల్లో 4 ఎకరాల వరకు ఇది తీసేస్తుందండి. సో ఇది వచ్చేసి ఎవరైనా కొనుక్కోవాలనుకుంటే మీరు ఎక్స్మెషన్స్ వెబ్సైట్ ఉంటుందండి మాది. దాంట్లో మా మొబైల్ నెంబర్ ఉంటుంది, దాంట్లో చూడొచ్చు. అండ్ మీరు ఫేస్బుక్, యూట్యూబ్, ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్, గూగుల్ అన్నిట్లో మాది ఉంటుంది. మీరు ఎక్కడికన్నా వెళ్ళి విజిట్ అవ్వచ్చు. లేదు అనుకుంటే నా మొబైల్ నెంబర్ వచ్చేసి 9381165438 అండి. దీనికి మీరు కాల్ చేసినా వాట్సాప్ చేసినా నేను మీకు డీటెయిల్స్ అన్ని షేర్ చేస్తాను.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Jack O. I'm the CEO of Uptempo Global. Uptempo Global is a business localization company, and our main purpose is to enable businesses to do global business operations much easier. Underlining a core competency that supports this is our language tech. So basically, we help with our language tech, multi-language localization productions, and real-time multi-language communications. We make it very seamlessly. So perhaps you're a media company and you have tons of videos that you want to translate into 20 languages, but you don't have the time and resource to do everything. That's where we come in. We make it very efficient and very high quality consistency. These standards are all met because we incorporate human expertise along with the AI technology so that it is optimized specific to your requirements. Other than the static contents, we also work with the real-time contents. For example, if you're a developer from India and you want to work with Korean clients or Korean developers, but you're not speaking the same language, our solution can help you to collaborate and communicate in that specific IT domain jargons and terminology. So from static to dynamic, we're able to help you localize the contents with ease. So Uptempo Global, right now, we're exploring India, which is fabulous. We believe that we can also help out in the India's language problems. Whatever businesses, whatever purpose or industry that you're in, if you need the empowerment of localization solutions, feel free to contact me. So we are focusing on about 12 to 16 major languages at the moment because most of our Korean clients demand that. We work with multimodal, from text to speech to text, video to text, images, and overall. With India, we work with some of Hindi, Punjabi, Bengali. We work with some dialects in terms of the data construction, but as soon as we have a strategic partner who really needs those multiple Indian dialects, we're able to dive in and build that customary solution together. I'm glad that you brought it up because that's exactly why we are creating our solutions. We are not creating solutions from the scratch. So our solutions are additives of GPT, DeepL, and etc. Because GPT and these AIs are very smart in the general purpose. So if you regard them as a general and broad purpose, we're able to enhance, fine-tune those GPTs or those DeepLs into the domain specifically that is needed. So we are like an add-on. We're like the wings of GPT and DeepL. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Kajal Chaudhary.
And I am Rajat Soni.
And we
are
are
founders of V2R Auto Infinite Private Limited. So basically, in this company, we are targeting automobile aftermarket. It's an auto tech platform which we are building. So we have one product which is Vecrep.com. Vecrep.com is basically an online garage discovery comparison and booking platform. जहाँ पे आप अपनी vehicle और उसकी requirement के accordingly you can find the best recommended garage in your city and get all the vehicle related things done. And even if you are not available in the garage, you are getting real time updates. तो हम एक authorized service center वाला ecosystem we are providing in the multi brand workshops. Secondly, हमारे पास एक ERP CRM solution है which is VR Garage. It's a auto business platform जहाँ पे एक business owner अपना पूरा business को manage कर सकता है, from inventory to job card to billing, everything they can try through this particular product.
And along with this product, we have a car waterless products जहाँ पर आप हमारे product को use करके you just spray the product on your car and just wipe with your microfibers. So इससे like एक गाड़ी को clean करने के लिए 150 liter water consume होता है. So we are just focusing to like सेव दी वाटर इन आर इंडिया कि हम लोग हमारे प्रोडक्ट को प्रमोट करना चाहते हैं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा वाटरलेस के प्रोडक्ट्स को यूज कीजिए सो दैट हम अपनी इंडिया में ज्यादा से ज्यादा पानी को वाटर को सेव कर सकें.
तो विद दिस प्रोडक्ट मतलब आपको सेम प्रोडक्ट के अंदर यू कैन गेट वॉश एंड शाइन डन. तो आपको अब सर्विस सेंटर्स पे खर्चा करने की जरूरत नहीं है, आपको बस स्प्रे करना है एंड वाइप करना है, योर कार इज फुल्ली शाइंड. तो अभी रिसेंटली वी गॉट अ अवार्ड फ्रॉम लाइक मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया हाँ विच इज अर्जुन मेघवाल सर. उनसे हमें प्रॉमिसिंग स्टार्टअप ऑफ द ईयर का अवार्ड मिला एंड इट इज बीइंग गिवन टू ओनली 5 स्टार्टअप्स ऑल ओवर इंडिया एंड वी वर वन ऑफ देम. So we would like the fellow entrepreneurs here, like startup is a very booming thing in India. Kajal, you can also.
And yes, thank you so much for like give us opportunity to come in the startup महाकुंभ. और यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छी हमें corporate customers का connect करने का मौका मिल रहा है, collaborations की बहुत अच्छी opportunities है. So we just give the कि every entrepreneur should come these kind of events ना, so that they get lots of exposure.
So yes. And we are looking for more and more investor reach outs, fellow members to come and join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for My Startup TV.
Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Very good evening. Myself is Kamal Pedinti, founder and director of Path Institute Biotechnologies. Today the event on regulatory compliance arranged by CCMB AIC under guidance of Dr. Madhu and Dr. Ramji Garu and the team. The event was very informative and very insightful, given by a lot of government officials from CDSCO and BIRAC, and also from a lot of startups that shared their experience. This is one of the very finest workshop that has been arranged by CCMB, which given a lot of insightful for the startups on the regulatory journey. Also, like in how to think on when we start the medical devices manufacturing or design and development.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is Breganka. We are from Mumbai, and I'm the founder of Voice. And our company is basically focused on providing a platform to independent regional musicians to directly reach a wider audience and get their sound streamed directly to them, so that we can enhance and make the regional music of India more accessible to the public of India. The first thing is that this was our first opportunity of being at a startup event. So our expectations are about being able to get to know people better, create some awareness about our product, and most importantly make our product reach the people of India so that they can enjoy the music, and also learn from our fellow founders over here and mentors that we can associate with to know how we can grow our business to a better and scalable level.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is Mahesh Shah and I am the CEO of MealPay. We are an enterprise food tech solution. So we are mainly solving for large food commerce solutions for universities, corporates, theaters, co-working spaces, industrial parks, and all such locations where meals are supposed to be managed in bulk. And there is no digitized ecosystem that is available as of now. All it happens in crowd and a lot of inconvenience. So what we are doing is we are deploying a complete tech ecosystem which includes a mobile application as well as a vendor app to manage all the orders, to manage the kitchen orders, inventory, everything. And at the same time, you get a discovery platform and ordering platform for your local campus. So all your digital canteens, mess, all of these are included. We also have a hospital product where the patients need to have a system to, according to their diet, according to their therapeutics, they are able to order food and get a variety of options than just the bland regular food that they are getting. So we are also providing a patient ordering and patient meal planning system within that, which is called the MealPay Med Meals, which is another product that we have in the same line. So we are a horizontal SaaS building for industrial locations and solving for food commerce.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా పేరు మాన్సా. నేను ప్రజ్వల్ ఫార్మా ప్రొడ్యూసర్ కంపెనీలో ప్రొడ్యూసర్ యూనిట్ మేనేజర్ గా చేస్తున్నాను. ఇక్కడ ఈ రోజు మేము షాయింపేట్ మండలం నుంచి మరియు రేగొండ మండలం నుంచి 60 మంది రైతులని తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. ఈ రోజు ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన ప్రతి ఒక్క రైతులకి మరియు స్టార్ట్అప్ వాళ్ళకి మరియు ఇక్కడ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కండక్ట్ చేసిన ఆగ్ హబ్ వాళ్ళందరికీ ఉదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదములు. ఫస్ట్ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి మేము నేర్చుకున్నది ఏంటంటే ఏమేమి న్యూ టెక్నాలజీస్ ఉన్నాయి అగ్రికల్చర్ లో. ఇప్పుడు కొత్త కొత్త టెక్నాలజీస్ ఏం వస్తున్నాయి. పూర్వకాలంలో వ్యవసాయం మేము చేస్తూ ఉండే వాళ్ళం కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తీసుకుంటే ఇప్పుడు డ్రోన్ టెక్నాలజీ. ఈ డ్రోన్ టెక్నాలజీ అనేది ఏంటంటే మనకి వ్యవసాయానికి ఎంతో ఉపయోగకరమైనది. ఈ డ్రోన్ టెక్నాలజీలో మనం తెలుసుకోవాల్సిన విషయం ఏంటంటే ఈ డ్రోన్ టెక్నాలజీ ద్వారా మనకి లేబర్ కాస్ట్ అనేది ఫార్మర్స్ కి లేబర్ కాస్ట్ అనేది తగ్గుతుంది. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే మనకి టైం కన్సంప్షన్ అనేది కూడా పెరుగుతుంది. ఇప్పుడు నార్మల్ గా ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక ఫార్మర్ ఒక ఎకరానికి స్ప్రే చేయాలి లేదంటే 2-3 acres కి స్ప్రే చేయాలి అనుకుంటే ఒక మాన్యువల్ గా ఒక ఉమెన్ ఆర్ లైక్ ఉమెన్స్ ఎవరైనా స్ప్రే చేస్తుంటే వాళ్ళకి ఒంటి మీద అధికంగా బరువు ఉంటది. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే మనకి ఇప్పుడు నార్మల్ గా విలేజెస్ కి వెళ్తేనేమో మనకి లేబర్ అనేది షార్టేజ్ ఉండడం జరుగుతుంది. ఈ షార్టేజ్ లేకుండా కూడా మనకి డ్రోన్ టెక్నాలజీ అనేది మనకు ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. ఇంకొకటి వచ్చేసి చిన్న మినీ ట్రాక్టర్ లాంటిది మాకు ఇక్కడ విజువల్ గా చూపించడం జరిగింది, చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఈ ట్రాక్టర్ వల్ల ఏంటంటే మనకి అగ్రికల్చర్ లో మేజర్ గా ఇరిగేషన్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ కూడా జరుగుతున్నాయి. ఈ ఇరిగేషన్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ అనేవి మనకి చాలా ఇబ్బందులు కలుగుతున్నాయి. అంటే ఇరిగేషన్ పారించాలి అన్నా గానీ నార్మల్ గా అయితే మనకి టైం కన్జ్యూమ్ అవుతుంది. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే మనకి వర్క్ చేయాలన్నా గానీ మనకి ఇబ్బంది అవుతుంది. కానీ ఈ మిషన్స్ ఈ కొత్త ఏవైతే న్యూ టెక్నాలజీస్ ఉన్నాయో ఆ మిషన్స్ అన్ని కూడా మనకు ఉపయోగపడతాయి. మేజర్ గా నాకు నచ్చింది ఏంటంటే మెయిన్ గా ఈ పాయింట్ లో ఫార్మర్స్ వాళ్ళంతటి వాళ్ళు ఒక సొంత ఐడియాని డెవలప్ చేసుకుని దాన్ని ఆగ్ హబ్ వాళ్ళు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఎవరైతే ఫార్మర్స్ అసోసియేషన్ ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళని సొంతంగా రైతులకి ఏవైతే కొత్త టెక్నాలజీస్ కానీ వాళ్ళ ఆలోచనని కూడా వాళ్ళు వద్దు మీది ఇది తప్పు కాదు అని చెప్పకుండా మీ దాంట్లో ఈ చిన్న మిస్టేక్స్ ని కరెక్షన్స్ చేసుకోండి. ఆగ్ హబ్ వాళ్ళు కూడా వాళ్ళకి సజెషన్స్ ఇస్తూ ఆగ్ హబ్ వాళ్ళు కూడా మనకి రైతులకి పూర్తి సహకారంతో ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. అండ్ ఇంకొకటి ఇప్పుడు అలానే ఇక్కడ ఒక ఫార్మర్ విజిట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ ఫార్మర్ ఏంటంటే రిమోట్ మోటార్ ఆఫ్ చేయడానికి ఆన్ చేయడానికి ఆఫ్ చేయడానికి 1 kilometer 2 kilometers దూరంలో ఉన్నా గానీ మనం మోటార్ ఆన్ చేసిన తర్వాతకి ఎక్స్ట్రా వాటర్ అనేది పారిపోతుంటాయి. కానీ అక్కడ మనం ఏదో ఒకటి విషయంలో మర్చిపోతాం. అలాంటివి కాకుండా మనం ఒక 2 కిలోమీటర్ల దూరంలో ఉన్నా గానీ అది ఆఫ్ చేయడానికి అదొక రిమోట్ అనేది తయారు చేయడం జరిగింది. అది కూడా నాకు నచ్చింది. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
More than 4 million Indian investors and employees on UAE. Today, SRTI Park, we are supporting the startups and we're surprised with the numbers. We consider them, they are part of us and we are part of them. More than 4 million Indian investors and employees on UAE. Today, SRTI Park, we are supporting the startups and we're surprised with the numbers. We consider them, they are part of us and we are part of them.
Hello, welcome to My Startup TV. We are here at Startup Mahakum at Bharat Mandapam. I have a special guest with me who's Mohammed Salim, who's the manager for Sharjah Research and Technology Park. Welcome to the show.
Hi, nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you all. And thank you for hosting us here today. The exhibition today was very fruitful of people and many interaction on and engagements to know more about UAE market, especially Sharjah. So today our participation here on Mahakam Startup Exhibition is to explore the collaboration with the governments and the startups, and we're surprised with the numbers of companies that they have been visit us on our booth. We explore with them many potential of businesses between us and them, the relationship between the two governments, UAE and India. As you know, since maybe 20s or 30s, the first trade that was between UAE and India on spices and golds. That's in old days. On 2025, it's the investment. It was much bigger between the two countries, and that's what our both country leaders they aim for both governments and people and community.
So the relationship between India, UAE, Sharjah is driven more by people to people, isn't it?
Exactly.
And here we are trying to do the same thing now in the startup community, the startup ecosystem, or the entrepreneurship, isn't it?
Exactly. I totally agree with you. Today, Sharjah, we have, or let me talk in the scale of UAE. Today, UAE are hosting more than 4 million Indian investors and employees on UAE. And UAE, it's considered the second country in the world which is hosting Indian people. The first country, it's US. US, they're hosting around 6 million Indians, and UAE, it's coming the second. So that it's mean that UAE, it's a hub of the business, the investors on the world, and especially between India and UAE. We consider them, they are part of us, and we are part of them.
Thank you for that.
You're most welcome.
So let's talk about the startup ecosystem in UAE and Sharjah in particular. If you can paint the picture of how the startup ecosystem is for the benefit of Indian startups and investors.
The community of startups, it's important for UAE. The young people who have a new idea, the new generations, where they scale up the ideas to a technologies or to an innovation. This is what the countries needed these days. Today, SRTI Park, we are supporting the startups on in the engagement between with the governments and with the academia. So, if I will describe this RTIP today, we designed this RTIP to create a triple helix between the academia, government organization, and the private industry, especially with the startups, to create and initiate and innovate a new technology to be issued from the spots of lands. And the big advantage for SRTIP today on Sharjah that we are located on the middle of the university city, where there is more than 22 institutions, more than 47,000 students, more than 3,000 PhDs. So here where we commercialize the articles and the research for the startups and the students and the entrepreneurs itself to the market. And also we are supporting the startups that's to access our labs. We have around 4 to 5 different labs, which is robotic, AI labs, and VR and AR studios, and also the health tech labs, and we are definitely initiating more than these labs in the future. So we are also helping the startups to create their own prototypes on the labs from A to Z, from the 3D printing parts, from the electronic parts, programming, and even from the shading the equipments and other things.
UAE and Sharjah, this is a melting pot for global, businesses come there, right? They do different types of business, logistics, food, all of it. Is there anything that UAE is looking to collaborate with Indian startup ecosystem?
Of course, 100%, 100%. Look, I will tell you one thing. Leave the collaboration aside. Now I'm talking about the startup. The startup today are the backbone of the new generation business. So the governments, UAE government or even Indian government, the support where it's being provided to the startups, it should be continuing not only about funding and that, even on collaboration with other organizations as in a government and also private industry. So UAE today, even with the vision of our leaders, as we are creating like an accelerators and incubators organization to help the startups to promote them idea to the markets and to support them.
Is there any specific sector that SLTPI would be interested in, or UAE in general would be interested in?
Yes, definitely. It's focusing more on the sustainabilities and many others. But on SRTIP, we are focusing on 4 main industry, which is healthcare, advanced industry, mobility logistics, and sustainability.
And any interest from Sharjah and UAE in particular, in general, from investor community towards Indian startup ecosystem, from investment standpoint?
Of course, 100%. During the past 2 days, the engagement what's been done, we already organized for next week that they are going to visit us on Sharjah. So definitely, our presence today here, it was benefit for us and even for the startups.
So with that, how do you, because UAE and Sharjah, they do through the year, they conduct big events, mega events like this, right? So when you compare that with Startup Mahakumbh, what are your thoughts?
I think we need to do similar to this exhibition in Dubai. Because as you know, you have just mentioned you have visited the Arab Food and Jitex. This exhibitions, it's more for the scale-up companies, the global companies. But for the startups, I think we need to do something related to Mahakumbh Startups exhibition, which I'm quite sure we will attract all startups in the world to be part of this exhibition as it's been done in India.
Thank you, Salim, for talking to MyStartup TV. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, and for your team. Thank you very much.
Hi, myself Monica. I am head of legal here at Asanville, and our main goal is to spread awareness around this legal services. So we see that a lot of Indians are not aware about how the legal hierarchy works. So whenever someone, it's a taboo subject, I would say, and whenever someone dies, then their family members have not clue that how and where these assets are located. So in India, currently 4.5 lakh crore assets are lying unclaimed, just because their family have no idea where these assets are situated. So our main agenda is to spread the awareness so that no assets are lying unclaimed, because it's our hard-earned assets. So we don't want that families should suffer. And the second objective is that in 2025, we are targeting to spread awareness to the women. So being a women entrepreneur, I just want that women who are having the self-acquired assets, they know that how the legal hierarchy works. So in India, the Hindu succession laws, which are governed by old 1956 Act. So based on these laws, the self-acquired assets of women will be distributed among the husband and husband's families. But we see that there could be a lot of single daughters, and parents are also dependent or liable for the daughter's earning. So we want to spread that awareness that women should also have that financial independence, and they want that how their assets, their self-required money should be distributed among their parents, their siblings. So this is how we want to spread that awareness, and we are here at Startup Mahakumbh for this purpose only, and it's going great here. We are receiving good traction, and then we are receiving a lot of interesting queries that people are thinking that if they have nominee, their wife will automatically get everything. So we are collecting, a lot of insights from the Indians at this Startup Mahakumbh, and it's quite interesting for us as well, so that we can also spread the awareness and feel the real pain of India, what Indians are thinking, and how we can leverage this opportunity to solve these problems. And then Asanville is doing that. Yeah, that all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Mukesh this side from Prime Bets, and I am the CEO of the company. Actually, we are providing stay plus food at very affordable price. That is starts with $3.99.
What we are actually doing is we onboard PGs, and we have a platform, Prime Bets, that actually connects travelers and PG providers. So you can get 99 rupees for a sharing bed, and you can also get a private room for 500 to
with
600
all the amenities like hotels.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is Namita. I head the sales and marketing for the hotel division called Spree Hotels. So that's a company by Is My Trip. Look into the sales vertical out here. Obviously, we are looking at the business tie-ups and the increase of the volumes, and for every sector of Is My Trip, whether it is MICE, whether it is B2B customization, that's the main target. That B2B platform should increase many folds for us.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is Mr. Nima Sona, and I am from Arunachal Pradesh. My startup name is NE Organics, which stands to Northeast Organic. Basically, my startup promotes organic products from Northeast India, and we are into multiple grains, herbs related product, and spices. So our vision is to make Arunachal to be self-sustainable by empowering our local farmers. We do have almost 250 plus farmers whom we are empowering, and we are making sure that they should make a sustainable development. Right now, we are super excited to be a part of this Mahakumbh, Startup Mahakumbh, and we are having a lot of interaction with investors and customers, and we are really getting a lot of feedbacks from all across the nation. And we are also privileged to be a part of this Mahakumbh startup, where we are looking forward that there are investors, there are venture capitalists, and there are customers, where we can do a B2B connections, B2C, and as well as we can connect with other entrepreneurs as well.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is Mr. Nima Sona, and I am from Arunachal Pradesh. My startup name is NE Organics, which stands to Northeast Organic. Basically, my startup promotes organic products from Northeast India, and we are into multiple grains, herbs related product, and spices. So our vision is to make Arunachal to be self-sustainable by empowering our local farmers. We do have almost 250 plus farmers whom we are empowering, and we are making sure that they should make a sustainable development. Right now, we are super excited to be a part of this Mahakumbh, Startup Mahakumbh, and we are having a lot of interaction with investors and customers, and we are really getting a lot of feedbacks from all across the nation. And we are also privileged to be a part of this Mahakumbh startup, where we are looking forward that there are investors, there are venture capitalists, and there are customers, where we can do a B2B connections, B2C, and as well as we can connect with other entrepreneurs as well.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So Assam Startup is an initiative that has started around, the department is called Department of Innovation, Incubation and Startup. And we're planning to create a holistic ecosystem not only for Assam, but also for the whole Northeast. Assam is a leader in tea, in hydrocarbons, in green energy. Hello, welcome to MyStartup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We're here at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025 at Delhi Bharat Mandapam. I have with me Onkar Nath, who's the Chief Operating Officer of Assam Startup. So welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Tell us about Assam Startup, for the benefit of all the viewers out there. Yeah. So Assam Startup is an initiative that has started around 4-5 years. And right now we have created a separate department for startup in Assam. The department is called Department of Innovation, Incubation and Startup, to give a new way or create a new environment for the startup working in Assam and starting in Assam. The department is a vision of our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Hemanta Biswa Sharma, and he is leading the ministry, the department. We are trying to creating a holistic environment for the startup ecosystem in Assam. The technology in which we have hold, the area in which the startup in Assam are working, we are trying to figure it out also to set up a valley or a village where the startup ecosystem altogether can work. And we are planning to create a holistic ecosystem not only for Assam but also for the whole Northeast. And we are trying to support the Assam startups to grow in India and in the global level. So that is one of the major, initiatives that I have taken recently. The department is for the last 10 days or 20 days, and we are here as a supporting state at Bharat Mahakumbh. And it's feel good to be a part of this ecosystem and interacting with a lot of people, taking suggestions, and our startup also meeting with them. And it's a very good platform to showcase our strength in front of the national platform. So are there any specific sectors where you're focusing as Assam Startup or is sector agnostic? So we have a lot of sectors that you can say Assam is a leader in tea, in hydrocarbons, in green energy, in river technologies or blue economy, you can say. Right now we are also trying to add the Startup Semiconductor Plan, which is one of the key initiatives by Government of India, and that is definitely helping us to support the startup and grow the startup in technology domain as well for the future generation, and also AI, ML, and the emerging technologies. So we are sector agnostic, but our focus is on around 4-5 sectors that I mentioned, and we're trying to build on that. Later on, we'll try to focus on all the sectors as well. Assam, as you said, is known for its tea, the other products that come from Assam. If there are entrepreneurs who are not based on Assam or who are not locals and they have something that they want to work on, and probably Assam happens to be their area of, or have the products, would they be able to benefit from your Assam Startup Initiative? So absolutely, they can be a part of it. But as you know, that all state government has certain rules and regulations to support the local talent. We also have that. If any startup is promising and they wanted to work with us, they're most welcome. They'll go through the process of how the Assam startup functions and what are our rules and regulations. And also, that is not only for the startup to get government support or government grants. There are all the other avenues also the startup can explore. There are avenues like they can part of any government initiative, they can part of any government departments. It might not be there, registered in Assam. They can work with us. That's what it is. How's been your experience in Startup Mahakumbh this year? Yeah, it's fantastic. So this is the second edition. I'm fortunate to be a part of first edition as well. I was one of the core members when the Startup Mahakumbh was the concepts are drafted under the leadership of Piyush Goyal sir last year. And in my previous experience also, I was the program director at Ministry of Electronics and IT, and I set up stalls last year. And this year also it is very little more grandeur and little more, it's when we have taken a lot of halls apart from this one. So it's so nice to be here. And thank you so much. And this year also it's good, nice that you people are here to take our interviews. And this is so nice that the whole ecosystem is growing. And as a part of the startup ecosystem feels, immensely satisfying that everyone is talking about us. Earlier, no one is talking about the startup ecosystem where, as I say one thing, that people who are working on the startup ecosystem, apart from startup also, are doing a service to the nation. We have left our head teachers and everything and supporting the startup ecosystem, create a startup-based global economy or Indian economy. So yeah, that's a good, nice initiative, and it's best of luck to everyone here. You also talked about setting up a startup hub for the Northeast. Yeah. Could you throw some light on that? Yeah, so we are creating various, valley. So we are creating a valley. We are planning to create a valley where, that's a startup village where startup have everything from money, market, machines, mentorship, everything will be there. So they can all facilities are one place. So they can be a part of it. So and they can just any startup come to that place and they can do whatever they want. So we're covering all the life journey of startup at a single place. So that's the startup value we are creating. This is for the Northeast dedicated. Yeah, that is dedicated for everyone. But yeah, I mean, we are a part of Northeast, so Northeast is good. But at larger, it will be one of the ecosystem across India. That's what we are planning. So anyone can come to us and work with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being on the show. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So really great sessions, and just like we saw in the talk, there is food effect on how the drugs are taken up. I'm sure there is food effect on how information is being taken up right now. So this is supposed to be actually more like a fireside chat. We'll try to keep it informal, more engaging. I've already had interaction and it was already like I know them very well, and though we are meeting for the first time. So the whole idea, and I will let you all introduce yourself, but we've been hearing since the morning how important it is, to think about regulatory aspects and to think about it from the very beginning, right? So while you introduce, even though this question I wanted to keep for one of the last thing, is so that we have attention from the audience, is what is it that one of the biggest hurdles that you faced in your entrepreneurial journey? And how did you decide, and at what point, you felt that I wish this was different? So with that, I would like to please start, please with introduction, because I don't want to keep, whatever is available on the online forum, but more personal at your level.
Very good afternoon all, and thank you very much for the panel discussion, and thanks Dr. Ramjigar and CCMB team. So myself is Kamal Pedinti, and representing company called Path Institute Biotechnologies, and the founder and CEO of Path Institute Biotechnologies. So we are mostly working on the medical devices under Class C products and also Class A medical devices. So the products what we are making is like tumor biomarkers, which are like primary antibodies for the cancer diagnostics for immunohistochemistry application. Also, we have an end-to-end of histopathology equipment that we manufacture here. So the journey for first, we started in 2013. That time there was no medical devices regulation formally planned. But since I worked in US for almost a decade, having US FDA and ISO 13485 experience. So what we have done initially from beginning itself, we started our application or the dossier or the DMF device master file or DHF design history files according to the US FDA, which made us very easy when 2017 regulations came in. And one of the approval given by Madam Vishala Madam. So that was something, initially it was a great challenge, but again, it is now as on today, the MDR rules have been defined very high level. In fact, even Singapore and USA have a similar kind of rules.
Thank you. I will ask questions, but so what I learned from you was you have exported to more than 20 countries, right? So what are the challenges that you may have faced? Just if you can add as we continue with the other panelists before that.
As of today, we are exporting to almost 20 different countries, and each country regulations are entirely different. Mostly the countries what we are exporting to Middle Eastern countries and some of the European countries. And in fact, we do have a branch in US, so US also we are working on. According to the medical devices, there is 510K approval is required, PMA, pre-market access approval. Then having CDSCO, the manufacturing in India, every country require a free sale certificate to be given when they are importing. Along with that, ISO 13485 and also when you go to the European market, you have to have your product to be CE marked. So when we go there are so many regulatory bodies. It is the founder or the promoter responsibility to choose which body is being accepted by each and every country. So there are, in fact, in CE itself, there are so many other CE marking is there, but some countries they take only BSI.
I'll reserve my other questions. Shiva, would you like to introduce yourself? And also one thing, we've seen throughout today the question that, you should start thinking regulatory at the very beginning. But as a researcher, as an academic, sometimes when I'm doing research, I really don't know what my product is going to look like. Did you face any challenge? Did you have to change gear? So after you introduce, if you can also say a little bit.
Thank you for the opportunity, AICC, CMB, Ramji sir and other team. I'm Shiva. Educationally, I did my PhD in pharmacology. Alzheimer's disease was my thesis on. Before starting the company in 2016, I worked in IQVIA, pharmacovigilance, for 1.5 years. And then started this company in 2016, December. We are a deep science respiratory drug development company. So our product is antibiotic nasal spray for treating sinusitis. Say there is no targeted nasal spray. You can find otrivins and fluticazones, mometazones, which are corticosteroids and nasal decongestants. But we developed an antibiotic because when you take antibiotics, there are a lot of side effects, gut-related side effects. We wanted to develop nasal spray so that it is precisely delivering into the upper respiratory tract or into the maxillary sinuses. That's the product we developed. And we are primarily an IP-oriented company. We have so far 12 patents and 6 of them are granted patents. And coming to your question, when we started, definitely we did not do anything. Just the idea of why shouldn't we deliver antibiotics through the nasal route? That's the idea which we started. No regulations. We did not, however, I have worked in pharmacovigilance, but we did not know the exact pathway. What is the, whether we have to take 505(b)(2) pathway or subsequent new drug application in India, or Form 44 or Schedule M, GLP, GCP, all these guidelines we did not know. After interacting with several founders, I understood that anybody will start with the same intention, with the same kind of questions. So you are more obsessed with the product. You want to develop the product and you don't have the bandwidth, both in terms of energy, capital, human resources. You don't have bandwidth to look all these departments. You call it as funding, or you call as product development, you call as regulatory pathway, you call as clinical approach. Like you interact with a lot of doctors, what should be the endpoints? All this we come to know in the journey. When you start, definitely it's the product, only the product. Later on, when you get into the market will hit you like anything. Then you will learn. That's my experience is for the first 3 years, we spend a lot of time on the product. Then next 3 years, we went to the market hit us. You have to stand that, then learn, and then you start the journey again and understanding all these separate departments required. What is happening in the drug discovery ecosystem, in the capitalistic drug discovery ecosystem, how that functions. What is that you have to consider when you are looking at the regulatory markets? Like in US, you have a more insurance kind of a thing. What are the population size you should target? In India, how should you target the population size? What are the population or the customers you have to take into consideration? What is the consumer behavior you have to take into consideration? It's a journey. Like first thing is about product. You start with the product, you do it, and then get into the market. You learn it.
If you were to change one thing, right? I know this is for later, but because we learned, right? So you start with the product and then you start with the regulatory compliance, right? But if you don't know your product, so you're sort of catch-22 there, right? And by the time you said you did the product for 3 years and then you got into regulatory. So do you think, however, if given a chance, you would be able to incorporate regulatory from the very beginning?
Answer is yes, but again, you don't have the time and bandwidth. Primarily, you don't have time because you need to spend time. Even if you look at large case studies or most of the new drugs or new products come through in-licensing or acquisition to the large companies. So what I understood after interacting with the companies is that why they don't allocate the capital or human resources for new product development. It's a bit challenging thing for them until unless you have that intention or passion for the products. So when you are starting, that is the only thing you have. You have the passion and intention to develop the product. So what you do is develop the product. In our case, what has made a significant change is when we reached out to companies to buy our product, we knew our limitations. Like from day one, we are clear that we want to be an IP oriented company. We want to license the product to large company. We don't have a bandwidth to distribute the product across all the retail pharmaceutical stores or distribution centers. So there are companies which are generic oriented, so they can take the product across India, which have like 2.5 lakh medical representatives. That dynamics are different. We cannot play that role. So our limitations we knew. When we reached out to companies for in-licensing the product, we have the patent, we have the technology, we have all the documentation, not documentation, I'll speak about that. We have the product, we have IP. Then after interacting with them, we understood like what is the kind of documentation we need to have, and how should we propose or pitch ourselves or position ourselves when we are presenting. They have all the different teams. The manufacturing team they have a specifications, QA team, QC team. They have R&D teams, preclinical teams, clinical teams, and all. Everybody will literally dig deep, try to understand. Then we started knowing like where we are lacking. We have the core thing, but not the real the real documentation to present before them. Then we started pulling in all the resources whom we knew, say like AIC CCMB or through IKP Knowledge Park, IKP Prime, BIRAC. You speak with them and you understand from the precedented cases, how did they present their cases. We can find those documents online or speaking with those companies. Then eventually you build a structure for your company. That's how eventually you start getting. For us, it is about selling the product. Like you call it as out licensing the product. For somebody else, it could be really regulatory pathway. Something in the market will hit you. That's for sure. Yes. For somebody starting really fresh, really amateur, you make the product somehow with all your expertise and with all your intentions. But at the end of the day, when you reach out to the market, you will come to know. You should be ready for that. Mentally prepare for that. Yeah.
So you are mentally prepared to be strong. Yeah.
Mentally prepared, but learn that.
Sure. Thank you. Aditi, you've been, please introduce. Also, I wanted to, for you also to reflect, is there customer education involved as you go through your journey? Because there is regulatory, you have to employ that in your process. And then there is convincing your customers also that these are compliant.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Aditi, co-founder, CEO, Bryota Technologies. Bryota Technology is a company working in health tech. Right now, we are having a service or a product called Suraksha. It is a backpack which holds more than 6 non-invasive POCT devices, and we are doing screening for more than 12 NCDs and working very closely with MOHFW. And we started our journey in 2018-19 when we had only respiratory device on our mind. With mine and my founders, we had some at home, we saw asthma patients suffering, and we thought that, democratizing spirometry, making it more digital, with the help of AI ML, that is the way to move forward to take care of the respiratory illnesses. 2019, we were ready with the device prototype. We started doing some, clinical trials in Sassoon because we are from Pune, and we decided to have a collab to go ahead in the market in 2020 March. So as everybody went through, we were hit by COVID. The moment we were hit by COVID, we didn't know what to do with our technology. The technology is in my hand. We have invested in the production, and what are we supposed to do? And when one door closes, another opens, and another door was BIRAC. BIRAC saved us, literally. We did one project with BIRAC called COVID Consortium, and there we used our device to identify the combination of COVID-impacted people who the people who already have some respiratory illnesses. Okay. When we started working on that, the regulatory part didn't hit us at that time because we were hit by COVID, we were hit by many things, and we didn't know, are we sure we want to go ahead with this, because we are not sure this is the final product we are bringing into the market. He rightly said, any company in a startup who has a product, they are so obsessed with product that the market analysis, requirement of the market, are you ready, market ready, all these things come later. The product becomes your baby and you keep on working on that product improvement. In 2022, when things settled down and we got to know that yes, this is a final product we had, we went ahead with the route of CDSCO. We are CDSCO certified with our Spyro Pro. What ma'am is asking is, how will you explain the customer, right? So, sir said very rightly in the morning, you know, मुझे 1 लाख का iPhone चाहिए, 10,000 का कुछ नहीं हो सकता. Exactly, you go to any international pharma company who's working in India and you tell them, this is my product, this is made in India, इसका बाहर प्राइस 1.5 लाख रुपया है, but I am a made in India CDSCO certified company. I am giving you a digital solution with all the studies done. I have the proof, efficacy, everything. But they said, we get it from Europe. I said, but I am giving you a CDSCO certified made in India device, which will give you a better impact considering your population in India. The algorithms are based on Indian population. So this kind of thing still persists in the business, and that is where then startup like us, we have to look at CE FDA, which becomes beyond our boundaries because they cost not less than 40 lakh rupees. So right now, yes, as you said, telling people that made in India CDSCO is the way, you know, and we are good. It is a little difficult right now as well in the market.
Yeah. I would like Kamal to, so you have gone to, like we discussed earlier, 20 different countries, right? And did you also feel such biases that you mentioned, it's made in India? And from where I'm coming is, I understand there is a lot of money that is associated, and of course as funding, as somebody whose founder has a vision to take products from India globally. First, of course, helping India, but also take it globally. What is it that you faced, and is there something we can do to change that mindset? Of course, applying regulatory, being diligent, not cutting corners, those are all very important. But did you face some challenges, and what is it that we can do differently?
Yeah. So great. Yeah, as Aditi said, definitely, even in India, a lot of people mindset, oh, is it from India product? Oh, okay, we have product coming from US or Europe. So the way what we play it in the market, we have an office in US and keep the US office as a brand, and keep the manufacturing here, and show you all your certification from here, and still you have a US FDA in the India company. So this way, what we have done, we played a little bit of, jugaad, I can say, but still we could, even in India, we had a lot of challenges in that way. But lately, that the moment we put address of the US on the box, including India, the people said, okay, the product coming from USA, one thing. Second thing is, again, they again say, what is India then? What operation you do? Then our competition is very smart, right? What they will say, no, they don't do in US, they always make in India. So again, another challenge is coming. So what we say in general, what is the difference between the product you're getting from US and India? Can you do a blindfold? We did a lot of challenge of the blindfold, given 4 different antibodies, I would say, 4 different antibodies and different blindfold, and you pick up which is path-instru antibody. Mm-hmm. One thing. Second thing is going exports. So now what we are doing, still we have a lot of challenges. When we go to all these international trade shows, we go to all the pathology trade shows across the globe, at the same time, where they will ask, oh, product from India, that's okay, we'll talk later. So now we have changed our thing. We are going into the Canada now, having office Canada, making manufacturing in Canada. From there, same entire R&D validation, everything is been in India. Mm-hmm. You don't have to spend a lot of money on R&D validation, all your product development cost. Only thing you just transfer the technology, get certification from local body like Health Canada or MDSAP or ISO 13485, And make in Canada, only you put on the money on the manufacturing itself. So your product is ready, your development is already done, and you can go across the globe. So this strategy we just applied. With this, we could enable another like 35 countries.
Wow. Okay. So, I'll open up for the audience, and, if there is something, suggestions, how we can educate, our Indian, the Make in India drive is strong right now, right? It's a good time to be here. It's a good time to develop products, but there is still a barrier. And definitely, like we've discussed, like you also mentioned, if it's cheap, then it shouldn't be that good, right? So we've already faced. I had a question for you, Aditi. So with AI, and I believe you are employing that. How sensitive are we in terms of, patient data security, right? And is our regulatory framework, we had a glimpse today earlier, that if we are employing, we have to have. Are we able to ensure, educate, and our people don't care? Because I go anywhere and they are just copying my Aadhaar card like there is nothing, and I know secure, or like it's not private anymore.
See, I will definitely say there are two things in this. Okay, so for example, I go to any probably a lab for my regular test, and they take my data, right? And that data, the moment you touch a lab, you start getting an insurance ka email on Gmail, take this health insurance, or there will be just a random Cipla ka ye medicine ka, you start getting. So these are the data links which we see when you are giving your data. Public healthcare systems are the gold mines of data when it comes to pharma companies, right? But here, as a startup, or here coming from a startup community, I can definitely tell you that data privacy is one of the topmost priority in all the startup, if you see in India, because they themselves have faced what happens if your data is leaked. Okay. In most of the organizations who are working at public health, or like us who are working in CSR portfolios as well, we are HEPA certified. 27001 is another thing we went through. We took the certification. See, any data which is coming to us, okay, is required because we are doing a AI/ML combination based algorithms. AI/ML combination algorithms need highest data for finding out those algorithms. Engineering people can understand what I'm saying. And when that data is required, you can have the walls where you hide the name, age, sex, and mobile number. Sorry, not the sex, mobile number. Because the particular data which is useful for any clinical analysis or any, data analysis is the age and the male and female. Okay, you don't need the names and mobile numbers, which are the private data. On the contrary, I believe that, taking that data, going back to them, talking to them and calling them and saying ki kuch to problem hai hamare paas, these are the malpractices happening. Okay, I will not deny that. I have seen myself that the data has been taken. So I will not give a name, but there are companies who does this medical camps. Okay, and medical camps in any rural sector is to gather the data. So two things to what you asked me. There is a leakage, no doubt about it. But if you ask me about the startup community is following data privacy to the highest level. And that is why when I do the data transfer to Government of India, it goes the way it is required. But if it is a private CSR or anything, there is a masking of data which takes place at the background. And then we write and give that these data will not be used to somebody or given it to somebody, to the pharma company. But the ethics we need to follow comes from the startup community, that much I can tell you.
That's actually really, really heartening to know. And the fact that, we are starting to think, and everybody has become more proactive in our own data security. On that note, Shiva, you mentioned you will talk about documentation. How important it is. So you're done PhD, I've done PhD, I'm telling, I was very bad when I was doing my PhD in terms of documentation. And we are not taught how important. And today, if anything, from the day you start to think about your product, documentation becomes very important. So can you elaborate how did you inculcate that habit in your organization?
We need to have two sets of documents. One is for IP and the second one is for regulatory or the science part, the actual product part. The IP part, what we understood is after filing 3-4 patents, we have to define the claims first, because as a part of your IP strategy, not one patent for one product, we should have 3-4 patents. Say like it can be product patent as per section 3D, you can define certain claims. In India, treatment claims are not acceptable, but in US you can file for treatment claims. So on, so product can be used for treating this indication. So that is IP set. You have to work with an IP consultant, draft that legal part, IP claims we have to define first, then comes the body. So you get a clarity of thought, what you're working on, how you're working on, that's the IP part. The regulatory part and the science part, you have to keep the science at the forefront. Why should somebody look at you, look a company like us? Because they have large cap tables, tens and thousands of crores as profits, and I want to associate with them or license my product to them. Why would they look at me? They have large manufacturing units, USFDA approved manufacturing units. The only fundamental thing is because we put the science at the forefront. So we should be able to demonstrate that using set of documents. As a team, what we started after realizing this importance of the documentation part is, we started everybody in the team, we're a small team, 10-member team, everybody in the team have to read 3 articles, whatever it could be related to. We pick the precedented cases. Say for example, in our case, we are dealing with nasal sprays. Are there any nasal sprays in the market which were developed from a tablet? Say like the product is available in the form of a tablet and injection, then they developed into nasal spray. You pick those precedented cases. In our case, we took something called Tramadol nasal spray. It was available for surgical pain in the IV format. Torrent Pharma developed as a nasal spray. What is the path they have followed? That is a regulatory path. Which path will it fall under? NDCT rules 2019. It fall under subsequent new drug. Once the path is clear, then you pick the documentation part. So preclinical data. Before getting into the preclinical data itself, you speak about the product specifications, the stability data, and then you speak about the science part. When I say about science, you have to develop, say, the product is available in the form of tablet. What is the dose you are going to give through the nasal route? You have to do the dose optimization. For that, you have to do isobolograms, you have to do allometric scaling, you have to try in the animal models, and you have to do PKPD modeling, IVAVC models. All these mathematical models, pharmacokinetic models, we built in-house, but we did not document it. You start looking from a documentation perspective. How can we structure this and put it in a proper regulatory format so that a regulator can understand, as well as somebody seeing on the other side of the table, like an in-licensing company also can understand. So you understand what are the building blocks for the product, which will eventually help you to build processes in the company. When I say processes, like if you want to develop a new product now, you have certain processes, what you need to look first. From an IP perspective, this is the design you need to follow, this is the strategy you need to follow. From a product development perspective, this is the strategy you need to follow. You have at least, may not be 100% clarity, but some sort of clarity you have. So that's how we started. Then once you have that building blocks, you start refining it. Say like, you have versions. Similar like the way you have clinical trial protocols, you have versions. Again, for clinical trials, like IP, the way you would define the claims first, we have to define the endpoints. What we do is, we look from a clinical inference point, how you treat the patient and all. But endpoints we have to define for a new product. What is the endpoint? I know case studies where the product is same, the indication is same, but the endpoints are different. That's why one clinical trial succeeded, the other one failed. We have to define the endpoints. Then we have to reverse engineer the entire protocol. What is that you want to look? What are the secondary endpoints? What are the objectives? What is the inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria? So the learning step for us is about the precedented cases. The past cases, what has happened with them. You speak with at least those team members who have done that previously from India or USFDA. We will understand that to some extent. Then brainstorm it, speak with the consultant, speak with nodal bodies like BIRAC, AICCCMB, IKP Prime, or with IP consultants. Ample amount of them are there who want to help startups. You blend all of this and then you get a proper output. And what is the impression we had in the very early days is the drug is in the form of tablet. Making it is into nasal thing is not a big thing. You can make it in a matter of time. But what all the departments I spoke, we understood over the period of time. From a pharmacology point of view, a pharmacometric point of view, how to optimize the dose and all. So first you put the step into the water, then you'll start swimming. Yeah.
So the hope is that with today's session, we will start at least some exercise and jump with some support into the water.
One more point to add: what helps now the current entrepreneurs or the current date is, for the first time ever in the history of human race, we have artificial intelligence. Intelligence as a commodity. You can buy it like a bottle. $20, you get the artificial intelligence. You can prepare an AI agent to prepare the documents for you. That's a huge advantage.
Interesting. So I was just talking early at lunchtime, but we have AI, they can prepare a document, but we still have a maze to cross for regulatory, you think?
That is one tool. You have Excel, you have MS Word, you have AI. That will not solve the problem. You have to strategize the things. That will add a value. Yeah.
Thank you. Kamal, you have brought in multiple different products to market. Was there something that worked? Was it just one learning that you had throughout that worked for your products? Was it that you had to improvise every time? I mean, I know the answer in some sense, but if you can elaborate some of the challenges that you faced adding more products to your, selling.
Yeah, definitely. Like in a product's life cycle, you have to consider rebuilding a product again based on the customer feedback, which is very much important. That way, you can prove your continued journey of the product life cycle. At the same time, you can prove to the customer you are upgrading all the features of the product as well. So when it comes to the product, as a startup or as if I'm starting any product, the first thing I would go with the DHF, design history file. The components of design history file or the D&D, design and development form, which will have around 22 different points over there. If I read, as a startup, all these 22 points, in DMF, you can call in CDSCO, which is device master file. When it comes to ISO 1348 for USFD, you can call DND, design and development form. All this form, the points, is given stability of the product and also the risk factors, intended use. So if you define intended use properly, then you get to know all the other points, how to write it. When it comes to the products, after launching, we did find some of the the problem. I don't say problems always can be rectified. At the same time, some of the features are missing over the competition. So with that, for the new development of the product, we always take a market feedback, market survey. Then after that, we see what need to be added or what how best we can build the product into the market. This is what we consider.
Add new features, you have to go through the whole regulatory requirement, or there are some features that they're just addition, so you may not require as rigorous regulatory paperwork than some cases.
Yes, if there are features that is really affecting the patient, definitely have to notify. Either way, you have to prepare your DMF, the form, whatever we have, the DHF file, we have to update. And also there is in CDSCO portal itself, there is a notify to body. So you always do that one for safety. In future, if somebody is walking into your facility for any inspection, you already have notified the CDSCO body. You have to do that.
Okay. Yeah. So there are. So we talked about, and in this case, you have not gone direct to consumer. Except for you are direct to consumer, or is it still not?
We do direct to consumers, but through government or through the other bodies. We have our smart clinics, where our kits are used directly for the customers. But again, the important part in our solution is the doctor. Okay, because POCT can be used by technicians, ASHA, ANM, but the confirmatory has to be a doctor. So we never say that we say that we are giving a holding hand to the doctors, but we never say that we are skipping the doctor. Okay, the doctor has to be the part. But when you go directly towards the customer, see, tier 1 city people will have a lot of questions looking at the POCT because they understand technology. You go to public health, they will feel privileged that a government is bringing this technology to us. So this is the difference.
So how important it is to then, emphasize, all the regulatory compliance controls to the people who are operating your equipment, and basically, and I'll tell from one of my experience, and this is out there, but I was in NGS diagnostics, right? So we get blood samples for doing genetic disorder, and we received a blood sample, and we had all the QC in place, so we can track if there is contamination. It just seemed that somebody had contaminated. There was sample from 2 people. As a lab director, I lost sleep for 3 nights. We went back and back, and I couldn't even see a phlebotomist taking blood from one patient and adding it into a tube when there is already blood. And I had no answer. We did it again, and we got the same answer, right? And I reluctantly had to call the physician and say, there is some problem, we are seeing mixed allele frequency, the mutations are not showing. Oh, but does it help if the patient actually received transfusion before we sent the sample? So the patient, their blood, they had received someone else's blood. Of course, there are now 2 people blood. So nobody made mistake, right? But when we got the sample, and I was like, yes, that makes complete sense. And this is just one incident, and we've had many other interactions. Of course, extreme case scenario, right? So running control, like when you are saying it can be operated at point of care, but making sure that the painstakingly regulatory compliance that you have gone through, you can actually educate the end user.
Right. I look at regulatory as a disciplinary action for ourselves. Okay. So when we decided to go for CDSCO, I come from a quality background. I have done my ISO 9001, so I'm an auditor. But CDSCO has a different, it's a different thing because it is a device for us. And when you decide to go ahead with CDSCO regulatory, you actually define your processes inside your own manufacturing or in your own company. So there are 2 things in that. CDSCO or regulatory gives your product the edge, how it should be in the market, the perfection, in the CDSCO they ask you for your, how the device works. So we have submitted that data as well to CDSCO. But when we are supposed to bring that device into the market, training to the technician is one of the most important thing. Okay, why it is important? That I believe that there are thousands of devices in all the the diagnostic the diagnostic package, right? But nobody thinks after a certain time how many times the device gets calibrated in a year. Okay, so sir said that engineers feel that they can give you the solution, but only engineers think that calibration is the most important thing in any device. So if I give a device to any doctor and he uses it, and if the answer is wrong or the measure is wrong, it is not a doctor, it is a device which is giving the incorrect answer. So my personal feel is, when I talk about CDSCO, I talk about calibration as well. These 2 things are very important because a regulatory can give the edge to your device, but these kind of practices can make sure that your POCTs are well established there where they are getting used.
Thank you. Would you like to add something to that? Like, did you have to face any compliance issues when you're giving it to your customers? Right? How do you emphasize that there is a calibration required, there is routine controls required, so that the and just like we said, so regulatory is a backbone, right? You have to integrate it into your thinking. It's how you do your work. And should this be included when you're developing your product, right? End user, who's going to use it? And we have to make sure that what you have done so painstakingly actually does the right thing where you're not there monitoring it.
Yeah, this is like one of the challenges even today we are facing this one. Because for the reason the employment what we have done in the field, right? we have not taken seasonal salespeople. We have taken the people who are like masters in life sciences, who can really educate the technician level and the doctor level how to use a product. One thing. So with that, whenever we supply any product, we deliver the product, we always ensure that end user read the data sheet properly, the instructions for use. So after that, whatever, then after that we give a training to the customer. Then any new laboratories that they are deploying their immunohistochemistry or cancer pathology labs, definitely our people will be there and give the proper training and ensuring that they properly handle the devices what we are providing. So that is something even today we are facing challenge.
Thank you. I think we are on. I'll go, but just very last rapid fire, right? So we have students, we have budding entrepreneurs, innovators, startups, and academic sectors. What would be one advice if you were to just leave them with it? Now I'll start with you, Aditi.
I spoke to somebody some time back and I said कि ये कैसे पता चला? I said in life I only follow one thing. वो टाटा स्काई का एडवर्टाइजमेंट है ना, पूछने में क्या जाता है? You have to ask. You have to ask and you have to ask the right partner. And in my opinion, every startup, you can be on any stage, ideation, in process, any stage, TRL 1 to 9, holding hand of an incubator is the most important thing in Indian startup community. An incubator can lead you to the right place because incubators in India, including AIC CCMB, whom I'm holding hand for last 6 years, has given us the right path to move ahead, to see what is there. Government comes up with amazing schemes for startups. They have coming up with amazing schemes, wonderful opportunities. But we have a limited scope of understanding it. Incubators can help you to go towards that. And second thing I would really like to, I feel, after going through the regulatory, the whole process, I think incubators should be empowered to guide us for the regulatory as well. They should be the partner with CDSCO because all the questions cannot be answered by CDSCO. It is a regulatory authority. We want buddy, incubators who can solve our questions, the basic problems what a startup goes through. I think if that is a combination, then the startup really will go through a very good phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Shiva?
For the first 3-4 years, the objective is innovation product. If we innovate product, you call him or her as an innovator. If you want to be an entrepreneur, the objective is to generate wealth. So entrepreneur is one who generates wealth. So to generate wealth, you need to position your product. Development of product involves only few departments, but to position your product and sell your product, there are a lot of departments which you need to learn, unlearn, and keep learning. So once that objective is clearly there, but that this is where I want to position my product, this is what I want, where I want to see my product, the entire mindset changes. That I think is key. We should not look just only at the product. We should look at where we can position the product.
Yeah, as Dr. Shiva said, ultimately you have to earn the money out of the product. That's what the journey goes. So when it comes to that, never ever ignore regulatory. Unless you have, if you are making a medical device or if you're making any pharma product, it has to go with the regulatory approval. Unless you have that, you cannot move forward. To do that, at least you have to read all the regulatory compliances, and you should know your product well. You should know your customer well. More than that, you should know your regulatory very well. Otherwise, you cannot move into the market at all.
That's right. Funding is important. So thank you very much. My take home is पूछने में क्या जाता है, learn, relearn, and unlearn all again. And yes, know your relative well.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Mr. Sanjeev, Secretary, DPIIT, who's looking after Startup India, whom I would love to acknowledge individually for the very, very deep insights and humongous contribution that each one of you in this room has given towards the success of Startup Mahakumbh in its second edition. I won't take names, but I do hope each one of you in this room is extremely successful in your life, because what you have done for the country, the contribution, the sacrifices that all the organizing committee members on the stage, off the stage, the entire team which has spent relentless hours day in and day out. मुझे भी काफ़ी कुछ झेला इन सब ने, और आसान नहीं है मुझे झेलना, काफ़ी कुछ डांट डूट भी पड़ जाती है. But truly what you all have done is remarkable, and a big round of applause to the entire organizing committee. The very purpose of this Startup Mahakumbh is all of you young men and women, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Startup Expo, all of those who have come in from far and wide to showcase what good work you have done. A big congratulations to each and every of the 3,000 participants. As I was seeing the video, and I recalled that this whole idea of Startup India was launched in 2016 from Vigyan Bhavan. That used to be India's premier location for all grand functions. All major functions where the president, the vice president, or the honorable prime minister, any of our honorable dignitaries was attending, they were all being held at Vigyan Bhavan. Look at the metamorphosis between 2016 and today, when we are assembled in this grand premises at Bharat Mandapam. That is the changing landscape of new India that we are all witnessing. Incidentally, now we don't have one, but two equally big and equally grand convention cum exhibition centers, Bharat Mandapam and Yashobhumi in Dwarka. आपने सुना होगा भारत मोबिलिटी, भारत टेक्स, हमारा फूड एग्जीबिशन, ये सब जो हो रहे हैं अभी 6 डिजिट एरिया में होते हैं. आप अभी भी 5 डिजिट एरिया में हो. 1 लाख स्क्वायर मीटर के नीचे आजकल भारत में कोई एग्जीबिशन होती नहीं है. और हमारा साइज, हमारी स्केल, हमारी अंतरराष्ट्रीय व्यापक जो पोजीशनिंग है, India today is not taken lightly. We are the world's 5th largest GDP. Before the end of calendar 25, we'll be the world's 4th largest GDP. And by 2027, the 3rd largest economy in the world, just 2.5 years from now, overtaking Japan and then Germany. अब इतना बड़ा अगर हमारी छलांग लगाने की ताकत भी है, हिम्मत भी है और संकल्प भी है, पर ये जो चेंजिंग माइंडसेट है, this is best reflected at the Startup Mahakumbh. Truly, what the organizers have done in a short span of 2 years is unbelievable. Who could have imagined when in 2023, so first week of November, Sanjeev Bikhchandani and a team, Archana and all of them had set up a slush type event at the Oberoi in Gurugram, which I had attended. Excellent program, beautifully organized. But you can imagine at an Oberoi hotel, 5-star hotel, how much space, how much participation was possible. But the energy in that room, when I attended the program in November 23, was truly captivating. And I think there from the dais, I had said that within the next 6 months, we should have the largest startup event that India has ever had in Delhi. And I must say, Sanjeev, Prakash, and a lot of our other friends in the room, they got down to working on Startup Mahakumbh. When we had the first edition of Startup Mahakumbh, and it was in a smaller area, probably 10 or 15,000 square meters. But it was truly remarkable. It was beyond what we had expected. And as most people who have worked with me at any point of time, and I think somebody who works with me once always prays and wishes he doesn't have to work with me a second time. That's the impression most officers give me. Arvind, why are you so surprised? But anyway, from the dais at the event in Oberoi, I demanded the largest event to be held in 6 months. This team delivered. We had an outstanding Startup Mahakumbh last year, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. Spent a lot of time meeting up with the startups, interacting with them. Truly inspired all of us. And we were about 3,000-4,000 of us at that time. And I must say, the challenge for Startup Mahakumbh 2 was almost taken up from the dais of Startup Mahakumbh 1. And what we have today is 3 times bigger, 3 times as many participants in terms of exhibitors. And from the numbers that we are hearing of today, at least, if not more, 3 times the number of visitors coming to see the Startup Mahakumbh this time. It's very appropriate you've elected Narendra Modi for the 3rd term. And he had promised you that he'll work 3 times harder, with 3 times greater speed. He'll work for 3 times bigger outcomes. And I think it's only in the fitness of things that as I stand on this dais, I should be demanding for the 3rd Startup Mahakumbh. And the fantastic work that our Defense Department Ministry has done is also a story in itself. Our exports today are 20 times more than what they were 10 years ago. Almost $3 billion, 25,000 crores exports in the year ended day before yesterday on 31st March. And I'm sure the current year's target with Rajesh ji being there would be equally ambitious for significant growth in the years to come. Our defense production is ramping up significantly. We are getting more and more Atmanirbhar, self-reliant for our defense needs. And at the same time, we are having collaborations and partnerships with the best in the world so that our defense preparedness becomes truly world class. And nobody कोई हमारी तरफ आंख उठा के कभी देखने की हिम्मत भी ना कर सके. देखिए, it's all in the mind. It's a mind game. After all, अगर आपके mindset में success नहीं होता, तो आप सब यहाँ पे बैठे नहीं होते, आप सब startup की दुनिया से जुड़े नहीं होते. It's all over here. हिम्मत भी होनी चाहिए, अपने ऊपर आत्मविश्वास भी होना चाहिए, अपनी काबिलियत के ऊपर भरोसा होना चाहिए, और दुनिया की कोई ताकत नहीं है जो हमको सफल होने से रोकेगी नहीं. I have a lot of nice things I can talk to you, but I want to put up a slide which a friend sent me 3 days ago. It disturbed me a lot. And my reply to him was very inspiring. Why I'm telling you what my reply to this was, because I want each one of you to go back with this slide in your mind. And I hope each one of you will take an inspiration from this slide. If it's small in print, what I would urge the organizers to do is actually put up a big board of this somewhere in the exhibition hall tomorrow morning. हो सकता है कि कोई लोग मेरी आलोचना भी कर सकते हैं कि तुम दूसरे देश से क्यों कंपेयर कर रहे हो. मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. हमने सीखना होता है. After all, we are the world's third largest startup ecosystem. But I'm sure each one of you aspires that India should be the world's largest startup ecosystem. We have the world's largest STEM graduates coming out of India, year on year. And 43% of them are our sisters and daughters. And there's no reason why this slide cannot be a foreteller of the future for us. What are India's startups doing today? We are focused on food delivery apps, turning unemployed youth into cheap labor so the rich can get their meals without moving out of their house. And against that, what does a Chinese startup do? Work on developing electric mobility, battery technologies, and with that, they're today dominating the electric mobility ecosystem. We are very proud of what India has done. But are we the best in the world as yet? Not yet. Should we aspire to be? Or are we going to be happy being delivery boys and girls? Look at the second one. I've been going through a lot of our startup success stories, and when I go all over the country, we often have startup presenting to us what work they're doing. Fancy ice cream and cookies. In fact, I know at least 3 or 4 billionaires whose children make on one brand or the other very fancy ice creams and cookies and run a very successful business, and I have no complaint against that. But is that the destiny of India? क्या भारत का भविष्य उससे संतुष्ट है? Healthy ice cream, zero gluten free, whatever, I don't know. Vegan, ये सब शब्द लगा के अच्छी पैकेजिंग करके हम स्टार्टअप बोलते हैं अपने आप को. ये स्टार्टअप नहीं है, ये एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, ये बिजनेस है. दूसरी तरफ सेमीकंडक्टर्स में ग्रोथ हो रही है. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस खुद की अपने देश की बन रही है लोगों की. दे आर इन्वेस्टिंग हेवीली टू बिकम सेल्फ रिलायंट, building chips, AI models, which will prepare the nation for the future. भारत ने क्या करना है? आइसक्रीम बनानी है या चिप्स बनाने हैं? उसके लिए हम सबको हिम्मत करनी पड़ेगी. और ये इतना ही मैं इन्वेस्टर्स को भी कह रहा हूं. Instant grocery delivery, latest hot on the block. I have no problems. He can list at a few $1 billion. I'm very happy. I only wish they'd had more Indian investors rather than the foreigners buying off all our startups. And ये सिद्धार्थ आप सबके लिए चेतावनी है. We need more Indian investors into the game. Again, of course, I won't comment on what it's making people and how our resources are going only towards hyper-fast logistics. And look at what the other side is doing. Robotics, automation, machine learning, preparing themselves for 3D manufacturing, next-gen factories that are more efficient and that compete with the rest of the world and capture markets. हम रोते रह सकते हैं. चॉइस हमारी है. यहाँ युवा पीढ़ी होने के कारण मैंने ये पुटअप किया. Are we as the future of India? और 2047 में शायद भुवनेश्वर को छोड़ के मे बी मैडम हम में से तो और कोई नहीं होगा. फ्रंट रो के भी इस तरफ के लोग छोड़ दो तो उस तरफ के लोग तो शायद नहीं होंगे. अमन यार तेरे को बाहर रख रहा हूं. Y'all are the sculptors of New India. You have to make Viksit Bharat 2047 happen. And that is eminently possible when we start looking at the right side of that chart, which we'll put up at the exhibition hall. We'll need to go global. We'll need to think big. We'll need to be ambitious. We'll need to experiment. We'll need to go beyond the boundaries of our own thinking. Let's not limit ourselves with the past. Let's explore the unknown. And frankly, when we look at deep tech and when I see the numbers are still probably 1,000 companies, 1,000 startups in the deep tech ecosystem, it is a disturbing sign. Wealth creation in the short run may happen with some of these conveniences. पर दुकानदारी का ही काम करना है हमें या विश्वव्यापी और इंटरनेशनल स्केल का भारत की पहचान बनानी है. That, friends, is the choice before us. We may do all sorts of international trade agreements, and today under Prime Minister Modi's guidance and leadership, we are not aiming small. We are not looking at agreements with countries who are in a situation which is even worse than what India is in. That used to be the Congress culture. They would do agreements with countries like, who are much weaker than us. What Modi ji does is agreements with Australia. We are aspiring to do an agreement with EU, the 27-nation bloc, with UK, with USA, with Peru, with Chile, with Australia, with New Zealand, with Oman, with Bahrain, Qatar. Our ambitions are to compete with the best in the world. With every one of them, we talk of a startup bridge. But I can't take to them grocery stores and say this is India's offering for startups. I still remember Mr. Vajpayee when he was Prime Minister and he had added to the old famous words of Lal Bahadur Shastri, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. He had said Jai Vigyan, science. Jai Kisan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. What Modi ji has added is Jai Anusandhan, that's innovation. And unless India gets recognized across the world as a nation that has developed the spirit of inquiry in every child born in this country. Why do you think we are adding 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs? I think this budget announced that, right? Because at the school stage, we want our children to develop that inquisitiveness, that desire to explore the impossible, that desire to be creative, to think out of the box, to be innovative. I had requested that we should get all the incubators from all over the country because it's inspirational to see the wonderful work the startups who have participated in Startup Mahakumbh are showcasing. Today I have a call and another program. Parliament is passing a bill, the Umeed bill, where we are finally going to give justice to our Muslim brothers and sisters for whose sake the waqfs are created, but sadly over the years have become a medium of misuse. We are passing that bill in the Rajya Sabha today and bringing in important amendments, and that bill is called Umeed. ये उम्मीद, ये सहारा बनेगा उन गरीब लोगों का जिनके लिए किसी व्यक्ति ने अपने देहांत के टाइम पे कुछ ट्रस्ट क्रिएट किया, कुछ वक्फ क्रिएट किया, गरीबों का भला हो, गरीबों को कुछ लाभ मिले, गरीबों को शिक्षा मिले, गरीबों का स्वास्थ्य हो, और साथ ही साथ धर्म का भी उनका प्रभाव बढ़े। इन सब कामों के लिए वक्फ बने थे, आस्ते 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 करके मिसयूज का साधन बन गए। मुझे लगता है हमको इतनी सारी चीजें विरासत में मिली थी कि आधा समय जाता है पुरानी बीमारियों को ठीक करने का, आधा समय जाता है आप सबको इंस्पायर करके देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। And I'm looking forward to a wonderful journey that you have gone through and making that a part of my life as I meet each one of you tomorrow. But I can assure you that we stand committed to your success. It may happen that occasionally one or two may not be successful, but I've asked the organizers that we have that platform, Bhaskar. In the Bhaskar platform, I would like them to add a module for those who may not have succeeded, for handholding them, for taking care of them, for the rest of their journey. And this thought came to me only a month ago or 20 days ago. Some of you may have heard of Chakra Innovation? Srivastav hai na koi? Krishna Srivastav. He had come and he had showcased some of his innovative work to me in Vanijya Bhavan. And while I was talking to him, he mentioned about somebody who had not been as successful as him and was going through a depression. And I realized कि हम भाषण तो बहुत दे देते हैं, पर हमने उनके लिए कभी कुछ सोचा नहीं कि कुछ ठोस करें। और हम भी ऐसे ही सीखते हैं, आप लोग से मिल के ही सीखते हैं। हमको कोई भंडार बाहर से कोई इंपोर्ट नहीं किया हमने भी यहाँ पे। आप लोग को मिलते हैं, आपके कुछ विचार आते हैं, उसमें से हम सीखते हैं। And I realized that amongst all our startup work, I think we have given a lot of good updesh or sermons to somebody who may not have been very successful. But let's now, Prashant, create something to handhold those who are not successful. Encourage him to try again. Maybe help him find his roots. And that should be the takeaway of Startup Mahakumbh too. I believe almost 1,500 budding startups, 1,500 pods have been given free of charge. Every district in the country should be present at the next Startup Mahakumbh. And if you are expecting about 100,000 visitors looking at today's number this time, I hope the next edition we can look at a number of at least 500,000 visitors coming to Startup Mahakumbh. And that should not be all Delhi or Delhi based or NCR based. Let's try and encourage children from across the country. Maybe a way to get this message across the country, every college around the country, we run a competition from early on and select 5 children who have a bent of mind towards innovation and get 5 children from maybe 5,000 colleges all over the country to come and visit the Startup Mahakumbh. Maybe we see if we can get every incubator, and we have 1,000+ incubators, to try and send their startup to come. Many will participate with stalls or pods, whatever, and many would like to come and see. I'm told we have 1,000 investors this time around. And I'll have a room full of investors. I'll get Prime Minister Modi to come for that. And if you call 3,000 investors and 5,000 startups of eminence whom we call in the room, then we can have the function at Yashobhumi, where we have a convention center which can accommodate 7,000 people in one venue. So let's think big. Let's be bold. And I tell you, जब ये inauguration की बात कर रहे थे, मैंने actually पूछा कि आएगा कौन, ये इससे जो बार बार ये ऑर्गेनिक की बात कर रहे हैं ना, मैंने पूछा था कि काय के लिए इनॉग्रेशन का फंक्शन कर रहे हैं वहां पे सीधा I'll come and visit, but they wanted me to come and interact with you. I'm glad I came. I'm truly glad I came and I got to meet such a wonderful set of enthusiasts who believe in Startup India. The Startup Maharti is also a very good initiative. I believe they've collected a 50 crore fund, which is going to be India's largest private funded challenge of 50 crores, which will be dispersed through the Startup Maharti program. We have the NCIIPC Startup AI Challenge, which you are running, which will be another 20 crores. So that's 70 crores in terms of challenge money going to encourage new young startups. What will be the target for next year? At least 500 crores. Defense can pitch in a little bit. Defense also, the startup ecosystem is growing. NASSCOM should pitch in a little bit. Get hold of NASSCOM on the table. Then get hold of all the tech areas, semiconductors and AI. So we have Micron coming in, we have advanced applied materials, all these big companies. Let's get the private sector in a bigger way and create a really good pool of capital. And I promise you, actually 500 निकल गया मुंह से, 1000 बोलता तो 1000 crore हो जाता. Honestly, it's in the mind. Believe me, friends. हमें हिम्मत करने की जरूरत है. एक बार हमने ठान लिया कुछ करना है, हम जैसे ठान लेते हैं हमको चुनाव जीतना ही है. मेरा तो पहला लोकसभा चुनाव था. I was very scared. But got tons and tons of love and affection from Mumbai. Maybe you should do one program in Mumbai also. That will be a half-yearly program. But truly wonderful meeting all of you. For us, your success story is not counted as, let's say, an average revenue per unit, not an ARPU that we get out of the startups participating in this Startup Mahakumbh. For us, the ARPU is the accelerated rise in your prosperity, ARPU. The accelerated rise per unit, per startup, showing your prosperity. And if you are prosperous, if you are able to benefit from the 10,000 crores Startup Fund of Funds second edition that was announced in this budget, if some of you can benefit from that, grow, maintain your ownership. And I really feel very sad when I come to know that for the first 25 or 50 lakhs, some bright idea of a young startup got sold to a foreign company or got sold to one of these. I didn't use the word shark, did I? I didn't. But truly, let's try and get some more domestic capital coming into this ecosystem. I'd like to meet with all the unicorns. Prashant, again, your responsibility. Sanjeev, you also a unicorn, right? एक तो candidate यहाँ ही है. Aman Gupta is another unicorn. और कोई है यहाँ पे? अगली बार आएंगे ही नहीं program में, ऐसा हो जाएगा. All the unicorns, I want to make a public appeal to you. You contribute in a fund in India. Maybe ASSOCHAM is here, FICCI is here. ASSOCHAM is here. We have friends from CII also over here. Can we persuade some of the good Indian industry also to contribute so that we can create pools of domestic capital? और मैं तो उम्मीद करूंगा कि हमारे भारत के इन्वेस्टर्स और हो सके तो even the foreign investors should be a little more benevolent, giving clawback to our founders, to the Indian young startups, so that they can get a respectable ownership of their work, of the good work that they are doing, of what they create. I think this will be my appeal to all investors in the room and beyond, to all those who have been involved with the startup ecosystem all these years, a little bit more of a little bigger heart towards the startup ecosystem. And I promise you, these young boys and girls can do wonders, and India can grow towards its mission of Viksit Bharat 2047 much faster, much better, much more creatively, with lots and lots of innovation. The hard work of our youth, coupled with your ability to spot talent, will transform the India growth story. We will not only rewrite the rules of the game of the past, but we will be creating unicorns of the future. We will be creating a new journey to the Startup India vision. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I'm Poojan Joshi. I'm from Baroda, Gujarat. I have my own cybersecurity firm, 7L Cyberwall, dedicatedly focused on cybersecurity services. We have arrived in Startup Marcom for different purposes. First of all, to see what's going on in the cybersecurity space, AI space, and the general Indian ecosystem of startup. So we come for a Startup Marcom for different purposes. First of all, we come for the cybersecurity market to see what's going on in the cybersecurity market, specifically in Indian tech, different variations of technology regarding agriculture technology, healthcare, biotechnology, and the AI and the deep tech. So the experience was very extremely good. The footprints and the different things, also the conferences and the people that we are meeting. Specifically, I have a gold delegate pass. So gold delegate pass is a very valuable thing. I get to meet many investors and also get many industry experts to be in a one-to-one session. So it was a very helpful. And my message to my fellow entrepreneurs and my friends is to Startup Marcom is a very good place to start. We can learn many things from here. We can easily achieve many things from here, from client instructions to the investors meetup. It is a very good way to start. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
నా పేరు ప్రియాంక. నేను థానోస్ టెక్నాలజీస్లో బిజినెస్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్గా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను. సో మా మెయిన్ ఆఫీస్ వచ్చేసి హైదరాబాద్ జీడిమెట్లలో ఉందన్నమాట. మేము ఈ డ్రోన్ ఇండస్ట్రీలో 2016 నుండి ఉన్నాము. మా కంపెనీ అగ్రికల్చర్ డ్రోన్సే కాదు, ఈవెన్ అదర్ సెక్టార్స్ డ్రోన్స్ కూడా రెడీ చేస్తుంది. లైక్ వీఆర్ ఆల్సో ఇంటూ డిఫెన్స్ డ్రోన్స్ అన్నమాట. సో ఫస్ట్ గా మనము డ్రోన్స్ వల్ల యూజెస్ చూసుకుంటే, ఇప్పుడు డ్రోన్స్ వల్ల ఫార్మర్స్ కి హార్మ్ఫుల్ కెమికల్స్ ఎక్స్పోజర్ అనేది తగ్గుతుంది. అదే కాకుండా తక్కువ వాటర్ తో మనం ఎఫిషియంట్ గా డ్రోన్ ని స్ప్రే చేసుకోవచ్చు, వాటర్ ని కెమికల్ స్ప్రే చేసుకోవచ్చు అన్నమాట. అంటే నార్మల్ గా ఒక రైతు 100 నుండి 120 లీటర్ల వాటర్ యూజ్ చేస్తారు ఒక ఎకరంలో కెమికల్స్ స్ప్రే చేయడానికి. అదే ఆ కెమికల్ ని మనం 10 లీటర్ల వాటర్ లో కలుపుకొని స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేసుకుంటాం అనమాట. దీని ద్వారా వాటర్ అనేది వాటర్ వేస్టేజ్ అనేది తగ్గుతుంది. అదే కాకుండా నార్మల్ గా ఒక రైతు ఒక ఎకరం స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేసుకోవాలంటే మాన్యువల్ స్ప్రేయింగ్ ద్వారా 1 గంట కంటే ఎక్కువ పడుతుంది. సో ఈ డ్రోన్ టెక్నాలజీ మనం యూజ్ చేసుకొని స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేయడం ద్వారా ఏంటంటే 4 to 5 minutes లోనే 1 ఎకరం వరకు మనం స్ప్రే చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. ఈ చాలా మంది రైతులు ఎదుర్కొంటున్న మెయిన్ సమస్య ఏంటంటే లేబర్ షార్టేజ్. సో అది మనం డ్రోన్స్ బాగా యూజ్ చేసుకోవడం వల్ల మనం ఆ ఛాలెంజ్ ని ఓవర్కమ్ అవ్వచ్చు. ఇంకా మా డ్రోన్ లో స్పెసిఫికేషన్స్ వస్తే, మా డ్రోన్ వచ్చేసి ఎక్సైట్ మోటార్స్ అన్నమాట. ఆబ్స్టకల్ సెన్సార్స్ కూడా ఉంటాయి. అదే కాకుండా ఒకటి కాదు 2 సెన్సార్స్ ఉంటాయి మాకు. అదే కాదు టెరైన్ రేడార్ సెన్సార్ కూడా ఉంటాయి. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం గ్రౌండ్ నుండి ఎంత లెవెల్ మెయింటైన్ చేస్తున్నాము అదంతా కూడా మనం చూసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. మాది లిథియం అయాన్ బ్యాటరీస్ 25,200 mAh ది. ఇప్పుడు ఒకసారి ఫుల్ ఛార్జ్ చేసుకుంటే 3 to 4 acres వరకు మీరు స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఎన్ని అడిషనల్ సెట్స్ ఆఫ్ బ్యాటరీస్ తీసుకుంటే మీరు అంత ఎఫిషియెంట్ గా ఒక డ్రోన్ కి ఎంత ఎఫిషియెంట్ ఉంటుందంటే 25 to 30 ఎకరాల వరకు స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేసుకునే కెపాసిటీ ఉంటదన్నమాట. సో ఈ రోజు యాగ్ హబ్ వారు ఇక్కడ ఆర్ఏఆర్ఎస్ జగిత్యాలలో ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేశారు. సో దాంట్లో భాగంగా మేము ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి రైతులకు డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్ అండ్ డ్రోన్ గురించి కొంచెం అవగాహన ఇచ్చాము.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, this is Rahul Parak from FORCE2. So FORCE2 means for students. It's an online scholarship platform connecting students with different scholarship opportunities present in India. So in India there are more than 2,000 plus scholarship schemes available for students, for the school students, college students, undergraduate, postgraduate, but you may not have access to them or don't know how to apply. So FORCE2 is one-stop platform for such opportunities. Just come, register yourself, and our team will support you to get and receive the scholarship from any scholarship provider. In order to get the scholarship, you have to create your profile, upload the documentation. So documentation is very similar to what you submit in your school or college. There might be an interview round to check like why you are the needy one for the scholarship. And after the interview round, the scholarships are generally credited to your bank account or your school or college bank account. The documentation is the crucial part. That's what the process you have to follow for the scholarship process.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Rahul Vadera. I am the founder of Bharat Horeca Ventures. We are a B2B online marketplace for the Horeca sector, which stands for hotel, restaurants and catering services. So my family background is that my family business from 40 years supplies to the Horeca sector. We've been catering to big brands such as TajSATS or Broy Flight Services, many hospitals, stadiums and universities. So during COVID, I recognized there's a huge market gap, that 80% of the market is actually the business or owner-operator businesses in and around. If you look, most of the restaurant or the food we get is actually from small restaurants or, which are run by business owners themselves. And they have huge procurement challenges because they do not have the advantage of a big corporate to, store products in bulk. And they do not get the best prices for that. And usually large scale manufacturers also do not send the institutional packs, which are comparatively, cheaper than the retail packs to these people, and there is no availability in the retail market for those. So understanding this gap, we decided to build a platform. I have built a platform called Order-In, which is basically, in a very simple language, it can be called a Blinkit for B2B Horeca sector. And we're trying to consolidate all the manufacturers and stock the product and establish dark warehouses into high footfall zones where we can supply them a consolidated basket of product as a single vendor at wholesale prices. So there's transparency in procurement, and there's a streamlined process where they can, without moving, order services and which can be delivered to them in a quick commerce format. So currently we were testing our product. Now the first store has already launched in Lajpat Nagar, Delhi. We will be launching 10 more stores within Delhi NCR, and we are looking for funding to scale the venture. Our idea is to go beyond 100 stores in less than 3 years, and we've already started supplying to a close net of 30 people, but we have collected it of 4,000 users which have shown interest to come on the platform, and we've onboarded around 65 manufacturers with 200 plus SKUs, and we target to do 2,000 plus SKUs by the year end. So the message is that anybody who is struggling with their procurement supplies and does not understand can take benefit of this, and they do not have to order large bulk supplies. They can order a single pack unit at the same wholesale price, and they can club it together. So and they will not lose money by sending people out to procure for them, and they will have a standard product delivered to them at their door at a cheaper price.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Day to be on your channel. My name is Rajesh. I'm founder of Highway Delight, and Highway Delight is a one-stop mobility services platform. So we provide services like fast tag, GPS, telematics, and we are working also on the road accidents, because on highways many more accidents keep happening. So we have come out with this new product called Raksha QR. It's basically a QR code which you put on your vehicle, be it a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler. The QR code has the information of the vehicle owner and the family contact information and the insurance details. So let's say I'm driving my car, I met with an accident on a highway. So some bystander as a good Samaritan can scan my QR code and give a call to my family. My family will receive the location of the accident and the insurance details of my vehicle and my medical insurance details. So they can take necessary action.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
హాయ్ అండి, నా పేరు రాజేష్. రెన్క్యూబ్ కంపెనీ నుంచి వచ్చాను. నేను ఇవాళ అగ్రి మ్యాపింగ్ వాళ్ళు ఏజీ హబ్ ద్వారా వచ్చాను. ఏజీ హబ్ లో మన ఒక స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీ రెన్క్యూబ్ అనేది. రెన్క్యూబ్ మెయిన్ ఏంటంటే అగ్రి ఫోటోవోల్టిక్స్ అంటే మన అగ్రికల్చర్ ల్యాండ్ లో సోలార్ ప్యానెల్స్ పెట్టుకున్న అధిక ఇన్కమ్ జనరేట్ చేయొచ్చు. కాబట్టి అగ్రికల్చర్ ద్వారా వచ్చే ఇన్కమ్ తక్కువ ఉండడం వల్ల మనకి ఇప్పుడు సోలార్ ప్యానెల్స్ పెట్టుకున్నాం అనుకో, ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది. ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ రావడం వల్ల దానివల్ల రైతుకు ఇన్కమ్ జనరేషన్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. అది ఇంకా సహాయం ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది, వాళ్ళకు దిగుబడి ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు మేము పెట్టి 2 సంవత్సరాలు అవుతున్నాయి. యూనివర్సిటీలో రీసెర్చ్ అవుతూనే ఉన్నది. 2 years రీసెర్చ్ తెలిసిందేమనగా మాకు ఫలితాలన్నీ మంచిగా వచ్చాయి. 95% అగ్రికల్చర్ ఈల్డ్ బాగానే వచ్చింది, దిగుబడి బాగానే వచ్చింది. 100% అగ్రికల్చర్ తీసుకుంటాం, 100% ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ వచ్చింది, 95% ఈల్డ్ వచ్చింది. ఈ 5% తగ్గింది అంటున్నారు కదా. మనకు జనరల్ గా నార్మల్ అగ్రికల్చర్ చేస్తేనే 90 to 95% వస్తుంది. సేమ్ అలానే వచ్చింది. ఇంకా ఇంక్లూడింగ్ ఇంకా వీళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ యాడ్ చేసుకుంటే ఇంకా డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్. మనకు ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ అనేది మనకి ఎప్పటికీ యూజ్ అయ్యేది. మనకి సూర్యుడు ఉన్నంతసేపు ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ వస్తూనే ఉంటాయి. మన ఈ అగ్రి పీవీ ఒక్కసారి ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకుంటే 25 years వరకు మనకు ఇన్కమ్ మీద ఏం సమస్యలు ఏముండయి. అలా అని చెప్పి మనకు అగ్రికల్చర్ ల్యాండ్ లో పంట వేసుకోకుండా ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ వచ్చేస్తూనే ఉంటాయి. మనకు మా మెయిన్ కాన్సెప్ట్ అంటే అగ్రికల్చర్ ల్యాండ్ లో ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ కూడా జనరేట్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇన్ వన్ పీస్ ఆఫ్ ల్యాండ్ వీ కెన్ జనరేట్ 2 incomes.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Rajesh Raman here. I am a media professional for the last 30 years and I have worked in startups, and I also currently have a startup where we are helping companies to raise money for IPOs. We help in the valuation of the companies, we work in the investor relationships. We are an IPO specialist agency based out of Bombay, and we are now expanding our network to all over India. We have raised almost 1,200 crores of capital, and the last one we did was for a company called Prachay Capital, where we had their NCD issue, which was very beautifully subscribed in the market last Monday, 24th of March. And the beauty about startups is that the kind of energy and the kind of ideas that they have, India has, is unique, and we are poised to an amazing growth in the next 5 years. And particularly I saw a lot of health startups. You know, I met a company that is making that is making organic soybean food and franchisee business. So it's something unique which I've never seen. Like that, there are at least some 30 odd companies that I saw. But one grievance I have against the organizer is that it's so large that you end up the entire day and only you are able to cover only half the pavilion. If you really want to understand the product, deep dive, you don't have that much of time. So ideally it should be at least 5 to 6 days, an entire week long activity, so that you can do justice to the exhibitors, because most of the exhibitors you don't end up meeting. So that's my only request. Maybe next time we can have a 5-day or 6-day thing. Otherwise I think it's a great platform for startups, for investors, for the community in general, and India I think is poised for a great growth in the next 10 years. Messages: keep the startup hunger alive. Startups are hungry for success, hungry for growth, and wherever there is growth, there is life.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం అండి. ఈరోజు వరంగల్ ములుగు రోడ్డు ఆరపల్లె ఆర్ఏఆర్ఎస్లో నిర్వహించినటువంటి అగ్రి హబ్ ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రాంకు హాజరు కావడం జరిగింది. నా పేరు పన్నాటి రాంబాబు, షాంపేట రైతులం మాట్లాడుతున్నాం. ఈ యొక్క అగ్రి హబ్ నిర్వహించినటువంటి ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రాము చాలా ఉపయోగకరంగా ఉంది. మరి ప్రస్తుత వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో ఈ యొక్క ఖర్చులు అనేటువంటి అధికంగా ఉన్నాయి, దిగుబడులు అనేటువంటి తక్కువగా వస్తున్నాయి, ఖర్చులు అనేటువంటి ఎక్కువగా వస్తున్నాయి, లేబర్ కొరత అనేటువంటిది చాలా ఉంది. మరి ఈ లేబర్ కొరత నివారణకు గాను ఈ యొక్క ట్రైనింగ్ లో మాకు చూపెట్టినటువంటి యొక్క పరికరాలు, ఈ యొక్క డ్రోన్స్ అయితేనేమి, మరి కలుపు తీసే యంత్రాలు, ఈ యొక్క రోటోవేటరు పరికరాలు, ఇవన్నీ బ్యాటరీ తోటి నడిచేటువంటి యంత్రాలు కాబట్టి ఖర్చు తక్కువగా వచ్చి మరి రైతులకు చాలా అనుకూలంగా ఉంటుంది అనేటువంటి విషయాలు తెలియజేశారు. ఈ యొక్క అగ్రి హబ్ ఈ యొక్క పరికరాలు రైతులకు ఎంతగానో ఉపయోగపడతాయి. వీటిని అందరూ కూడా ఉపయోగించుకుంటే కొంత లాభదాయకంగా ఉంటుందని చెప్పి ఈ యొక్క షాంపేట రైతులం అనుకోవడం జరుగుతా ఉన్నది. ఈ అగ్రి హబ్ నిర్వహించినటువంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్ కు ప్రత్యేకమైనటువంటి కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాము. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
It's time to celebrate special days. Very special, probably. That's why people around the country are here. I welcome all of you, all the speakers, for this special workshop that we are doing at CCMB and AIC CCMB with the support of Blockchain for Impact, one of its kind supporting system and enabler globally to strengthen the innovation ecosystem, not only in the incubators and startups per se, but also in the research and academic institutes. And if you see AIC CCMB, because I think 50% or more, they are not within CCMB and AIC CCMB today. So I have to run through this one slide of what we have done so far. The numbers may be slightly upgraded, but otherwise, if you can see, 2017, when we start this center, Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, with a mandate of supporting early stage startups and innovators, including students and scientists from CCMB and outside CCMB, and even outside Hyderabad, outside the country as well. So we're welcoming such early stage innovators and startups to use the state of art infrastructure, not only from the AIC CCMB that is supported by the host organization CCMB, but also the director of CCMB offered the infrastructure availability and such support systems to all the startups incubated at the incubation center. So as we started from there, we set up a center for predictive human model systems to promote research and innovation in organoids and microphysiological systems. In the past 5.5 years, impactful papers published, white papers, and also some of the reports. And we did fantastic brainstorming meetings along with BIRAC, CDSCO, ICMR, and other policymakers and funding agencies, etc., and corporates, of course. So, as we go forward, we partnered with national agencies like BIRAC, Mighty Startup Hub, DST, NST, EDP, and also other corporates and PSUs through CSR model, CSR, engagement that we did, and set up some centers for wildlife conservation and wildlife forensics in University of Kashmir, Srinagar. And also, COVID times supported several innovators in healthcare and innovation, where we actually support some of the COVID solutions. I think the partnership from local as well as global scenario are very much important for us, where we constantly engage our startups by providing those exposure, because exposure is very much important, not only just being at the benches because we all love our test tubes and pipettes, spending a lot of time there. But conducting these kind of workshops also very much important, and also partnering with those international players very much important. So till now 160 plus startups that we supported, and 50, close to 50, I think now 50 crossed also. Patents were filed in the incubation center by the startups, and also more than 260 crores rupees have been raised by startups, about 10-15 startups. And if you can see 160 plus startups, 10% if you calculate exactly, the 16 plus startups, they actually hit the market, and they're in commercialization stage, contributing to the 5 to 7% of the success rate for the country. So with these small numbers, we welcome all of you. We start a dialogue today where please engage with all of us, including the speakers and the team of AICCCMB. We are here for the whole day and rest of the time, where you can actually gain lot of information, even from starting from the basics of regulatory plans that you may have before you start your research and translational works, because some of these pointers are very much important for each of the innovators. I think we have incubators here, startups here, students here, pharma college students, at least 30-40% today, the audience are pharma college students, and also CCMB students and scientists as well. So please try to utilize this particular workshop contents effectively, and heartfully welcoming all of you once again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hi, I am Ramji Pallela. I am CEO at AICCCMB. Having these 7.5-8 years of journey at AICCCMB, we partnered with several local and international partners who can support our startups, scientists, students who are doing deep tech innovation based research at AICCCMB. And in that sense, one of the key partnership happened that recently with the Blockchain for Impact, and very fortunate to have them with us to do such kind of regulatory workshops that is happen today, CGSCO based, ICMR based, what kind of regulatory systems are there, policies are there, guidelines are there, that were well explained by the expert speakers from various CROs and also startups, and also from the regulatory agencies like CDSCO. I think this kind of supporting systems and platforms are very much useful for startups as well as students, scientists who are taking their technologies forward to get the regulatory clearances to create impact in the country. Thank you so much.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to MyStartup TV.
నా పేరు రంజిత్ కుమార్. నేను అగ్రి ఇన్నోవేషన్ రూరల్ స్పోక్లో రూరల్ కోఆర్డినేటర్గా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను. బేసిక్గా మా వర్క్స్ వచ్చేసి ఏంటంటే, అగ్రి ఇన్నోవేషన్ హబ్ వచ్చేసి హబ్ లెవెల్లో అవుతుంది కదా, సేమ్ అలానే ఈ రూరల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ స్పోక్ వచ్చేసి రూరల్ లెవెల్లో కవర్ అవ్వడానికి ఈ రూరల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ స్పోక్ అనే బ్రాంచ్ స్టార్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇది ముఖ్యంగా జగిత్యాల్, వికారాబాద్, వరంగల్లో స్టార్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. మన రూరల్ లెవెల్లో స్టార్ట్ చేసినప్పటి నుండి కొన్ని ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కండక్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. అట్లానే ఫీల్డ్ డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్స్ అబౌట్ టెక్నాలజీస్ పైన చేస్తాం. బేసిక్గా మనం ఈ కంపెనీస్ని రూరల్ లెవెల్లో ఉన్న FPOస్ని కానీ, SHGస్ని కానీ, మహిళలు, అట్లే రూరల్ యువత, వాళ్ళు ఏదైనా ఐడియాతో వచ్చిన వాళ్ళని, ఐడియా స్టేజ్లో వచ్చిన ప్లస్ టెక్నాలజీ డెవలప్ చేసే వాళ్ళు వచ్చిన వాళ్ళని తీసుకొని ఇంక్యుబేట్ చేసుకొని నెక్స్ట్ స్టెప్కి వెళ్ళడం అట్లాంటివి చేసినాం. ఆల్రెడీ మన రూరల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ స్పోక్లో 5 కంపెనీస్ ఉన్నాయి. అందులో 3 FPOస్ ఉన్నాయి, 2 గ్రాస్ రూట్ ఇన్నోవేటర్స్ ఉన్నారు, ఒకతను డ్రోన్ టెక్నాలజీ అతను కూడా ఉన్నాడు. వాళ్ళతో ఇప్పుడు స్టార్ట్ అయ్యి, ఇప్పుడు మేము స్టార్ట్ చేసిన ఇయర్లో 2 కంపెనీస్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇప్పుడు టోటల్గా 5 కంపెనీస్ అయినాయి. ఇప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ కాల్ కూడా పెడుతున్నాం ఇంకో మంత్లో. ఇంకా కంపెనీస్ కూడా రెడీగా ఉన్నాయి ఇట్లా రూరల్ నుంచి. ఇప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ వాళ్ళ రిక్వైర్మెంట్స్ మీద మేము ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. మెయిన్గా రూరల్ లెవెల్లో వాళ్ళకి ఏం రిక్వైర్మెంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, దేని మీద నేర్చుకోవాలనుకుంటున్నారు అనే టెక్నాలజీస్ పైన వాళ్ళకి ఏ ట్రైనింగ్ కావాలంటే వాళ్ళ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉన్న ట్రైనింగ్ మనం ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ని తీసుకొచ్చి సైంటిస్ట్లని వాళ్ళతో ట్రైనింగ్ సెషన్స్ ఇప్పించడం అట్లాంటివి చేస్తున్నాం ప్రజెంట్.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, so my name is Ritesh and we run AI product studio. We are building suites of AI products and we are here just to see like what's happening in the AI world, okay, and network with people who have done AI products to understand how they are leveraging TTS technology and other technologies in the AI world. I think in the AI world every 5 days is changing, right? Because today there will be a new technology that is coming and then in next 5 days it will be something else. So cannot think of 5 years, right? It's just about like 3 months to 6 months or something like that. We are planning to build some AI technology for construction industry, okay, and that's what we are going to work on in the next couple of months. Welcome.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Ritika Marampalli. I am the head of corporate relations at Atal Incubation Center, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. We are a biotechnology startup supporting a lot of startups in the space of biopharma, biomedical devices and all. So today we conducted a workshop on regulatory compliances. We call this workshop as Day 1, specifically because we wanted to talk about the compliances, the framework that is necessary when you're doing your ideation. So we had a very good panel today. The keynote speaker was of course Dr. Annam Vishala, who is the DGCI, joint DGCI at CDESCO. Also we had an eminent speaker list like Dr. Sonia Gandhi from BIRAC. We had Dr. Kiran from VIDA, Varun Trivedi, and a lot of speakers. So we're very happy that the event went off very successfully, and the participants liked all the sessions, especially Dr. Sudhakar Bangera's. So we look forward to organizing more such workshops, and we're thankful to our partner BFI Biome, Blockchain for Impact, for sponsoring this. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So my name is Sandeep Madan. I head the incubation function at iCreate. iCreate is based on the outskirts of Ahmedabad, happens to be India's oldest standalone incubator. What I mean by standalone incubator is that it's not affiliated to any educational university or college. So where we make up significantly by bringing in domain experts from industry, including business mentors and guiding startups and helping them go further. It's about 12 years old now. It has made its own name and its own mark and its space in the education, in the startup ecosystem. To your point about how one felt being here in Startup Mahakam, I think it's a lot of people miss it, but there is a certain amount of energy, excitement, anticipation, hope. And what is really, really thrilling is the energy that is flowing with the youth and the aspirations. Okay. I think it's a terrific event. I think DPIIT has done a wonderful thing by roping in all other agencies under the umbrella. That includes DST, includes METI, having everybody cooperate and getting them under into one place. Without a doubt, this is becoming as a place to be in. If you're anybody in whoever you may be associated with the startup ecosystem. On behalf of the entrepreneurs and the startups, if I can give a small feedback and make a request, I think all of them would like a certain lesser amount of confusion, a lesser amount of chaos, because it is very painful for them. So I know it's a large event, large scale, but maybe if DPIIT can just do a little bit more better on the planning next year to reduce those pain points for the startups, because it really hurts them. What is the best part of being an entrepreneur? First and foremost, you get to be your own boss. Don't ever forget that. Okay. And that is partly one of the reasons why a lot of people is perceived to do that. Two, everybody dreams. We all have dreams. Being an entrepreneur is giving yourself an opportunity to turn those dreams into reality. It may happen, it may not happen, but you certainly want to give it a shot and you want to make an attempt. There is something else. It comes as a package deal. It's a grind. It's hard. It's tough. It's not a walk on bed of roses. Those roses come with a lot of thorns. It is tough.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Sanjeev Sharma. I am coming from Germany and I have a startup which is housevalley.com. It's a house means like a German house, and valley is the where you can see your dream house. And we are bringing to the home service industry. We are the country, we are the India, which is growing country, and we are the youngsters, so which is famous globally in India. That's how we are here to be seeing that Startup Mahakumbh is a huge platform for the startups where people are doing a lot of great new ideas, innovative ideas here, and I love to see lot of new startup also. And regarding myself, we are the startup for home industries. In this sector, we are coming with a 4 different product portfolio, which is the saloon service for men's and women's saloon service, and the care service for pet care and baby care and old people cares. So pet care is a completely a unique idea where right now in India youngsters would like to have a pet in the house, and that's how, but the market is still untapped to be discovered, and there we are coming to the idea to initiate to care over pets also. This is really important for the having the pet. Sometimes they are figuring out the lot of struggles. And then third product is the chef service. For example, you are struggling for the having a maid cook at your home, and she left over for the emergency purpose. So might be you can come to us, you can book up one maid to us, and then we will deliver to you at your convenient time. So we have the both website as well as the app. So basically we will be working initially stage for the app. We are on the both platform. One is Android and second one is the iOS app. And yeah, that's how we are looking forward. So in home industry, we can see that tier 1 is a huge potential, and the supply is very less and the demand is very high right now. But what I am seeing is tier 2 and tier 3 is completely untapped market right now. We can see there are some huge potential service providers are still there in Indian market, but compared to them, we are completely looking with some sort of elite and premium services where you can see yourself is a bit better, good quality. Also, you feel that you are having some sort of home feeling. The person is really friendly to you and reliable to you. That's the bring we are coming. And next 5 years, our milestone will be like the next 2 years we will be launching in Rajasthan and Haryana state, and then our plan is to migrate our partners to the German industry. So we will be launching our app in Germany also, and then we will be going to the Europe industry also. That's the idea. Yeah, initially we will go by step. Next 5 years we have a plan. Initially we will come to the India, explore the market, onboard the people, and then later on we will train them according to their skill sets and make the highly skilled professional. That's how they can work international skill environment. They can be beaten the professionalism for the Europe industry. And then we can also see that it's also not from India, they are not having a good lifestyles also. They can enhance their lifestyle in terms of salary, in terms of how they live, the quality of life. They can also upgrade themselves. I would love to see that there is Startup Mahakumbh is a huge platform where the people are coming with a different sort of ideas. And yeah, I met a lot of people here, which is huge opportunity. And definitely India is right now in the development phase, and we are seeing all the new ideas is coming in terms of every industry, starting from the semiconductor to the quantum also, defense sector also, everywhere. So we are seeing a lot of opportunity in coming years. I'll say all the best to all the entrepreneurs and best wishes. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Name is Profit Smart Care. So basically, we connect independent healthcare practitioners with clinic spaces. So you would have observed there are a lot of clinics, around 5 lakh plus clinics in India, who are majorly vacant and underutilized. Generally, doctor use it for 4 to 5 hours in a day, and due to the property size, there are 2-3 spaces which are completely vacant. So we connect these clinic spaces with independent practitioners. So on the meanwhile, there are independent practitioners who are actually want to start their own practice, but they don't want to invest in rentals, fit out, salaries, and so on. So we seamlessly connect between both of them, so that healthcare providers can start their practice in a click of a button, and they can book any of the clinic spaces across the city with a single button, and see one patient or a number of patients, and they can start their own practice in less than 5,000 a month. So that's what we do, and we are happy that we have 50 plus healthcare providers which have already onboarded with us, and we are currently working in Gurgaon.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
मेरा नाम शालिनी शर्मा है और मैं स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ में हूँ और मैं एनी ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट्स लेके आई हूँ अरुणाचल प्रदेश, जो कि आपको हमारे पास हर्ब्स हैं, स्पाइसेस हैं, मिलेट्स हम डील करते हैं, जो कि आपको पता ही है ऑर्गेनिक्स में आजकल कितना स्कोप है, और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि लोगों को अवेयर करने की, लोगों को बताने की ये आप किस तरीके से केमिकल और उससे फ्री हो और अपने फूड में ज्यादा से ज्यादा ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट्स यूज करें। जैसे कि हमारे पास देख रहे हैं, हम प्लास्टिक के ब्रशेस यूज करते हैं, कॉम यूज करते हैं, जो कि हमारे अर्थ को काफी नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं। इसलिए यूज नहीं करते हैं क्योंकि इसमें कलर नहीं आता। ये आप दूध में या पानी में ले सकते हैं, जो आपको आपके गट हेल्थ के लिए, आपके लिवर हेल्थ के लिए बहुत बेनिफिशियल है। और हमारे पास ये मस्टर्ड ऑयल है, जो कि आपको कोल्ड प्रेस है, सिंगल फिल्टर है, जो आपको काफी, जैसे हम लोग पहले हम सुनते थे कि हमारे नाक में, कान में हम लोग ऑयल डालते थे, लेकिन आजकल वो सब बंद कर चुके हैं क्योंकि आप सब केमिकल में आ रहे हैं। लेकिन आप ये प्योर मस्टर्ड ऑयल है, तो आप ये आराम से यूज कर सकते हैं, जिसमें आपको कोई किसी भी तरह का हार्मफुल केमिकल नहीं है। तो थैंक यू सो मच।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So basically this is a playbook which is for all the students who are willing to be future entrepreneurs, change makers, change which you want to do to fix the problem. How do you finance and bring revenue into this? How do you connect with people and all this? Right now it has just launched. There are very, very limited hard copies. It's not yet put onto a public platform. This was just a show for launching it. So basically this is a playbook which is for all the students who are willing to be future entrepreneurs, change makers, change which you want to do to fix the problem.
Hello, welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are here at Startup Mahakumbh and we have a special guest with us, Shubham, who's just released a student's playbook. Let's understand what student playbook is all about. Shubham, welcome to My Startup TV. Thank you for being on our show.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
Shubham, quickly want to understand what student playbook is all about.
So basically this is a playbook which is for all the students who are willing to be future entrepreneurs, change makers, the ones who want to build their own startup. Basically, all these years, my own initiative named Community CX, I've tried to build this for the past year, and due to my age, like it's below 18, it's caused like a lot of difficulty. It was a very, very tedious work to do, being in school, doing other stuff, and this. So this is basically a guidebook, a playbook for anybody whoever wishes to pursue entrepreneurship, especially students.
So this basically the whole idea of making this playbook comes out of your own personal experience or challenges you went through, right?
Yes.
So if you, for the benefit of viewers out there and especially students out there, right? What does it have, or just explain what the book has?
So here there's some contents. So basically it will have a lot of steps in which the whole journey is basically divided into in a brief sense. So like you'll have defining your problem, defining what's your solution, what's the change which you want to do to fix the problem. You'll have how to market it, what types of how do you finance and bring revenue into this, how do you connect with people, and all this is all present in this.
Perfect. And your generation is more on digital world, right? Than reading hard copy books. So would you have a digital copy of this as well?
Yes, I do have a digital copy. We can get one for you if you'd like. Yeah.
Perfect. And we will definitely do a review on that in our book review show. How can people buy and where can they buy from?
Right now it has just launched. There are very, very limited hard copies. It's not yet put onto a public platform. This was just a show for launching it. Right now it will be put into the market, and there will be an online PDF also present for it.
Shubham, many congratulations on the book launch.
Thank you.
And wishing you all the very best, and we want to see you launch your own entrepreneurship journey very soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. Thank you.
Thank you for being on MyStartup TV.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Shiva Mallikarjun Reddy, founder, CEO of Org Life Sciences. We are a deep science respiratory drug development company. I'm part of AICC-CMB. We are incubated at AICC-CMB for the last 3.5 years. It's great to be at the regulatory workshop organized by AICC-CMB. It's been an instrumental role played by AICC-CMB in the regulatory framework for nurturing the startups. A lot of stakeholders, including CROs, regulators from CDSCO, and CROs have participated in the event along with startups. We found all this information really helpful in our journey from the very inception of the product development to taking the product to the regulators, to the out-licensing part, filing the IPs. AICC-CMB has been instrumental in filing all these documents and the regulatory procedures. Pleasure to be part of this event.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, CCMB, BFI, Dr. Pooja, Ramji, Dr. Vinay, for inviting me. And then most important thing is selecting this such a pertinent topic, regulatory compliance. Of course, it is day one, but believe me, regulatory compliance is the valley of death current times, not the early stage funding or scale up. How many of you agree with this? Okay, good. Okay, so let's start with a quick survey. I just want to analyze the audience. So how many of you are startups? Okay, good. And researchers? Right. And is there any other category like consultants or, apart from the speakers I know, any consultants, freelancers, any agencies who are working in this domain? Yeah, so we need your expertise in this domain. So thank you. So let's start. Yeah, so as demanded by the organizers, first 5 minutes, 2 slides I have on the introduction about BIRAC. So how many of you know about BIRAC? So that I will not stress a lot of time. Okay, so we have around 3% participants who know. So let me present 2 slides about BIRAC. So BIRAC is Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. It's a Section 8 company of Government of India, Department of Biotechnology. And this has been set up in 2012 to support startups, SMEs to perform high-risk innovations in the field of biotechnology, definitely. And so we always say that we nurture innovations from ideation to commercialization stage. And we have various programs which are aligned, which starts right from the ideation stage and they move till the commercialization. So if you look at this graph, yeah, So in this graph, you can see that right from the ideation, we have programs like eUva, Spurs, Shitares, BIG, AIR. I am assuming that you know the full form of these schemes. Anyway, I will explain in the next slide. So AIR is specific for the academic research, then it moves to the SIBRI, CRS, BIP. So the most important point here is that right from the idea till the commercialization stage, we have various programs, and apart from the grant, we also have equity-based programs like Seed Fund, Leap Fund, ACE. So PCU is Product Commercialization Unit. So this is something which I will talk about in the next slide. And apart from this, we have 95 BioNest incubators across India. And they are actually providing the kind of lab which is required for the prototyping work and for developing the initial level prototypes or the, I will say, products. So the BIRAC is basically, we say that it's a central agency which empowers, enables, accelerates biotech innovation ecosystem in India. And we operate in 5 domains, 4-5 domains, which is most importantly healthcare, because healthcare is actually the area where we actually, today we talk about. Then it is biotech, industrial biotech, agriculture, waste management, sanitation, and clean energy. So let me talk about the various programs we have. So we, as I just said earlier, we start with early stage funding, BIG, the Biotechnology Ignition Grant. So how many of you have applied for BIG? Okay, so 10 participants, 10, I can see few startups who are actually created by the Spurs program also here. So good to see the number. And how many of you are successful in getting the grant? Congratulations, that's a good number. So BIG is very competitive program. We give 50 lakhs of a grant for the establishing the proof of concept. And then we also have at the early stage, we have Spurs, we have SIP program where it's an immersion based fellowship program which is to germinate startups and which leads to academic research. PACE is a program which is for academia. We have 2 components under the PACE scheme, AIR, which is Academia Industry Research, and then CRS, which is Contract Research Services. So I just want to ask a question from the faculty members. Have you applied under PACE? So now you know that, if you want to apply under the AIR scheme, you should contact this sir. Okay, so as we move to the advanced stage funding, we have SIBRI and BIP programs. So SIBRI is for early stage validation and BIP is for late stage. Early stage validation is pilot level clinical validation when you just start doing the testing, in-house testing also, and animal testing, all this comes under the SIBRI program. Again, there is a matching contribution from the company and the BIRAC for SIBRI and BIP. The guidelines are available on the BIRAC website, you can visit. And if you have any queries, you can anytime write to BIRAC. We usually organize grant writing workshops whenever the call is on. So apart from these 2 funding programs, we also have equity, Seed Fund, Leap Fund, ACE Fund. So these are actually in partnership with our, I will say, incubators and our regional partners. So there is an equity which we charge. Anyways, if you want to avail the equity-based grant or loan, then definitely you can write to BIRAC. There are few specific validation and commercialization programs like Janacare, WISH, and product commercialization program, which are very specific for the late stage validation. And if you are interested to get some grant for validation and you also want some kind of networking with the clinical partners and all, that time you can actually apply for the validation programs, which is Janacare, PCP's product commercialization program, and it starts only with TRL level 7. So that means when you have developed the product, at the time of commercialization, you can apply under the PCP. As I said, BIRAC believes in networking, showcasing, mentoring. So we have Global Bio India. Every year we do a large event, Global Bio India. How many of you have attended that? Only the first 2 rows. Okay, 3 are there. So good. Nice. So there are few niche area programs also very specific on antimicrobial resistance. COVID at the COVID time we did a lot of calls in the COVID. Then clean cooking, gorgum, secondary agri. So these are very niche area specific calls. 1 or 2 calls we announce whenever there's a need to align with the national mission mode programs. And at BIRAC we have 2 different PMUs. Grand Challenge India, GCI. Any beneficiary of GCI? No. Or NBM, National Biopharma Mission? Yes, good. 1. Great. So we have 2-3 different mission programs at BIRAC. GCI, NBM, then Make in India is coming up. Startup India, definitely we have a cell at BIRAC. And apart from all these things, we have an incubator in network. We have developed this ecosystem with the help of 95 incubators. So I think CDFD is one of the pioneers, and CCMB is also one of the pioneers. So this is all about the programs which we have, and there are other programs also which I will talk about in the regulatory domain. But if you have any queries in this slide, if you want to apply to any of the programs of BIRAC, you can just write to me, or you can send email to birac.dbt@nic.in, and you will get the answers. So you must have observed that all of these programs are actually linked to the technology readiness levels, right? So how many of you know about the TRLs? Okay, so there are 6-10 participants who are aware. But how many of you agree that these TRLs actually are aligned in terms of innovations and regulations? I mean, most of the people think that these TRLs are only for the innovation. But can you even believe that these TRLs are not only for the innovation, but actually links the regulations and the innovations? So how I can just prove? So first of all, I mean, technology readiness levels are the indicators of product maturity. And the concept was started by NASA. And there are many TRLs. Every organization usually develops their own, but BIRAC, we have our own TRLs. And I will explain only the TRLs for only one area, which is MedTech. So because I was a nodal officer for MedTech for many years, so that is why, in fact, at the conceptualization stage of these TRLs, we have worked a lot with many industries. So I will explain this, but for other areas, like biosimilars, biologics, all the TRLs are available on the BIRAC website, and you can refer to it. So it's a heavy slide. The 2 slides are quite heavy, but I will try to explain bit by bit. So whenever you start a research, you start with ideation, right? So you start with the problem statement. You identify a need. So basic principles are laid down, some foundation, fundamental things, literature review and all. So this is just the first step, ideation, right? Till this point we are okay. But as we move forward, what is the first thing which comes to your mind? Is there a market? Right? So all the investors, all the mentors in all your workshops, what they tell you is that please do the market study of your solution or your proposed problem statement, right? So you start with competitors analysis. And then you start developing a alpha level prototype, or you start sketching a kind of device or kind of prototype. What exactly do you want? But can you even believe, or I really don't know whether you know or not, the regulations start at this stage. When you even start sketching the concept, sketching the idea. So there is a full chapter in the medical device rules which actually talks about the designing. So at that time itself, you should actually know that whatever I am doing at later stage, around 5 or 6 months back, I will refer to a document, very well laid down document, a big document with all the requirements. So it is good to refer to that document before you even start sketching. And then we usually develop the product specifications. But this is the big mistake I have seen that a lot of startups, they don't define the product at the early stage. They just wait for the development. At the end of developing the product, then they think, oh, regulations ask me about the TPP. So what is that? And then they start searching the product specifications through the competitors. But the competitors, the data, everything is available, right? Who is stopping you in defining your TPP at the beginning, at the designing stage itself? So that when you develop a product, when you start spending money, That time you should have full control on the money, on the design, on the competitor's specification, on or your product, right? Okay, so FTO, freedom to operate. We all know about FTO. In fact, BIRAC always, before sanctioning a proposal, we always ask for a FTO report, freedom to operate. So, are you aware of this? Please raise your hand. Okay, that's a shock for me. But yes, the freedom to operate is a kind of document, IP. Whether you have are you free to actually work on that specific idea or that specific prototype? Can you sell it? So that's basically patents and intellectual property rights. So it is very important that you do the freedom to operate search at very beginning. It's a kind of report which is generated. We have IP cell at BIRAC. If you want the help of BIRAC can also help you. But FTO is must. But FTO, is IP, and from last 10, 12 years, we are actually talking about IP and all, but have you ever heard of regulatory risk assessment? So this is something which is very important, and most of the startups forget to do the regulatory risk assessment, that not only with respect to the feasibility, the timelines, but there are multiple things which you should actually check right at the beginning, right at the time of your designing stages. And it is called as a proof of principle. And after the proof of principle, basically what you start developing individual modules, you test these modules separately, whether it is functioning or not. You develop some kind of alpha prototypes on breadboard, laboratory level definitely. You start checking the materials, electrical safety and all, right? So what are the regulations here? So at that time only the regulations start, cytotoxicity, biocompatibility. Later on, if you think about cytotoxicity after developing the material, after selecting the material and developing the product, then your time is gone. Right? So at the very beginning, you should think about the material or everything, every individual component, the regulations required for safety. Safety, Dr. Banghera talked about safety, I can't see him here, but yes. So electrical safety, IME tests, who will do these kind of tests? Are the standards available for these, whatever material you are selecting? Who will actually help you? Are the BIS standards available? If not, are there any international? Otherwise, you have to end up developing a standard yourself, like a voluntary certification. So these things are very important at the beginning, because these can actually define the timeline, the go-to-market strategy, and every possible step you are going to take in the product development. So that is why these first three, we usually say that these are just the research. We are at the research stage. We are doing academic trials. Why should we think about the regulations? So I don't know whether from your institute side you are applying for the IBSC approvals or not, but at the very beginning, at the research level, whenever you're dealing with microorganisms or you're working at the lab, you should know what kind of risk classification of the pathogens which you are using. At the 3 risk-based classification. So you should be aware of all these guidelines, and you should apply directly for the IBSC if it falls under the risk 2 and risk 3 category. Okay, this was all about the individual modules. Then you start integrating different modules, right? You check the function, whether the full system is working or not. And that time, the 3 words which are basic of any regulations, any act, Drugs and Cosmetics Act, Medical Device Rule, take the name of any act. These are the 3 words which are the foundations: safety, efficacy, and performance. These are very easy to hear: safety, efficacy, performance. There is a full guideline which actually explains how to do the experiments, how to make a protocol, how to design a study. So all these things are required at the time of just proof of concept. We are at a research stage only. We are not talking about commercialization yet. And then proof of concept established. This is the 4th stage. I've just talked about it. And at this stage, we try to perform animal models. So you should be aware of what kind of animal models are available in India. If not, whether you should pursue your research or you should change it, or you should go for simulated model. But simulated model, again, whether it is acceptable by CDSC or not. whether the guidelines accept these kind of simulation model. Otherwise, later on, after doing all the tests, you will go to CDSCO for test license or manufacturing license. They will clearly ask for the data and they reject it. Again, you are at the zero stage. So these are some of the things like IAC, CCSE approval. So are you dealing with the small animals or with the large animals? Which approval you have to take? If the humans are involved, then IEC. So what are these guidelines or what are these approval bodies? You should be aware of all these things. Okay, this was all about the research. And the usual perception is that the regulations start at this stage, at the clinical trial stage, at the first in-human trial stage. But again, QMS in-house testing, we need IEC, ISO test, the list should be ready with you, what kind of standards are available from BIS side, it should be ready with you for your product. Quality management certification is such a basic requirement and there's a full schedule for QMS. It's very difficult to implement. So you should read through all that schedule of medical device rule. And then comes the GLP, GMP, GCP. So what are these? So there are very big guidelines for GCP, GLP. I mean, we can organize 2-day training just on GCP. So GMP is good manufacturing practices and GLP is laboratory practices. So all these things are required when you start thinking about animal trials or first in human trials. And there are different guidelines for these different requirements. Okay, so IEC again should be registered with CDSCO. Are you aware of this fact that all the IEC, every organization has an IEC, right? And it is registered, it is approved by CDSCO. And there is a guideline which defines that what kind of people are there in IEC. How many of you are aware of this? Only 2. Okay, 5. Good. So let's move forward. We have early stage validation. So after in-house testing, we go for the outsourcing. We usually do third-party validation. Again, this is just the early stage validation. And you have fully functional clinical grade device, not the alpha, beta, gamma. It is a clinical grade device. That means it will go for testing in humans. And you should have a regulatory dossier ready with you. With all the documentation, it should be as per the checklist which is provided by CDSCO. Quality assurance certification, CE certification, although it's not a requirement in India, it's a European requirement, but most of the startups in medtech domain, they try to get the CE. And you should be aware of the various standards which are applicable, various tests which are required for CE, because the charges are huge. And there are many consultants, I should not say this, but there are many agents who try to fool you in terms of getting the money. But if you go through some of the guidelines, they are very easy and you can directly approach the CE, or in fact CDSCO for national level also. You can directly approach CDSCO. They have a PRO office, you can write to them and you can get the clarifications. Okay, so once you get the test license, pivotal study, pilot study, pivotal study starts, and then comes the manufacturing lines. So you have to, if you want to outsource, you have to select a partner, a manufacturing partner who has QMS, where you can get your product manufactured as per the regulatory requirements. You can't just assemble your product in lab and start testing. Later on, the CDSCO will come back and say, you are not taken the test license. You don't have a QMS system in place. So what to do now? You go back and start doing the trials again. So that is why it is very important to actually sign the agreement with the manufacturing partner that they will manufacture as per the regulatory requirements after taking the test license from CDSCO. Okay, design for DFM, design history file. These are big documents which should be prepared. Not only you should start developing these documents at the early stage only, at the time when you start sketching or at the time when you finalize your prototypes for the clinical grade. Yes, so final pre-commercialization manufacturing license is given by CDSCO, and then you say that yes, happy, my product is in market. There are again regulatory requirements like pharmacovigilance, post-market studies. That's how at the TRL 9, even after commercialization, you have to follow the regulations. Okay, I've just touched down on the various requirements. I have actually missed a lot of other things also. And this is only for medtech domain. If we move to biologic stem cells, we don't have any regulatory framework, like Dr. Sudhakar Bangera also mentioned. But for biosimilars, it's very well laid down. So you should be aware of the various guidelines you should actually read before even starting like a coursework, right? I mean, you must be postdocs, PhDs in the biological domain. Have you ever, I mean, I think some of the students are from pharmaceutical background also, right? Please raise your hand. Okay, do you have a regulatory course in your degree program? Okay, so what kind of studies, what kind of topics you study in this? Anybody can just tell us. Okay, okay. That's actually really good, because in India we are also trying to develop some kind of regulatory courses for the scientists for biotech domain, for giving them this kind of, I mean, IBSC, what is GRAS, what is risk-based classification. In terms of, I'm not talking about the medical device risk-based classification, I'm talking about the microorganisms. So BSL level 3 facility, when to use it. So all these things you should know at the research stage only, and we should have a course for it. So that is why we are working with different organizations to actually develop courses, so that the scientists at the time of MSc, PhD, postdoc, they should be aware of the regulatory, so that when they start a company or when they do a research, they do this research ethically and they with responsibility. And believe me, I'm facing a lot of problems in hiring manpower in the regulatory department of BIRAC, because as Dr. Sudhakar mentioned, the industries also just hire freshers in the quality assurance, because we don't have the trained manpower. Who will train it? We don't have any trained manpower. So we have to hire freshers and we have to train them. So it is very important, it's a high time that all the academicians should work towards developing some courses also. And this is just the beginning. So in your journey, you have to face a lot of dilemma in terms of regulatory pathway. You have to take a lot of important decisions. So when is the right time for regulatory filing? At what time you should approach CDSCO? What geographies you should select? Because there is a high cost for every geography. What kind of manufacturing license, in which geography you want to apply, which market you want to select, what kind of documentation is required, whether you should hire a regulatory consultant or not, because a lot of fees, a lot of money involved in it. And where will you get this fund? So who should be your validation partner? Should you hire a CRO, or you can directly go to a hospital, select a PI in that for that specific indication and start doing the trials? And what kind of standards and specifications? It's very difficult to get the list of standards which apply to your product. For a single ventilator, there are more than 40 standards, you know. So how to get that list? It's very difficult. And then challenges, definitely regulatory awareness. Startups struggle a lot. There's no single body who actually trains them, who can take their questions. Apart when we started First Hub, it was started specifically for this reason only. Regulatory guidance. I mean, the biggest aspect here is that different organizations with different mandate, which actually regulates different products. Now look at this slide. 10 different organizations. CEDESCO, DBT, RCGM, IVSC, MO, GACs, Ministry of External, ICMR, BIS, QCI, FSSAI, NIB, then for HTA, for integration into the national level programs, you need HTA. And I forgot NPPA, the Pricing Control Authority. So it's very difficult to deal with these different organizations and even know that whether we fall under the domain of this specific organization or not. Okay, so this is the unmet need of regulatory facilitation. These are just the chapters. Okay, the new medical device, just the list of chapters. Have you read this book in any of your courses like this? Is this big book? Okay, there are two I can see hands raised here, 3 also. So good. It's a very big book. It's a big act. You should read it like a coursework. So you can download. It's a big PDF, bilingual, Hindi also and English also. So you can just download and read it. And if you are able to understand these chapters, we will organize a workshop by taking you as an expert, because it's very difficult. And apart from these chapters, there are schedules. and then there are new definitions. And believe me, it's just very difficult to actually, let me give an example, to distinguish between clinical investigation and clinical performance evaluation. And then establish a link between predicate device and substantial equivalence. And the full regulatory pathway changes just because of this definition. There are two different pathways. If your product is a novel technology or novel device, then you have to take different kind of approvals in different kind of forms through CDSA. But if you have a predicate device approved by CDSCO in India, then there is a different pathway, and which is easier. So at the very beginning, at the time when you start applying for test license, you should be aware of these guidelines, these rules. Okay, so this is just three, in the beginning itself in the medical device rule, where all it, in which categories this medical device is applicable, medical device act is applicable to. This is just the first section. And it's very difficult to interpret these clauses. See, I'm just reading out: without anticoagulant covered under subclause 1 of section 3 of the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. So this is just for in vitro diagnostics. They're explaining that what kind of things are included under the Medical Device Act. Then substances including mechanical contraceptives, disinfectants, insecticides notified under subclause 2nd of section 3 of Drugs and Cosmetics Act 23 of 1940. And devices notified from time to time under subclause 4 of clause B of section 3 of Drugs and Cosmetics Act. But this is just to tell that what kind of things are applicable. The medical device rule is applicable to these kind of devices. So earlier it was only 9 categories which are regulated by CDSO, but now let me make it clear that all the devices, IVDs, comes under the purview of CDSO now, after the implementation of medical device rule. There is a risk-based classification, risk A, B, C, D, but there is no NOC now. Okay, because a lot of startups come to us that yes, we have a NOC, please fund us, please release the first money. But the NOC is the old concept. There is no NOC from the CDSO side, right, ma'am? Yeah. Okay, so that is why, because of all these challenges, we have started DRAPA. We thought that yes, we are giving a lot of funding, we are supporting startup, but at the end nothing is actually coming into the market because everything is stuck at the regulations, and startups come to us, and at the various platforms of BIRAC, they just talk about the regulatory challenges. So we have created this new department at BIRAC, and the aim is to drive innovation through navigation of regulatory complexities, harmonization of global regulations, and advocate for policy that catalyze the growth of startups, SMEs, and entrepreneurs. So I will not go through the objectives. So these are the 5 verticals of the RAPA. So first, very important, is the facilitation, regulatory facilitation for the startups. We have various programs. First, Hub Refine, I will present in my next slides, which are very specific for the startups, for the entrepreneurs, for the innovators who want to take regulatory guidance from different kind of stakeholders, not only CDSU, but all the regulatory bodies which are covered under the biotech domain. They come under the purview of First Hub. I will explain about these things. And then we have a vertical within the RAPA, which is for the in-house compliance. So whatever proposals we fund, we check that all the proposals are aligned with the Indian national regulatory requirements. So this is again a very big task. The third one is in process. We are trying to develop regulatory centers. It is specifically for testing and certification. We want to upgrade some of the existing Bionest incubators or academic university-based labs to a level wherein they have become compliant to regulatory requirements, and they start testing the prototypes, whatever are developed by the startups, at some subsidized rate. So there are multiple things which are happening. 4th and 5th are actually linked: policy advocacy and developing impact papers. So this is something which I will talk about in subsequent slides. So let's start with facilitation. If you have any program, you can submit your query under the First Hub portal of BIRAC. How many of you have availed this services from the First Hub? Okay, so you must have not reached the stage wherein you thought that regulatory guidelines are applicable to your products. But believe me, this is the platform where you can directly connect with various agencies like CDESCO, NIB, GEM, KIHT, BIS. So all the ICMR is one of the agency. So if you have any query, any question related to these organizations, they come and meet on first Friday of every month, and we take queries of the innovators. So you can directly write to us. In fact, you should submit a query through the BIRAC portal, BIRAC First Hub portal. So any query related to regulatory pathways, IP, investment opportunities, mentorship, market access, you can submit it First Hub. So these are just the recent, the list of the First Hub sessions we did, around 6-7. We are mandated to do one only, but because of the high demand, we are doing 2 or 3 First Hub sessions every month, and that too with the 2021 queries. So thanks to all the experts from these 6-7 agencies. And it is all booked for next 2 or 3 months. That's the load we have for the First Hub, the kind of questions we get. Okay, so this First Hub is only a kind of awareness program. It just gives a holistic overview at what exactly, where to go, which portal, NSWS or Sugam, or which guideline to refer to. But I've actually seen startups come back to First Hub 3 or 4 times. Yes, I've gone to that website, but I really need some kind of hand holding. What to do now? So they just referring them to a guideline, to a portal, never helps. So we need a hand-holding program. That is why we recently launched Refine, which is regulatory facilitation for innovators and entrepreneurs. And it has 4 different services. And very important. So first one is customized product-specific in-depth regulatory. So any questions or any queries which is very specific to your product. Because in First Hub, we give a general guidance. Right? If you have a product, you can go to this medical device rule you should follow. And we usually give you just 5 to 10 minutes of time. But if you have very specific queries and you want to share your IPs, your confidential data with the CDESCO or with an expert, then you can come with to Refine program, and you will get very specific regulatory guidance for your product. The second one is application support. Like, it will help you in the application process also. In developing the guidelines, not the guidelines, the dossiers, the documentation for the application. Third is risk assessment. I talked about risk assessment at the very beginning of my presentation. Like when you are at early stage of the product development, that time you should do a risk assessment, regulatory risk assessment, so that later on you should not fall into the valley of death. And success metrics for product development, whether your product will succeed or not, what kind of things you should know, regulatory requirements you should know at the beginning. So these are the 4 services which we provide. And if you want to avail, you have to enter through the First Hub currently, because we have not opened it for the general public, but we will. I was actually waiting for this question. So I can't say anything at this stage, but definitely currently we are not charging anything, but in near future we will announce some guidelines regarding the Refine. And it is not currently open for general public. So from the First Hub, we are selecting few queries which goes to the Refine. So policy advocacy, this is something which we are doing within RAPA. It's a think tank for and of BIRAC. We organize regularly some brainstorming sessions, policy dialogues, and basically we always say that we are the voice of startups. So whenever there are some consultations happening at the government level, we participate and we give the opinion of startups. So these are some of the examples. We have recently created a global regulatory knowledge exchange forum for emerging technologies. And this is very specific for those technologies where there is no regulatory framework exists. So like CGT, stem cells. So there are no regulations as such. So that is why the idea behind this is, let's start the dialogue between the global agency like US FDA, MEA, EMEA, MHRA. So let's bring all the parties together and start the dialogue. If we share the exchange at the very beginning, then ultimately whenever we form a guideline, it will be harmonized. And believe me, it is very difficult to harmonize the guidelines once it is developed. All the international organizations, including WHO, they have different harmonization cells, but now they have changed the concept from harmonization to convergence, because they have realized that harmonization is not possible. And it is affecting trade, a lot of trade, and companies have to do a lot of extra experiments, a lot of extra tests just to enter into the US or the EMEA market. And this is one of the consultation we are doing on 20th of February, and it is very specific on CGT, regenerative medicine and precision medicine. So it is actually through invitation only. If you want to participate, you can write to, this is my email ID, headrapa@birac.nic.in. And we believe in collaboration, so we have already collaborated within the RAPA for regulatory and policy work. We have collaborated with the US FDA, WHO, CDESCO, and there are multiple, but USP is one of the partnership I really want to explain, because this will actually help in bringing subsidized reference panels, reference standards for the researchers and for startups also, which are currently very high cost and there is a monopoly, and it's very difficult to even get access to. You have to wait for 6-7 months sometimes for getting that standard. So it is something which we are working on, and also we will try to develop educational material with the USP specifically for biologics area. And the third aspect will be on the development of monographs, wherein we are working together with WHO and USP for developing some kind of specifications for the biologic product. Okay, this is one of the, I will say not a call, but we are inviting applications for empanelment of agencies in the regulatory and policy domain. So if you are interested, you can apply here. And this has 2 different categories for, it is not an outsourcing, it is a kind of partnership, it's a kind of engagement with the various stakeholders, with the various experts, with the various consultants who are working in this domain. So that, because the load is quite high, the number of startups we are supporting is more than 8,000. So I just have 8-member team. So it is very difficult to actually implement or all the kind of work, all the good regulatory related work we are trying to do. It is very difficult to implement through 8. So this is why it is not outsourcing, it is a partnership, it is a kind of engagement, but we are doing because we are a government organization and we have to follow the tender process, and that is why this is just the empanelment. And every time we have to do a kind of workshop or some kind of consultation or any kind of research, any kind of landscaping, any kind of report we want to publish, we can very easily collaborate and we can work on these aspects. So these are the partners we are working with. This is actually 3 years old slide. So there are a lot of more partners which are already there, and thank you. This is just the impact. Again, this is 2 years old impact. The numbers have increased a lot. So thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see some young kids here trying to understand and learn quite early. Most of the time, I have dealt with people who have put their fingers and then came to us only when it was burnt. Yeah. By then, you are already having a midlife crisis, or almost about to retire, which means somebody is going to kill you if you want to put this product in the market, and then you realize, oops, I had to follow regulations and I didn't. Okay, so everything goes waste. So here is, as Dr. Pooja mentioned, regulatory is always, everybody thinks a nightmare. But in the last 25 years that I've been in the industry, pharma industry, I felt no. Because those days when we started, we had something called Scheduled Y, and everybody was like, oops, so much of, notorious regulations, and this is not addressed in Schedule Y. So my first thing was, if it is not addressed, why are you bothered? Right? Those days we didn't have anything for medical devices, but those people who had running something on medical devices or with the IVDs, they were like, what should I do? I said, do nothing. Because there is no regulation, so why are you bothered? No, they wanted regulation. And when the regulation came finally from 2018, everybody was like, now what will I do? Yeah. So now we have at least something better than what it was in 2001 when I started. And now we have quite descriptive regulations or specification that you can understand very well. But still there is confusion. Doesn't matter. Now, for example, anything on gene therapy and cell therapy is not there. But still we have a CAR-T on the market. Okay, with just 20 patients been done at one hospital. Is there a regulation for that specific? No. Why are you worried then? Yeah. So you may come up with something. The other example is a lab developed test. Okay. So you have developed something in the lab, and unfortunately you cannot market it as a kit, a single or in combination, and put it in the market because there is no kit there. Basically you are using your own analyzers in the lab, and you have developed some reagents or you have some reagents already in the market, but the process and the procedure is something different, unique to you, and only you can do it. So basically all the samples will come to that lab, and you come up with a report or the diagnostics, and based on the diagnostics you think about a therapeutic regimen, right? Now, is that going to be a product? No. But is that procedure and process can be a product for diagnostics? Yes. Do we have a regulation for that? No. But should we not do anything for that? No. So there are chances. I have taken one of the company letter from Bangalore and I said, go and meet the DCGI. Yeah, so they could sit with the DCGI and they took patients and they said, sure, go and do it. But do we want to frame a regulation? No, it's a 5-year circus that we have to do it. Okay? So don't worry about it. I'm going to give you a very high level overview of what is required, and the time is short. So bear with me if there is some information or I say, let me skip this. How many of you buy products? How many? Raise your hands. And some are showing half. I don't know whether you buy half product. Okay, all of you buy, most of you buy products, right? But in fact, all of you buy products. Now, have you ever realized most, at least 99% of the product that you buy goes to regulation? I'm not talking about the textiles, but your phone, as simple as that. I think everybody has a phone now, right? Good or bad. But you have a phone. Remember, when you have a phone, you don't realize that it also goes through some standards. And it has got its own regulatory thing. Would you buy a phone that burns a year? But nevertheless, you buy a 10,000 rupees at least a phone. Why do you buy it at 10,000? Or why does the phone cost a price of 10,000 which you don't realize? You think that 1,001 is bogus and it just dies whenever it wants. No, it's not like that. A 1,000 rupee phone or a 10,000 or a lakh phone has to go through regulation. Okay, so if you want to know, just go to your settings, go about, and then you check for the regulatory compliances. You will see a list of standards that you have to follow, if you want to bring the phone to the market. Likewise, when you say you are buying something and there is a regulatory compliance to that, or the company says that this meets IEC, this meets ISO, this meets some other guideline, then you are confident that when it is with the regulations, then you are confident then there is a high or a safeguard for the efficiency and efficacy. Now when it is a medical product, it could be a drug, it could be a vaccine, which is a biological, or it could be a medical device or any other. When you say that it has been approved by the regulatory, then we know that the efficacy or the performance of the product very high. Okay, so we can blindly go to the pharmacy, or when the person prescriber prescribes, you can buy that product from the pharmacy and gulp it without a second thought. Or you buy a phone and use it from day one, you know that it is not going to catch fire and burn your ears. Okay, so that's what regulatory compliance means. Okay, yeah, and then So nobody will, if you don't, so most of the time I have, I've been a mentor to quite a lot actually, to startup mentors. And let me give you an example. So when they come to me with a medical device, especially IVD, they ask me, can I put it in the market? The first thing I used to ask them once upon a time was, how safe it is. And they used to always say, it is very safe. Okay? So I started asking this next question was, if I use this on your parents, would you be okay with that? If the IVD gives a 600 milligram deciliter RBS, random blood sugar, are you okay with that? Yeah, it's okay. After some time, I went to step 3 and I said, if we test this on your spouse, are you okay? And the answer was very quick. They said, okay. Because if he or she dies, there is always a possibility of getting more, right? More than one, at least. So I went to step 4, and that is, if we use it on your kid and something happens to that with a medical device or a wrong diagnosis, are you okay? And that's where it hit the mindset of the people, and they never gave an answer. They went back to their desk and started working on that more. So when it happens to your own kid, then you realize the safety and how it is important for you. Okay? Till then we don't bother, even with the cars also. We'll drive with a safety belt. Okay? It doesn't matter. And people in the back seat, they think it's the freedom space there to do all kinds of circus. And the babies are on the laptops of the mother always, and doesn't matter until it is thrown out. Till then nobody gets that effect, right? So likewise, when somebody says, some company says they have complied with the regulations or the regulatory requirements for that particular product, then we get an automatic, gain in trust. Okay? Trust out there. Okay? Yeah, because the next thing when I said, what about your quality? They always say, it's so expensive to do it. But when they buy a phone, they always want a minimum of 10,000 to be spent on that. I don't know, is it because of the thing that you get, euphoria or some hallucination or delusion? No, it costs that much to have a safe product. Okay? So, yes, of course. Likewise, when we say, what would be a market price? Or in the application, we see that on the top, cost effective, at the same time, low cost, affordable. Really? You want to buy something that is going to kill you and because it is available cheap? So I used to always tell the people who write that application is low cost, cost affordable and all this blah blah. No way. It is not going to work that way. Okay, because once they come to the market, then they realize how expensive it is. Okay, how expensive it is. All right. But at the same time, we need to have a regulatory system or the government's policy or government thinking that we should not stop development. Okay, that's why protection of public health is important, but at the same time, it should not discourage product development. So that's why all the regulations are in such a way, and remember, it's generic. Okay, it's not specific to your product. Okay, you need to make sure that what is applicable to you. But at the same time, for the same heading, it's just not applicable to my product. But keep that heading in your document. So regulations always identify, mitigate, and also eliminate risk at all stages. All right. Hopefully, so do you think a regulatory agency like we have CDSCO in India, do they really bother about standards? And you will be surprised that CDSCO is very active, and fortunately the current DCGI comes from pharmacovigilance background. So he's after everybody's neck to make sure that the products that are there in Indian market are of good quality. Okay, at least you could understand that. So you see this one, probably this December, I think so, if I'm not wrong, from CDSCO, and this is what the products are, and this is what the companies are, and this is what the problems are. Okay, and if you see most of them, and if you see closely, actually I had marked, I don't know, maybe I took some other file. If you see the companies and the places of these companies, you will see majority of them, at least 60 to 70% of them come from Baddi in Himachal Pradesh. Okay? And some gullies of Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, and many places. So because I come from this background and I understand this well, and plus I had a problem with my own kid who was premature, was given a spurious drug for 6 months of his life. He was born at 24 weeks, which is about 5.5 months. And he was taking calcium, 1 bottle for 3 months, second bottle for 3 months. And when I got the third bottle for the 7th month, I saw it was clear solution. But the first 2 bottles were sunset yellow. And that time there was Nicholas Piramal. I went and really had a big conversation. And then they realized that it is spurious. The first 2 bottles were spurious. Imagine you are a medical doctor, you are in clinical research, you are in the pharma industry, talking with the regulators on a daily basis, and you are finding a month kid born with 1000 grams, and the second fellow was 860 grams, was given a spurious product. What are you going to do? Yeah, I did. And what would you do? You would just say God's fate and leave it. No, I did not. I really took them on, head on. Okay? But whom do I blame? Which company does the spurious? Not them, though, somebody else. But we could get a good hospital here in Hyderabad, a big chain of children's hospital. They had in their pharmacy. That means the guy did not even bother. I got it closed. Okay? So this is how things happen. And that's why you see a lot of companies in Baddi area, have a lot of, this kind of spurious thing that is happening. And imagine you are taking, in a syrup you take particular matter, it is fine. Like we drink water and with a lot of minerals in that, right? Which is nothing but dust and, all that shit also going through that, right? So, but in a sterile solution, do you want a particulate matter in that? No way. Or impurities, no way. So likewise, and big companies are the small companies. Okay? Yeah? It's not the small ones. There are big ones also. Okay? Imagine your father is on a ventilator and it stops. Just because the battery charger in the ventilator does not conform to the batteries that you're going to use. And it stops suddenly in the middle of ventilation. Yeah, when you have this kind of thing and then start writing the will as soon as possible and transfer the properties as soon as possible, right? Even chips, Lays, undeclared allergen. Eat chips, you know the allergens yourself, what is allergic to you, but it is undeclared here, so you eat and then you crash. Yeah, one of my cousin sisters also died like that, just flat on the thing. All right. So it's not that it's big company or small companies. It is the people in the quality department who are supposed to be doing that. And unfortunately, I don't know why Indian companies focus on taking freshers from college and put them into quality department. I really don't know. Without experience, will the kid do a quality management there? Like in vaccines, we see for particulate matter like this. The guy from B Pharmacy is going to sit there and do this, and he said, "Arey, leave it here." First time he may be okay. After third day of his job, he says, "ठीक है." I'll give you another example of a big company wherein US FDA, because it's exported to US, the US FDA can walk in any time. A surprise visit, knock and get inside. The FDA inspectors get in and they see that one guy is sitting on, these petri dishes, because those were kept at the corner of all the sterile facility. Okay, and he's taken all those petri dishes kept on the table. There were some colonies in that, and he's writing 0, 0, nil, nil, nil. And the inspectors walk in, they ask, "What are you doing?" He said, those dishes, they are kept on the corridor passage. It's a sterile facility, and he brings it out and he checks for any bacteria or the colonies there. And this guy is writing nil, and they see that. They locked it. $150 million business per day was closed down because of one guy sitting there without understanding the consequences of quality. Okay, so so this is what is required. This is what is required for you people to understand what is it. What is the importance of regulation and how the regulatory agency now starts, doing that quality testing, and also it has ended up with recalls. And imagine you are a startup, you don't want a recall on the first instance, all right? Or even a big company also, you're not going to. And if I see some of those, they have paid about $3 billion. They have paid $1 billion. One of the company that I have worked with, we acquired that company actually, and their previous history made them to pay $1 billion fine to US FDA. Okay, Indian company. All right, so where are the regulations coming from? So I always say it's an interministerial circus. But fortunately, it's a single window system, and we deal with the Department of Health and Family Welfare, which has DGHS, Directorate General of Health Services, but we submit all the applications through CDSCO portal. CDSCO portal, and now Government of India has come up with a national single window system also. One by one, it will go through that as well. But currently it is a little bit of messy. But anyway, CDSCO is online portal called Singam portal is working very well. And the law that we need to have is Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. But if you're doing academic research with no new drug or investigation of new drug, then you think about ICMR. Okay. Once again, don't keep on telling that, "Oh, I follow ICMR guidelines." Remember, if you have a new drug, you have to follow the law, not ICMR's guidelines. ICMR is not the authority for approval of any drug, biological, vaccine, medical device, anything. I know they came in between during the COVID season and they were trying to do all kinds of circles. Ultimately, CDSCO has to give you approval. And those days, we could get in one day itself. I got it in one day also. Okay? But now, so again, anything to do with new drugs, new products, okay, or investigation new drug, it has to go through CDSCO, and academic research is here for a PhD thesis and all that. But if it is something to do with biotech product, then DBT has a RCGM, Review Committee for Genetically Modified Products. And if it's something to do that pollutes, then you have GEAC, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee. And if you're going to, after the marketing, if the department DOP comes up with the National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority, they also cut down the cost, or they say this is a cap for that. Okay, I really don't understand why that is needed, because you tell me, you can take the I think the best example I would give is Augmentin. When I bought 20 years back for the kids Augmentin syrup, it was 110 rupees, okay, for 30 ml. Now the same product After 25 years, it is 90 rupees. Really? The costs have come down for pharmaceuticals? The salaries have come down in the companies? So why is that? So what happens is simple. Now, paracetamol, supposed to be 500 milligram, they'll give you 350 milligram. As simple as that. A Parle-G biscuit, 100 grams was 10 rupees, now it is still 10 rupees. But do you know what's a gram now? It's 80 grams. So somewhere someone is going to cut it, okay? And these guys have no idea about it, okay? For patent, we have the Ministry of Commerce, and then we have MITI for Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So if you are going to deal with somebody's personal details, then you need to follow that as well. So the regulatory agency is not DCGI, please instead of CDSCO, okay? Like we don't keep on saying director, right? It is CCMB. It is IICT, right? So the regulatory agency is Central Drugs Standard Control Organization, and these are the jobs that they have. As simple as approval of any new drug, medical device, or for clinical trials, and if it is a medical device, it's called investigation, and if it is for IVD, it's called clinical performance evaluation, okay? And anything to do with import, even they are the authority for blood bank as well, okay? Blood bank as well. Plus, they have other things to do, including pharmacovigilance. So CDSCO is the Central Licensing Authority, okay? CLA, as per the law. Again, I'm going to talk only as per the law, not what are those lay terms that people use, in whatever way they want, okay? So CDSCO is Central Licensing Authority, and every state have their own, drug controller, and it is called as SLA, State Licensing Authority, okay? So what is their vision and their job is to ensure that the rights, safety and well-being of the patients, or I would say, not use the word patients, consumers. It's not only for the sick people, okay? Patients are nothing but sick people. If you're taking a vaccine, are you sick? Most of the vaccines are prophylactic vaccines, right? Prophylaxis. So prophylaxis of infection. So prophylactic vaccines are not patients, okay? Unless it's therapeutic vaccine. That's for treatment, okay? So, and in medical devices also, we have a thermometer. If you're normal also, you can use your thermometer, right, to check the temperature, right? So, even you may be a hypertensive guy, but you're going to use a sphygmomanometer, digital one. Yeah, that also can be used for a normal person, not just sick person. So, yeah, to ensure the rights, safety and well-being of consumers or users, okay? Not necessary for patient, right? Who uses a CT machine? Is it a patient? It's a technician. So the user is different there, okay? User is a different person. And as per the law, the head of the CDSCO is not DCGI, it is Drugs Controller of India, okay? So what are the laws that you have, okay? One is the Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. That is the main thing that you need to have, okay? Understand, all right? Under this, there are quite something that I will tell you all the schedules, and then you can have a look at it. No, I'm not going to cut until I finish the last. Okay? The other one is FSSI, okay? Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, having their own regulations, all right? Having their own regulations, which means in the early days, it was okay to put a water out on the market, but now you need to have a license and make sure that it can be tested at any point of time, including the restaurants also, all right? So we have for drugs, the Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. Then we have the Food Safety and Standards Regulations. And third, the new one is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023, which means that people's personal data should be So under this Drugs and Cosmetic Act, there are several schedules from A to Y, and these are something that are important. Okay, like for example, Schedule C talks about biological products and their regulation. Okay, Schedule F, is for blood bank. F1 is for vaccine. Okay, so there are different schedules. Like most of the antibiotics or antimicrobials that you use is coming under Schedule H. Okay, which means that without a prescription you can't buy. Okay, or without a medical supervision. Okay, so I is omitted because that looks like a 1, so that's omitted. So from A to Y we have except, so GLP comes under Schedule L. M is GMP for pharmaceuticals, whereas M1 is for GMP for homeopathic medicines. Okay, and then cosmetics like that. So there is a schedule for most of the things that are under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. Remember, these are under revision, and I have given my inputs probably about 2 years back, and nothing has happened yet. Okay, nothing has happened yet. Okay, so these are the other things. For running a pharmacy, you need to follow Schedule N, like that. So there are many like this. Okay, the last one was Schedule Y, and it was time that we had a better law for a particular product. And that's why Schedule Y is no more called as Schedule Y. It has been bifurcated into new drugs and clinical trials. Okay, for medical devices we have MDR, medical devices rules, and for cosmetics we have cosmetic rules. The only difference is, okay, these are for new products. Okay, these are for new products, whereas cosmetic rules does not talk about clinical trials or testing on human. Okay, it is just meant for what kind of data you would require for a cosmetic. Right, ladies, do you want your lipstick to be tested on the pig or animal and then directly onto you? That is this one, but would that be really the functioning, physiological, ongoing thing to test it accurately? Yeah, in place of animals, you can go for cell line if you want. But really, there are situations where animal testing was done and we could see some effect. When it came to human, it was totally opposite. One example is clomiphene. When clomiphene citrate came out from the animal studies, everybody said we have a fantastic contraceptive. And it was tested in human, first in human. What happened? Contraceptive means avoid pregnancy. What did clomiphene do? Multiple pregnancies. So like we keep telling Navaratri in Gujarat, post that Navaratri there is a lot of consumption of eye pill. Following Valentine's Day, we have heavy demand for eye pill, and you want that eye pill to avoid pregnancy or multiple pregnancy. The social impact of that is very huge. Okay, social impact of that is very huge. Okay, so imagine animal was showing something else, whereas here it was showing multiple pregnancies. So there are other cases also. There were some, I think tamoxifen is one, where it failed in animal testing. But when they did the first in human, they saw it as a fantastic product. And because of tamoxifen, now we have several cancer being cured. Okay, so don't go by that animal testing or cell lines is fine. Okay. All right, so quickly with the requirements of new pharmaceuticals, because I have given an overview of, or I scared you enough. But remember, it's not just scaring, it is just to say that safety is important, not efficacy or performance. You don't want to kill somebody. If it does not work, it is fine. Okay? It's like, at home, the milk is on the floor and everybody starts hula bulla on that, right? What's the point? Just clean it, that's it. So here also, safety is very important and not the efficacy or the performance. All right? But just to give a quick one, what is a drug? And I think if I focus more on the definition, you should be able to understand what is important or what is what. Okay? What is a drug? As per CDSCO, the law is medicines that is meant for internal or external use for diagnosis, treatment, mitigation, or prevention of any disease. Now, if you understand this, any product for diagnosis, treatment, mitigation, or prevention, again for the drug, okay, for device it is assistance, okay, in human or animal. Remember, whenever you're doing a testing for clinical testing and then put it in the market, that is okay for human, it is also meant that it is okay for dogs as well. Okay, all right, that is one. Okay, second thing is it could be even destruction of vermin, like your heat spray, mosquito spray, it is also regulated. Okay, there are some components also of the drug that is also regulated, including empty gelatin capsules. Okay, what is a new drug? Okay, what is a new drug? New drug is something which is new, not been used in the country at all, or you have a old drug, and now you have a new claim for that. What is a claim? Claim can be a new indication. Yeah, says repurposing, but really I don't want to use that word, and the reason is metformin, for example. It's an oral hypoglycemic drug, and we can't loosely use the word repurposing, meaning that can it be used for something else? No. I would say the new scientific claim that you had from the lab, and now you want to use them for a new indication. For example, metformin used as an oral hypoglycemic, now it is used for breast cancer as well. Okay, there are cases. How do they get it? From the secondary analysis of the data in diabetes mellitus, or like chloroquine, malaria, and now it is used in rheumatoid arthritis. So there are quite few drugs. Okay, so when you come up with a story of repurposing, be very, very specific where you want to use and where is the data for you to understand. Most of the time you don't have the data, because the innovator will have entire data in the database. They will not share with you. So you really have to test it out carefully. Okay. So when there is an old drug with a new indication, claim for a new indication, new route of administration. Earlier it was oral, now we want to give IV, but generally we start with IV and then we end up with oral, right? Most of the time. Or dose. I know this word is also not correct, but I kept it because it's in the law. Dosage. It's not a dosage, it's a dose. Okay. Earlier it was like 100 milligram 5 times a day. How many times people take 5 times a day? Really? On second day? No way. Right? So the dose, if you say that, now it is modified, and now it is, instead of 500 milligram per day, it will be 100 milligram per day in a sustained release. Okay? So that modification also. Or earlier it used to be in parenteral, now it is transdermal patch. Okay? So that is also important for you to understand. FDC, that is fixed dose combination of 2 or more drugs, approved separately. Now you want to put it together. Remember, that is also a new drug. So most of the time, 100% of the time, usually people come to me and say that, oh, it is used there, it's been there for last 20, 30 years. This B is also there for last 10 years for A and B indication. Now I'll put it together. No, it doesn't work that way. What about the interaction, drug to drug interaction? Yeah. So we really need to think about it. Okay. NSAID with paracetamol, diclofenac, ibuprofen with paracetamol, is that really a combination? Now people put domperidone. Domperidone pushes the drug down. If the drug has to be acting in the stomach, in the upper duodenum, and domperidone is pushing down to the end of small intestine, large intestine, will the drug work? No, it does not. I always go for Montelukast, and they always give me with cetirizine. And 2 times I've threatened them, saying that next time you give me like this, I'm going to take you, or I'll get the drug inspector here, even with the Apollo Pharmacy. that idiot sitting there, I want to call them as idiots only because, that is also allergy, this is also allergy. Really? You want to give 2 drugs when I ask for Montelukast only? Might as well take, it's like for the cough. What is the best medicine? Take laxative. Every time you cough, your shit comes out. That will stop your cough as well. I mean, that's the thing that I tell them. Would you like that? So like that, be careful about when you have a FDCs also. Sustain release I talked about, and there are many things that are coming up, right? Many things that are coming up, and that will be the next boom, okay? Remember one thing. If that innovative product at the first time in Indian market is been launched, next 4 years, anybody wants to come with the same product, though it is generic, off patent, it is still called as a new drug, first 4 years. Whereas, if it is a modified form and a vaccine, though it is there for last 50 years, DPT, diphtheria, pertussis and tetanus, you want to start a company with the DPT and want to manufacture only DPT, that becomes a new drug also or new vaccine also. You have to do clinical trial. Okay? What is the definition of a medical device? It is an instrument, apparatus, appliance, implant, material or other article used alone or in combination, okay, with or without a software or with or without an accessory. Okay? Remember, it does not achieve the action through pharmacological, metabolism or any other way. Okay? No affecting the structure also. That is called as a medical device. Okay? When I give you the examples, you can realize. Okay? Anyway, I am not going to show those examples for the lack of time. Let me get you this. A treadmill in a gym. Is that a treadmill? You use it in a cardiology department and they make you go for a stress test with the inclination and you already have a MI, myocardial infarction or heart attack suspected, and put you on the gym and increase the speed to 7. Is that okay? It is okay because you will fall down. And when you fall down, do you want it still going on? You are on the thing and you will be crushed out. So there we need a thread that is tied to the person, and in case you fall or move little bit away, it will immediately stop or break. Stop or break. That is the medical. You take a wheelchair in the airport. It's a wheelchair. But you want to use that wheelchair in a hospital or a patient is got paralysis or challenged. Are you okay with the wheelchair not having a brake? Remember, the brakes in the airport wheelchair is in the back of the wheelchair. Whereas the medical device is one where they will have at their fingertip or at least where it is accessible from the front itself. That is a medical device. Okay? As simple as that. So, you don't have to bother about a thing. Remember, anything that affects the patient's or a user's safety is regulated. Okay? Is regulated. Control of consumption. The drug, the estrogen and the progesterone in combination is a drug, but intrauterine devices like the copper T or condom is a medical device. Okay, that's the difference. Why? Because there is no drug in the condom, it's just a latex or a rubber. Okay? Does it have to be regulated? The condoms that are available in the market now is all 96% okay. That means 4% may have a micropore, and if you use it to avoid pregnancy and the micropore releases the sperms inside, you're going to have a big problem, right? So that's why it is regulated. So I hope by these examples you get to understand the safety or what is important. Okay, these are that is important, and if you can read, you can understand, right? You need to understand the drug or the device. You need to do lab testing and animal testing. you need to do human testing or human clinical evaluation, and then you will get a marketing authorization from CLA, and then you go to SLA based on class A and B or some of the drugs, or mostly all drugs are by CLA, and then once it is market, you go for a vigilance. Okay. Let me not go into this. Only thing is, in the drug we don't have classification, okay, whereas in medical device we have risk based classification. That means we have A, B, C and D. Okay, A is low risk and D is high risk. Simple as anything outside the skin is low risk. Or you have a old drug, and now you have a new claim for that. What is a claim? Claim can be a new indication. Yeah, says repurposing, but really I don't want to use that word. And the reason is metformin, for example. It's an oral hypoglycemic drug, and we can't loosely use the word repurposing, meaning that can it be used for something else? No. I would say the new scientific claim that you had from the lab, and now you want to use them for a new indication. For example, metformin used as an oral hypoglycemic, now it is used for breast cancer as well. Okay, there are cases. How do they get it? From the secondary analysis of the data in diabetes mellitus, or like chloroquine, malaria, and now it is used in rheumatoid arthritis. So there are quite few drugs. Okay, so when you come up with a story of repurposing, be very, very specific where you want to use and where is the data for you to understand. Most of the time you don't have the data, because the innovator will have entire data in the database. They will not share with you. So you really have to test it out carefully. Okay. So when there is an old drug with a new indication, claim for a new indication, new route of administration. Earlier it was oral, now we want to give IV, but generally we start with IV and then we end up with oral, right? Most of the time. Or dose. I know this word is also not correct, but I kept it because it's in the law. Dosage. It's not a dosage, it's a dose. Okay. Earlier it was like 100 milligram 5 times a day. How many times people take 5 times a day? Really? On second day? No way. Right? So the dose, if you say that now it is modified, and now it is instead of 500 milligram per day, it will be 100 milligram per day in a sustained release. Okay, so that modification also. Or earlier it used to be in parenteral, now it is transdermal patch. Okay, so that is also important for you to understand. FDC, that is fixed dose combination of 2 or more drugs, approved separately. Now you want to put it together. Remember, that is also a new drug. So most of the time, 100% of the time, usually people come to me and say that, oh, it is used there, it's been there for last 20, 30 years. This B is also there for last 10 years for A and B indication. Now I'll put it together. No, it doesn't work that way. What about interaction, drug to drug interaction? Yeah. So we really need to think about it. Okay. NSAID with paracetamol, diclofenac, ibuprofen with paracetamol, is that really a combination? Now people put domperidone. Domperidone pushes the drug down. If the drug has to be acting in the stomach, in the upper duodenum, and domperidone is pushing down to the end of small intestine, large intestine, will the drug work? No, it does not. I always go for montelukast, and they always give me with cetirizine. And 2 times I've threatened them, saying that next time you give me like this, I'm going to take you, or I'll get the drug inspector here, even with Apollo Pharmacy. That idiot sitting there, I want to call them as idiots only, because that is also allergy, this is also allergy. Really? You want to give 2 drugs when I ask for montelukast only? Might as well take, it's like for the cough. What is the best medicine? Take laxative. Every time I cough, your shit comes out, that will stop your cough as well. I mean, that's the thing that I tell them. Would you like that? So like that, be careful about when you have a FDCs also. Sustain release I talked about, and there are many things that are coming up, right? Many things that are coming up, and that will be the next boom, okay? Remember one thing, if that innovative product at the first time in Indian market is been launched, next 4 years, anybody wants to come with the same product, though it is generic, off patent, it is still called as a new drug, first 4 years. Whereas, if it is a modified form and a vaccine, though it is there for last 50 years, DPT, diphtheria, pertussis and tetanus, you want to start a company with the DPT and want to manufacture only DPT, that becomes a new drug also, or new vaccine also. You have to do clinical trial, okay? What is the definition of a medical device? It is an instrument, apparatus, appliance, implant, material or other article used alone or in combination, okay, with or without a software or with or without an accessory, okay. Remember, it does not achieve the action through pharmacological, metabolism or any other way, okay. No affecting the structure also. That is called as a medical device, okay. When I give you the examples, you can realize, okay. Anyway, I am not going to show those examples for the lack of time. Let me get you this. A treadmill in a gym, is that a medical device? Is that a medical device? No. That same treadmill, you use it in a cardiology department and they make you go for a stress test with the inclination, and you already have a MI, myocardial infarction or heart attack suspected, and put you on the gym and increase the speed to 7. Is that okay? It is okay because you will fall down. And when you fall down, do you want it still going on? You are on the thing and you will be crushed out. So there we need a thread that is tied to the person, and in case you fall or move little bit away, it will immediately stop or break. Stop or break. That is a medical device. Understand? You take a wheelchair in the airport. It's a wheelchair. But you want to use that wheelchair in a hospital, or a patient is got paralysis or challenged. Are you okay with the wheelchair not having a brake? Remember, the brakes in the airport wheelchair is in the back of the wheelchair. Whereas the medical device is one where they will have at their fingertip, or at least where it is accessible from the front itself. That is a medical device. Okay, as simple as that. So you don't have to bother about a thing. Remember, anything that affects the patient's or a user's safety is regulated. Okay, is regulated. Control of consumption. The drug, the estrogen and the progesterone in combination is a drug, but intrauterine devices like the copper T or condom is a medical device. Okay, that's the difference. Why? Because there is no drug in the condom, it's just a latex or a rubber. Okay, yes or no? Why? Because the condoms that are available in the market now is all 96% okay. That means 4% may have a micropore, and if you use it to avoid pregnancy and the micropore releases the sperms inside, you're going to have a big problem, right? So that's why it is regulated. So I hope by these examples you get to understand the safety or what is important. Okay, these are that is important, and if you can read, you can understand, right? You need to understand the drug or the device. You need to do lab testing and animal testing. you need to do human testing or human clinical evaluation, and then you will get a marketing authorization from CLA, and then you go to SLA based on class A and B or some of the drugs, or mostly all drugs are by CLA, and then once it is market, you go for a vigilance. Okay. Let me not go into this. Only thing is, in the drug we don't have classification, okay, whereas in medical device we have risk based classification. That means we have A, B, C and D. Okay, A is low risk and D is high risk. Simple as anything outside the skin is low risk, but don't go by that theory alone, because it's always on three parameters. Intended purpose. If it is outside the skin and it controls your brain and heart and the respiration, is it low risk? I said outside the skin is low risk, but that outside the skin has an effect on your cardio, vascular, CNS and respiratory. Remember, it becomes a high risk. Okay. Other parameter is implanted for a short period of time. Okay, pacemaker is there for mostly lifetime. Some implants are there lifetime. But if you take IV cannula, you're just putting it only once, right? For a short period of time. Or you're giving IV with a syringe and needle, it is very short. So should we call it a low risk? No, it's a vascular. You can cause any other problem. Okay, so in a medical device, you have to think about it. Yeah, okay. So there are some softwares that regulate. For example, your glucometer. It has a software, right, to give the reading. The test strip is one, that's a device, but the reader is a software. Now, if test strip is okay, but the software gives you 600, you may have a heart attack there only, right? Or calling for the ambulance. And ambulance guy will be busy talking about how much he will pay. You are 600, now your hypertension also will hit. So he will make sure that you die somehow or the other. Or you use the ambulance for him, but he is negotiating the price. Yeah. Then there is LDT, like I talked about that, lab developed test, and you have to get it done there. Okay. Before she really pushes me out. So in animal testing, what you need to understand is you need to do testing for safety, and most of the time we use the right model for that. Okay. Unfortunately, not all diseases we have an animal model. Example? Anybody? Example? Where we don't have a model for testing in animal, and that's why we don't have a good product till now.
Alzheimer's?
Alzheimer's is one. Okay, you test it on your dog. Will the dog come and tell you I have a migraine or a headache? That's why we don't have a good product for migraine or even Alzheimer's. Okay? Because if we think Alzheimer's as one disease, then most of us have memory in our young age also, right? Especially the kids and the parents. That's why always the clashes are, because kid always forgets because of the phone. Yeah, so we don't have enough products for those diseases where we don't have a good model. Even in silico or in vitro also, any other things also. But all these are there in the law, so please go back and test it. Okay. In human, it is systematic testing. So there is a law for that. As I said, NTCT or MDR. Please go through that and get it. Okay, these are things that are there again in the law, so you can go through that, or you can always call and find out. Just bug Ramji, and Ramji will bug me. Okay. And then there is a consent. Okay, then there is a consent. That's also very important. Without consent, don't even do any circus. No, sir, we are taking only blood. No, even that blood also has to be consented. Okay. The ethics committee also. Okay. So these are all not required. These are some of the forms that anyway, you have to ask a specialist for that. But don't, and most of the time the startups, have these mistakes. They think they know everything. And the worst, most of the medical devices come from engineers. And engineers, I don't know why they think they know everything. They have solution for every damn thing, but it never reaches the market. There is a Ayush ministry for that, just the entire ministry for, Ayurvedic. Or that two combination, allopathic and Ayurvedic. Allopathic and Ayurvedic, right? Okay, there are two things in Ayurveda. Something related to us is phytopharmaceutical. That means from plant product. Strictly, do we really know what is the product inside the plant that specific that can tell this is the one that actually works as an antihypertensive? Never, right? Second thing, justification I always ask is, carrot is good, right? Everybody says carrot is good. So if you are getting blind or blur, let's eat 5 kgs carrot. And there will be some good marketer who will say that Delhi wala carrot long red one is good. I went to Delhi again last week and I was talking to the driver, he's telling, nahi sir, wo Delhi wala nahi hai, wo Ooty wala hai. And I come from south and he says me in North India that it is Ooty wala. Okay, anyway, he says that is good, right? So you never know what it is. So it's better never to combine that. Never combine allopathic to that. Because in allopathy, frankly, we still don't know 100% of drugs how they act at the molecular level. We still don't know. Okay? We still don't know. We know it's an antihypertensive or it is a antipyretic. How? We still don't know much of it. Okay? And once it is a market, you have to give a vigilance for next 2 years. Next 2 years. And then again next 2 years. Okay? So that 4 years there is a tracking. And then every research, whether it's academic or new drug research, you should always put it on CTRI, because that is one system, and before enrollment of the first participant, so that people in the country know that such study is going on, so you don't duplicate that study. Okay? Don't duplicate that study, or you change the objectives or the endpoints. Yeah, conclusion. Remember, 40% of the drugs fail in animal studies. And if you take animal and clinical, 90% of them fail. Why? Because there is a lack of clinical efficacy. It does not work. In my entire 25 years of clinical research and about 300, 400 clinical trials, I'm sure Dr. Marthak also will say, you must have had more experience than me. Yeah? I had 2 experiences where it failed. Concurrent animal study was going on, and law allows you to do concurrent first in human also. Okay? First in human also. So we had one non-opiate, non-narcotic analgesic for chronic low back pain. And what happened was, we started, phase 1 was already done in US, now we are doing phase 2 in India, and we started the study. Concurrent post 6 months study was going on in the animals. We started the patient recruitment after a few months, and the patient were very, very happy. So the meaning of non-narcotic, non-opioid, and the patient was feeling euphoric, forget the back pain. And then we saw at the end of this 12 months animal study, we saw it was carcinogenic. It was carcinogenic, so we had to stop the study in human. And patients said, no, I want to continue. Because he was feeling very high. He goes home, he is happy like a saint, even his spouse is around. Right? Even the spouse is around, he is very smiley. Right? Do you see such kind of people? something wrong, right, in the house if one of the spouse is happy, right? They didn't want to. So like that, there can be some things, okay? Unmanageable toxicity, especially with the serious adverse events, okay? Poor drug-like properties, very few of them because you would have tested in animals. And last one is lack of commercial needs because of poor strategic planning. Poor strategic planning. Now 2 people are coming after me, yeah? All right. This is one example. And it's a public domain, huh? As simple as July 2024 with the replacement for milk, replacement for breast milk, feed. They paid $495 million, $500 million fined for a simple infant formula. Okay? Second company, also baby formula, they got about 60 million. GSK, because they failed to report certain safety data, false pricing, they had to pay $3 billion. And see the amount in INR. So, and this is for clinical research. People in clinical research also can fudge the data, and see there, they were sentenced to prison. Yeah, so don't take it lightly. Don't take it lightly. After paying 2 million. So the regulatory agency is CDSCO, not DCGI, CDSCO. So we have under Drugs and Cosmetic Act, we have MDR, we have NDCT and cosmetic rules. And then we have CTRI, and you can do the study only after getting approval from CDSCO and EC. Okay. This is my book on medical device. It's very elaborate. I wrote this because most of the medical device startups had no clue of what is required from left to right. Okay, and this was very helpful for them. It's available on Amazon. You can take it. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Ecosystem, we have 106 registered startups. 46% of our startups are women-led startups. Few of the things which we need, like for example, we need a lot of legal and financial literacy.
Hello, welcome to MyStartup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are here at Startup Mahakumbh 2025 at Bharat Mandapam. We are at the Arunachal port, and with me is Tamarilla, who's a research officer with Startup Arunachal. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Can you tell us something about Arunachal startup ecosystem?
So we have a very vibrant, a very young yet a very vibrant ecosystem in Arunachal. In the year 2021, we had the APIP, that is Arunachal Pradesh Innovation and Investment Park, established in the year 2021. And then in the year 2022, we have an active startup policy. So currently under our ecosystem, we have 106 registered startups which we have incubated over the past 3 years. In batch-wise, that is in cohort 1, cohort 2 and cohort 3. And we are very happy and thrilled to share with you all that 46% of our startups are women-led startups. So that is a very big milestone for all of us. So, and we are very happy to be a part of this historic event.
So not only Arunachal startup ecosystem is vibrant, even women entrepreneurs are quite vibrant, isn't it? So are there any specific areas that you're working in or sectors you're working in?
Yes, we're working in different sectors, like right from the handicrafts and handlooms to organic products. And a lot. We are also into textile. We are also into textiles. Like we can say, some of our startups who have come us. One is Rida Fashion, is into fashion and textile and fashion. Then we have some other, that is the House of Macno, and then we have Misty Fall. So Misty Fall is basically about organic tea, and Macno is a collection of all the things. Like it includes your health. They are from the health sector. Also, they're into wellness, and also they also cater to the other products such as accessories and into fashion. So it's a mix of all.
So as you said, Arunachal startup ecosystem is very young, yet vibrant. So what kind of support do you need to, to make this startup ecosystem more mature?
Yes, there are few of the things which we need. Like for example, we need a lot of legal and financial literacy that our startups need. We are at a very baby step right now. I think we need a bit more into research and designing, a bit more idea into packaging and manufacturing. So I think these are some of the technical sectors where we actually need the help. Yes.
Talk to us all about the Arunachal Pradesh Innovation and Investment Park that you have. Is it open for only the people from locals, or the others who have ideas can work in the park?
So particularly our Arunachal Pradesh Entrepreneurship Development Program, that is only for the Arunachali people, but our APIP is open to all. Anyone from the other states, they can come and share with us their ideas and their visions and whatever we can facilitate them. And also we are very happy to inform that APIP has a very inclusive co-working space, so they can visit us anytime, though we may not be able to give them the financial benefits that we give to our local startups, but we're very open for any kind of idea sharing. So yes, we are open to all, sir.
And also not to forget that Northeast and Arunachal is a very beautiful country. Yes. So when you visit there, you're also enjoying the local tourism, right?
Yes, sure. Please do visit Arunachal. We are always ready to welcome all the visitors from all over India and all over the world. Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was nice having you all here, and we're also very happy and thrilled to be part of the Startup Mahakumbh 2.0. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Utkarsh. I run my company called Three-Way Studio. So what we do in Web3, we basically operate into Web3 and blockchain industry. So in Three-Way Studio, what we do is we help Web2 companies migrate into Web3. So whomsoever is looking for a blockchain solution, like NFTs, metaverse development. So this is what we have been doing. So I started this journey from Polygon. Polygon is a $1 billion Web3 company. I worked as the product manager over there, and then I started with Three-Way Studio. So this is what I've been doing from past 2 to 3 years. And we are also doing worldwide crypto events and Web3 events. We recently did DGen Summit in Singapore, Web3 Carnival in Bangalore, Web3 World Consortium in Dubai. And with this, what we try to achieve is we try to create awareness around blockchain and Web3, so that more and more people should, evolve, and they should learn about the emerging technologies. So, the environment that we have, and, the passion that people have to choose the latest technologies which is happening around the globe. There is AI, there is Web3, there is blockchain. So, the best part is people are very adaptive and they are very much keen on learning new things. Is what motivates me to provide them the solutions and help them to achieve this. Keep hustling is my major, suggestion to them. They should not let them down, and they should be ready, to face the challenges, because entrepreneurship is one thing. How engineering teaches you everything. Similarly, entrepreneurship teaches you everything, because you get to know about marketing, you get to know about engineering, about designing, all the fields, right? So this is what I'll try to give them as a message. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
About been 16 years that I've been working with medtech companies. Was in the US for 8 years, where I did my master's in biomedical engineering, was with Philips, where I was actually a design engineer, not a QARA to begin with. Came back to India with a vision to start something of my own. Joined a startup, a well-known startup in Bangalore called Force Health. That's where actually my journey in the whole regulatory forum and QMS started. And since then, I have been working with many startups, helping them on their regulatory strategies and QMS implementation. And as of June 23 is when I started my company. The company is called EasyQ Solutions, and then basically what we are trying to do over there is primarily use technology to overcome the challenges of compliances that were shared even with that was even spoken about by my fellow colleagues as well, right? Very often people come to me and they make one statement saying that, my product is CE certified, FDA approved, I'm going to start selling in India, right? That's not true, right? What I wanted to present over here in this slide is basically to tell you guys that every country is unique. They have their own regulatory requirements. And whenever you target a specific country, you need to be aware of their regulatory requirements and then go about it, right? Even today, in fact, even as of yesterday, right, I was talking to someone, and in that discussion, they actually made a statement saying that, oh, my product is CE IVDR, and we are planning to launch in India. And I said, okay, you're planning to launch in India, great, but do you have your CDSU approval? And they were like, oh, but we have CE IVDR. And I'm like, yeah, you have CE IVDR, fantastic, congratulations. Please keep selling in the European region, but if you want to sell in India, you need to get your CDSU approved, your manufacturing or import license, right? So very important for you guys to be firstly aware that the statement or the notion that if you have a regulatory approval from any of the mature markets like Europe or US or UK, that doesn't always necessarily mean an easy or a straightforward entry into other regions, right? You need to understand specific countries' regulatory requirements, meet those requirements, show conformances, and only then, once you get your approval, you will be able to get into the market, right? So if there are any such notions, any such assumptions, please break those assumptions and start understanding your key markets. Last hour or so, we have been, listening from Dr. Sudhakar, from Dr. Sonia about a lot of things with respect to risk-based approach, safety, and a lot of other things, right? For any product to be successfully launched, for any product to get, their regulatory, to make their regulatory life easy, right? The most important thing that I have learned is nothing but defining the product, right? What you call as your indications of use or intended use. It's so common that I see that companies actually do not frame their intended use, right? Or they have some predefined notion or some wrong assumptions about their indications of intended use, and that leads to a lot of problem as they move forward, right? This statement about your product is legally tied to your product and to your company as well, right? It is so often that people see problems that can scale up to recalls, legal issues, is because they have messed up with their intent use, or they have messed up their marketing, which is not in line with intent use, or their websites, which are again not in line with the intent use, or their clinical studies, which are again not in line with the intent use, right? Everything happens after this, right? Very, very, very important for you guys to understand, especially the guys who are into research, starting their own companies, working into their startups, whatever they might be doing, to make sure that they understand the intent use, right? Also, very often people come to me and say, my device is not invasive, it is not doing anything, it is just an aid to the doctor, we are class A. You don't define like that, right? Even if you're not doing direct diagnosis, you are aiding a doctor. What happens if your aid is not correct? What happens if one of, out of the 5 data points that a doctor is supposed to take, one is your data point? You're creating a 20% chance of biasing in a wrong way, right? So please don't be having those mindset that, just because you're non-invasive or, it doesn't come in contact with the body or things like that, you might be a class. You cannot define that. It's your intent use. It's basically on paper what you claim is going to eventually define your regulatory classification as well, right? And everything will start after that, right? Whether you are a class A in India or a class D in India, whether you're class 1 in Europe or class 3 in Europe, or whether you're class 1 or class 3 in US FDA, will define later what your regulatory pathway is going to be. That is going to define basically your strategy, cost, timeline, everything depends on that, right? So please make sure that your intent use are properly defined. You understand what you're claiming, right? And then based on that, take your strategies forward, right? We spoke about QMS, ISO 13485. What is QMS? What is ISO 13485? Anybody? Processes, input, output, set of documents, right? These are the standard things that you can think about ISO 13485. No. ISO 13485 is basically your company's culture, right? It is going to tell me what your company is all about. It is going to tell me how your company operates. It is going to tell me if you are truly a process-driven company or you are a people-driven company, right? Dr. Sonia, I think you mentioned that there are so many companies which are bogus and things that absolutely true. There are companies which come to you and charge 10,000 rupees and give you some certificate without you having a single process implemented, right? Avoid all of that. ISO 13485 is going to be the backbone of your organization. It is going to be the backbone of your regulatory approvals as well, right? The byproduct of a good quality management system is efficient regulatory approvals, right? Also, your ISO 13485, your regulatory approvals is not a one-time activity. Companies come to me, they say, yeah, we have certificate ISO 13485 done, party, let's move forward, right? It's not a one-time thing. right? It's a continuous thing, right? Agencies are going to come to your offices. They're going to do audits. They're going to see if you guys are following your processes, right? So it's going to be building a culture within your organization. So for me, if anybody asks me what is ISO 13485, it is nothing but the culture of your organization. Stronger the culture, better for you. Stronger the culture, better your regulatory outputs will be, right? You'll be much more efficient, right? So yes, while ISO 13485 is all about, how you define your processes in theory, you need to have set of processes, implement evidence, audits, non-conformance, kappa, blah blah blah, right? But I think it's way beyond that, right? So please make sure that from day one, right, you are aware of your QMS, you are at least working towards it. If not formally, you yourself within a small team are at least documenting the key aspects, so that tomorrow when you have the funds, when you have the bandwidth, when you have the the right team with you to start implementing, it shouldn't be where you are starting at zero, where your development is already at a much more mature stage, right? So keep thinking about this, right? Ensure that it is part of your strategy from day one. CDSCO, again, I was listening to my fellow speakers, they were talking about CDSCO. Dr. Sudhakar shared his thoughts, Sonia shared her thoughts, right? If you ask me, right, CDSCO, since I came back to India, I came back in 2014, right? And I think in 2014, CDSCO was regulating not more than 7 or 9 devices, right? Some of them were contraceptive and stents and implants and things like that, right? Since then, we are in 2025. I have personally seen and I have personally interacted. I have been, I've even been the person who has written letter to CDSCO, emails to CDSCO, has done, on ground application and things like that, right? And I have actually seen the way CDSCO has matured over time and the direction in which they are going, right? And it is amazing to even say that CDSCO was, in fact, the first, even before FDA started their online review system, CDSCO had implemented that, right? We have an online review system, the Sugam portal that was referred to, right? As I think it's been active since past 2-3 years, right? In fact, more than that, right? Where initially we were doing this NOC business, right? And now we are doing the application for test license to even manufacturing license, import for test license, all other things, all other different things, right? So I think CDSCO is doing pretty good, right? Yeah, there are few places where not only CDSCO, I think everybody needs to improve upon, right? One such thing I can share with you guys is the way the whole classification works in CDSCO. There are predefined classification, devices are predefined by CDSCO, but what happens if your device is not part of one of those lists, right? Or it's not there in the list, right? You fall back at MDR 2017, look into the rules, and then you try to classify your device, your system, right? But nevertheless, yeah, it's important for you guys to be aware that CDSCO is India's regulatory body, not DGCI, not ICMR. It's CDSCO which gives you the final approval, right? And you should be interacting with CDSCO to get all your medical device side of doubts cleared, right? The rule, the document, the Bible that we need to look into, right? When we talk about India is MDR 2017. I think it's very well written document, very well crafted document. Yes, there are languages which which might not be straightforward, but trust me, if you think MDR 2017 is difficult, have a look at EU MDR 2017-745, EU MDR 2017-746, right? And then you'll come back and realize that our MDR 2017 is much better, right? It's a 200-page document. The entire language is more like a legal language, right? You actually don't get any black one and white out of it, right? Except for a few things here and there. Compared to that, I think the way MDR 2017 is written is you can decode it better, right? So please be aware, right? You don't have to necessarily mug the MDR 2017. Trust me, I have read it 4 to 5 times and I still don't remember it and I keep forgetting things, right? But at least you should be aware of where to go and look for answers, right? And MDR 2017 is that source for you, right? Follows a 4-tier system, class A, B, C, D, right? Typically class A is devices which are low risk, D are devices which are high risk. Again, who defines that? You define that based on the intended use that you have defined for your product, right? So it is not by will or by ad hoc measures that I'll say, oh, I think I should be class A because it will save me money. No, that's not how you should go about it. It's all driven through your intended use indications for use. And if your intended use indication of use changes, you need to reassess whether your classification remains the same or it modifies or it changes, right? So be careful. Again, it ties back to your intended use that I was talking about. Ensure that your intended use is clear. You are aware of how it is, what it is, right? Registration done by online portal. You apply for manufacturing license if you want to, if you want to commercially launch your product. But before that, you need to have your test license. You apply for your import license if you're a company not in India, and import for test license if you want to, import a device in India and get it tested, right? So these are the few basics from CDSCO's perspective that you want to really be aware of and make sure that you have your grip over the same. Many times, even people come to me, and when they talk, there's one question that I keep getting very frequently is that CDSCO के लिए approach क्या होना चाहिए, CE के लिए approach क्या होना चाहिए, right? Can I bypass certain test, which I might need for CE but not for CDSCO? That is not the right thought process. You are telling me that you're going to put a device which is not safe in India, but you want to put a device which is safer in Europe, right? Makes no sense. So from a safety perspective, from an efficacy perspective, the rigor, the amount of work that you need to do for getting a CE marking or getting a FDA approval is the same that you should be doing it for CDSCO as well, right? So, but still many a times people come and say, yeah, we are going to do this testing. It is on the way, but we want to apply for manufacturing license. And I'm like, how will you apply for manufacturing license when you don't even have your safety data with you, right? So all your EMI/EMC data, your safety data, your 60601 testing, your IEC testing, your biocompatibility testing, right? All of that should be in place before you apply for your manufacturing license. Not only that, nowadays even your cybersecurity, we'll be talking about that as well, should also be in place before you go and apply for your manufacturing license, right? Even the reviewers are becoming smarter day by day. They are also understanding what is happening, right? Even the auditors who come to audit your facility are understanding the technology, are trying to learn new technology, and they are coming, and when they do the audits, it's no more the traditional manufacturing site audit. They are actually looking at every aspect of your product, including software, including AI, if it is part of your product, right? Before we go into and then discuss about the European side of things, Dr. Sonia was talking about starting earlier, and she mentioned about device testing and how critical it is to include device testing as early as possible. I can share one personal experience. So I was working with this company which had developed an active device which could basically measure 7 different parameters, right? ECG, SpO2, BP, blood glucose, cholesterol, uric acid, hemoglobin, right? And the device was getting a lot of good traction. We did some studies, went very well, all of that sorted, right? We even tried to put some of this is I think almost 5-6 years ago, before the whole MDR 2017 came into the picture. We even put some device into the market. We got really good traction. Things were going really well, and then the discussion started about the CE marking side of things, right? That hey, we need to have a CE marking. So for CE marking, they had their regulations. We had to do our safety testing, EMI/EMC, and all of that. No exaggeration, but when we went for our safety testing and all, we failed all the tests. And the mitigation to that for us to get the CE marking, which was a mandate now because the investors were looking at us, even the potential bigger distributors and all were also mandating CE certificate before they could place a big order. So it became a absolute mandate for us to go through it. And the mitigation for that, when we failed all the tests, was we had to redesign the whole career board. We had to redesign our entire PCB, and it increased our BOM cost by almost $150, right? And then we had to do the whole thing again, right? Don't forget about the multiple iteration that we had to go about doing the testing, paying the labs the cost, wasting that much amount of time, right? So our entire efficiency that we had built had gone for a toss, and literally we came up with a new product just because we never considered, or we never thought of considering early testing as we were getting tractions in India, right? But that's the kind of impact that happens very frequently, right? I've also seen cases where devices are called off the market, or they are not able to progress with a specific type of device just because they are not able to meet these requirements, right? ECG is one such device which has very stringent requirements, right? BP has clinical trials requirement. SpO2 has very stringent clinical study requirements as well, right? The sample size is low, but it is actually a pretty stringent requirement from the perspective of actually implementing them, right? So while these devices are you might see them very commonly, but when you think from a regulatory perspective, right, the whole requirement, the whole mindset, the way thing needs to be approached changes, right? And hence it is more important for you to inculcate regulatory as part of your overall strategy, right? So regulatory should not be seen in isolation. That's the biggest problem, right? That's the biggest problem I see even with MNCs, right? That while they do a very good job in planning and strategizing and all that, but end of the day, regulatory is still an isolated vertical. QMS is an isolated vertical, which should not be the case, right? Your regulatory strategy should be closely tied with your product strategies. And if you do that, again, you will build efficiency in whatever you do within your organization, right? MDR 2017-745 is the regulation for general medical devices if you want to get your CE marking. IVDR 2017-746 is the regulation for in vitro diagnostic devices, right? Unlike Europe, in India, both for in vitro diagnostic devices and general medical devices are under the same rule, which is MDR 2017, Medical Device Rules 2017, right? Many people come and they say IMDR and then some other name they give, but it's basically MDR 2017, which is basically Medical Device Rule 2017 for India, right? MDR 2017-745 is a 200-page document, and 746 is also a 200-page document. A lot of things goes, within those documents, but again, I'll try to summarize for you guys. It's the classification varies. The way medical devices are classified in Europe versus the way medical devices are in vitro diagnostic devices are classified is different, right? Medical devices follow 1, 2A, 2B, 3-tier system, wherein in vitro diagnostic devices, they follow ABCD, right? So it's a 4-tier system, but different ways of classifying. They follow more of a rule-based approach, right? Where you need to read the rules, you need to see which is the rule which closely aligns to your intended use, right? And on the basis of that, you get to know whether your product is classified as 1, 2A, 2B, 3 or ABCD, right? And then based on that, you follow the process, right? ROHS becomes a very important requirement over here. Again, pointing towards Dr. Sonia, she was talking about regulatory at the point of selecting your components, and she was trying to give you some insights, right? It actually starts from there. So when you look into your component level assessment, and how does component level assessment help you in your regulatory compliances? ROHS. Take an example of ROHS. If all your components in your BOM are ROHS certified, then basically you are meeting the requirement of ROHS, right? One easy or straightforward way of claiming ROHS compliance if you want to go towards European side of things, right? Your batteries. If your batteries are IC certified, right, then again it's a easier way for you to claim compliance and crack your safety testing, right? So similarly, if you keep an eye off right from your component level, right from your design side of things, right, then again you are making your regulatory strategies much more efficient, right? Especially when you implement them. One of the primary difference, right, or one of the most important aspect when you talk about CE marking, right, versus USFDA versus even CDSCO, right? Or if you come and ask me, Varun, how did CE evolve was, when they were MDD versus now that they are MDR, what changed significantly? If that is the question, right, then one thing I would like to highlight is the one thing that changed significantly is their emphasis on clinical data, right? They want to see more and more clinical data, right? They want to ensure that your clinical evaluation reports have enough clinical data, or you have done enough research, or if there are similar devices in the market, you have gained enough data from existing devices also in the market, and you are evaluating those in the right way, right? So the whole emphasis on clinical data, and when I use the word clinical data, I'm not talking about you creating your own clinical study and creating your own data. Not just that, I'm actually talking about in general clinical data with respect to your device or your type of device, right? So it can be your own data through the clinical studies that you are doing, or it can be your competitors' data or predicates data that you are looking at, right? So that emphasis has gone very high, right? And they keep asking a lot of questions. In fact, one of the biggest reason why companies fail their CE process, right, is because they are not presenting their clinical data properly, or they are not presenting their clinical data adequately, right? So CERs get rejected, or they get a lot of questions on that. They're not able to answer it. They're not able to give right data. And that's where, that to and fro after 3 times. So you only have 3 times to do the to and fro. If you're not able to crack by then, basically you see a rejection, right? So that's where, CE has gone very strict, right? Apart from few other things that they look into, but the clinical data aspect has been something that they have drastically improved upon from where they are versus where they are now. When you ask the question stringentness, right, with respect to what, right? Are you talking about with respect to review of documents? So if you say, let's say with respect to the review of the submission, review of the dossier, right? If that's what the question is, right? Then I would say CE has improved drastically. FDA was always the benchmark, right? Because keep this in mind, sir, that the person who's reviewing your file in the FDA, right, let's say, is a PhD or a master's holder in that topic. So you can understand the kind of interaction that you're going to have with that kind of a person, right? And there is not a one-person review panel, right? When even you go for your pre-submissions with the FDA, right? I've been in pre-submission with the FDA where I was with 3 people and in the FDA had a team of 7 people because one guy was an expert of cybersecurity, one guy was an expert of AI, one guy was an expert of the clinical claims that we were claiming, and 3 other were expert of, human factors or whatever we had questions on, right? So that's the kind of involvement that they have. That's the kind of support that they have within their department, right? When you look at the European side of things, right, they have improved drastically, right? Their reviewers have also gone up a notch better compared to what it was, I would say, before MDR, right? So even they are asking a lot of questions, very frequently. I have seen some of my submission where I have been questioned with a list of 30-40 questions, right? And all of those were legit good questions with respect to sample size, with respect to claims, with respect to discrepancies in documents, right? The way we were talking, the way we were presenting data. So all of those made a lot of sense, right? So the review quality of the European side of things have drastically improved, right? So what I would say is that when you are going for your C submission, the way it was before versus way it is now, it's huge difference, and you have to be prepared a notch better than what you would have assumed of C submission before, right? Another thing is when you talk about timelines, right? What has happened is there are only so many notified bodies in the world, and this is also very important for you guys to understand, right? Again, I'm going to point to Dr. Sonia on what she mentioned about these agencies which promise you things and things like that, right? There are only X number of companies in the world which are approved by the European Union which can give you your CE certificate either under MDR or IVDR. The number of companies globally for IVDR is, I think, not even 20. Okay, globally. So you can imagine, right? And the number of companies globally for MDR is, I would say, around 30, 40, right? Still not a huge number. Before it was 100, 150, right? So now you can understand that these companies are already burdened with so much of work. So the existing products have to go from MDD to MDR transition. The new products are coming in. The whole healthcare industry is booming and coming up with new products and companies into the market, right? So the onus is on these 20, 30, 40 companies to give you the CE certificate. Now, naturally, the overall time to complete the whole process has gone very high, and the cost also has gone very high. So getting a CE certificate now is costly also and time consuming also. So with that thing in mind, many companies prefer to go towards FDA submission and maybe get an approval with FDA compared to getting it faster with respect to CE. That's a different thing altogether. But when you talk about review process, this is how the difference is. Right from you selecting your authorized representative to the person who's going to help you in your technical file, writing of your technical file, GSPRs becomes very important, right? Even if your authorized representative is not good, and this happened with me, 2 different authorized representative, similar kind of product, 2 different companies. One selected an authorized representative which was expensive but a global name. Second selected authorized representative which was cheaper, someone who's working on its own from Germany. Okay, same product, same everything. I was the one who was working for both the companies, helping them out, right? One company got their approval within like 45 days. Other took almost 4 months, right? So even the authorized representative that you are working with plays a very important role in building the credibility of the file that you are submitting, right? Or the review that you are doing, right? And that is also something you should keep in mind. So all of these aspects in the whole process of your getting your regulatory approvals are very important for you to keep in mind, right? You don't have to be too you don't have to get too bogged down with this, but just be aware, right? At least do your basic due diligence before you appoint your authorized representative or before you appoint your your consultants also that you're going to work with. They do have fair understanding of the whole process. The thing about US FDA, right, that I really like a lot, right, personally, is the fact that they interact a lot with you, right? So they have programs of doing pre-subs. They have a lot of webinars. They have public forums where you can interact with them. Even if you missed out a webinar, I mean, there are webinars in public forum. You can do a pre-sub, right? Write it to them, give them your product details. In 60 to 90 days, they will tell you in a written feedback exactly telling you what you should do, what you should not do, answering your questions. And then you also get a chance to talk to them and get more insight, right? I think that's one thing that if I could advise CDSU, I would tell them that, see, if we can start this kind of program in India as well, helps companies a lot, right? Help them to clear their doubt, get them on track from day one, and you're directly, it's kind of a thing that where you're directly listening from the horse's mouth, so you don't have to have too much of confusion, right? Ye consultant ne wo bola, usne ye bola. You can avoid all that nonsense, right? So that's one really good thing that I like about FDA. FDA, the way they work is slightly different. They don't work on a, so again, everything starts from internet use, right? Everything starts from internet use, right? So they don't work with this concept where you need to look into rules and stuff, right? They have devices that they have identified. They have pre-classified devices. You look into your device. If your device has a predicate, the definition of predicate is basically any approved device which is similar to my device and approved by that country's regulatory body, and it's available in the market, is my predicate, right? So if I'm an ECG manufacturer, if there is an ECG in US which is approved and my claim and their claim are similar, then that becomes my predicate. If I want to sell in US and an ECG manufacturer has got an approval in India, they cannot be my predicate for the US application, right? Simple as that, right? And substantial equivalence is basically when you say that, hey, this is my predicate and whatever I am doing is similar to the predicate, right? From the testing, right? From the safety aspect, right? From the clinical studies, right? From biocompatibility, whatever is applicable to you, right? From your claims, whatever is applicable to you is similar, not same, to my predicate is substantial equivalence. Again, substantial equivalence does not mean that you need to be exactly same as your predicate. Even if there are differences, you need to highlight those differences to the FDA. You need to explain the FDA that, see FDA, this is the difference, but it is still not significantly different because my intent use is the same, my overall technology or the output is the same, the way I am doing things is similar, right? And even if there is minor difference in let's say he's using Bluetooth versus I'm not using Bluetooth, or he's using battery versus I'm not using battery, or he's using one type of a software, I'm using a different type of a software. You explain that difference, you explain how the difference has been verified, validated, and you have ensured that it does not have any additional safety concern. You do that and you move forward, right? So there is again a notion where people are replacing the word similar with same, right? Please don't do that, right? You can absolutely have differences. You will have differences in your product. Yeah, I mean, how can you make two same product? I mean, you'll have all sort of legal issues. No, after that, you will definitely have differences in your product, right? The intention of claiming someone to be predicate is not to say I am same as that person or I am same as that product, right? To say that I am similar with respect to certain aspect, you prove that, move forward, right? And that's where FDA becomes different in the way they do their whole regulatory approvals and stuff like that. Is that they look into the concept of predicates. If there is no predicate, what happens? If there is no predicate, then you can claim yourself to be the first of the kind, right? Or de novo, right? Again, a very straightforward, well-documented process. Again, the onus is again on you to submit all the right data, right? From safety and efficacy. It's not just safety, right? You can't just say that my device is safe, but it gives all sorts of false positive and false negative, and my efficacy is very low, right? Even that is something that FDA or any regulatory body will have objections and they will not give you approvals, right? So both safety and efficacy becomes very important for you to ensure that you are meeting, you are ensuring this device is safe and it is also doing what you intended to do, right? Similar to ISO 13485, and now FDA is talking about harmonizing 13485 with what they call as 21 CFR Part 820, which is FDA's equivalent to ISO 13485. They're trying to harmonize it and then kind of have a single, or rather accept ISO 13485 as well, which was not the case before. So similar to ISO 13485, FDA has its own quality management system, which they call it as QSR, Quality System Regulation, which is 21 CFR Part 820, right? And then there are similar other parts, 803, 801, which will be applicable to you, based on what product you are making. Apart from the ISO and IEC standards, you should also be mindful of all the guidances that European guys have also followed or developed, which is called MDCGs, right? And the FDA has also developed, right? FDA has bunch of guidance document. They have guidance document on software. They have guidance document on AI. They have guidance document on human factors. They have guidance document even on if you have developed a blood glucose monitoring system for, let's say, self-use versus for, let's say, hospital care. They have two different guidance documents for both the application, right? And the actual clinical study that you do for both for two different kind of application is also different. So it's the onus is on you to find the right guidance document for you. It's all there. You need to be aware of what your product is. You need to do your research. You need to ensure that you have your regulatory strategy, ironed out, and then implement accordingly, right? If you know, right, how to go about it, I can tell you it's not that difficult, right? It is only things become difficult is because either you don't know or you don't know where to look for. अगर मेरे को पता ही नहीं है करना क्या है, then it becomes very difficult. और मुझे अगर ये भी नहीं पता कि जाके देखूं कहाँ पे, then also it becomes very difficult. So if you don't know, and even if you don't know where to look for, both these things will make your life difficult, right? And that's where I see a lot of issues with respect to regulatory side of things, because people they typically talk to other people and they get confused because one person will say something else, other will say something else, and they are like, oh, where do I even go and start from, right? So to avoid those things, if you know your product, you do your research right, you look at the right places, your strategies can be ironed out pretty well. One more thing that I would like to highlight is many times, people come to me and they say, oh, my product is ISO 13485 certified. Your products are never ISO 13485 certified. It is your company. It is company XYZ, company ECQ Solutions, which will get their ISO 13485 certified. And it is the product which undergo regulatory approval. So every product that your company might have manufactured will have its own regulatory approval. If you have 10 products, all 10 products will have to have their own regulatory approval. And all 10 products might have their different classification, right? One might be A, B, C, D, whatever it might be, right? So please keep that also in mind, right? You never say that my product is ISO 13485 certified. It is your company, right? And once your company is ISO 13485 certified, as I said, it's your culture now, right? So you need to ensure that everything that comes out of that company is following the right process that it needs to follow, document, do everything that you need to do, build the DHFs, build the DMR, build the DHRs where applicable, and ensure that you are maintaining those, within your organization, right? One more thing, just because my product is class A in Europe, it doesn't mean that it's going to be class 1 in the US. I'll give you an example. Whole slide imaging system in the world of digital pathology, right, is class A in Europe. For me to get approval for a whole slide imaging system in Europe is like very simple. It's class A process is very simple. Guess what? The same whole slide imaging system in the US is class 2. Not only that, with special controls. What does that mean? The kind of clinical study that you have to do for a whole slide imaging system, the kind of in-house testing that you need to do for a whole slide imaging system is rigorous, right? You need to do inter-pathologist variation study. You need to do inter-site study. You need to do intra-system studies and clinical studies, right? That too, minimum 1200 cases, right? So please don't be in this notion that, oh, you know what, mera device India mein class A, so life is sorted, right? No. Every country, as I started from my first slide, every country has its own regulations. Every country has its own way of looking at things. You need to understand that. You need to ensure that. You need to develop a regulatory plan against that, and then you need to execute, right? So please do not assume things, right? Ensure that you verify, ensure that you document it, and then you implement it. One thing that I want to highlight in this discussion is over the last 1 year that I have seen a lot of discussion happening is something called breakthrough designation, right? We are talking about novel technologies. We are talking about novel healthcare. If you believe you are doing something, which is unique, which nobody has done, please apply for breakthrough designation, right? This is something that FDA officially grants you a designation called breakthrough designation, helps you in your development, helps you in your overall approval process. This does not mean that you have got an approval to sell, right? Please keep that in mind. This just gives you a formal designation that what you're doing is indeed novel, and based on that, FDA will support you. This is again only with FDA. No other country has this kind of a program, only with FDA, and you can leverage it to build your credibility, your product's credibility, your company's credibility, all of that, and then it also helps you in your overall approval as well, right? Last 2-3 slides, way forward. So what's happening, right? We are almost entering in a world pretty much that everything and anything you want to do, AI is going to be part of it, right? So when AI becomes part of of our life in such a close manner, right? A lot of work happening at the AI side of things, right? And when you talk about AI, the one thing that automatically comes into the picture is cybersecurity, right? Please ensure that if you are a company which is dealing with software, if you are a company which is dealing with processing data, if you're a company which is dealing with AI or using data, right, for your AI, you have good cybersecurity framework in place, right? 27001 is a good place to start with, but it is not the only way, right? Your testing protocols, your documentation, your processes, both FDA and CE, MDCG has very good guidelines on how to go about your cybersecurity how the processes should be defined, what kind of documentation you need to maintain, what kind of testing you need to do. Please have a look at that, right? When you talk about AI predominantly talks about how you deal with data. Your data becomes the key. You're using that data. Traceability of that data becomes very important, right? If I have to highlight something from an AI side of things, right? How are you ensuring the data sets that you're using, the training and testing data set for developing the model? How do you ensure the traceability of all of that, right? So please ensure, you have those within your organization. You have developed the process around it, you have control around it, right? So AI and cybersecurity, day by day, I see new standards coming in, new guidance is coming in, right? Recently, the FDA launched a guidance for AI practices and documentation you need to submit if your product is an AI product. Have a look at that as well. Finally, few things for startups. Start early. I think every one of us has been telling this from since morning, day one. Start early, start early, start early. I think I personally have lived that, right? I've seen situations where we did not start early, and what all we had to do, when we reached a certain stage, right? So you'll be more efficient. You'll save a lot of money and time if you start early, right? Have some predefined goals. Try to tell yourself that okay, 21 CFR, PARI 20, 13485. कुछ तो दिमाग में रखे, start building your documentation, right? Don't be blank, right? It's okay for you to not even apply for certification if you don't have the funds, right? But at least within your organization, start having that culture, right? Define your quality and regulatory strategies properly. Keep another thing in mind that QMS and regulatory is not, there is like no single way in which you can get it done, right? I can build a QMS system which can have hundreds of documents, hundreds of processes. I can build a QMS system for the same company with limited number of documents and practices and processes, right? So don't jump around. Stick to your strategy. Stick to your guide. Whoever is guiding you, mentoring you, consulting you, right? Stick with them. Look into their strategy, understand their strategy, see what strategy best suits you. There are 10 different ways in which you can get your approvals. There are 10 different ways in which you can get your company ISO certified. As far as you are doing it the right way with the right people, you should be good to go, right? So don't overthink your QMS and regulatory strategy, but then don't underthink also, right? Try to be balanced, right? Companies which try to overthink, they tend to do a lot of more things, and that also causes a lot of issue from commercialization perspective. And the ones which are not at all thinking are also creating a lot of issues for themselves, right? So try to balance it out. As I said, it should be part of your strategy, your company strategy, your product strategy. And if you can do that, you will be much more efficient in your outputs, right? With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Vijan Adiminti. I'm CEO and Director of AgHub, Agri Innovation Hub of Professor Jayashankar, Telangana's Agriculture University. AgHub is an incubation center which is in the mission of promoting agri-tech startups, student companies and rural companies. AgHub is a first of its kind model in an innovation hub at Hyderabad in Telangana, promoting startups and student companies across India and Telangana. We also have India's first rural innovation spokes, the dedicated rural incubation centers as a part of AgHub in the state of Telangana. These rural innovation spokes are spread across as agri incubators, food processing incubators, skilling incubators, and community innovation centers, which are funded by NABARD, Ministry of Food Processing, MSME, and Niti Aayog. The rural incubation centers are housed in northern Telangana in a place called Jagatyal, central Telangana in a place called Warangal, and Tandur in the southern Telangana. These rural incubation centers, 3 agri incubation centers, have been promoting agri-based enterprises among youth, women, farmers, SHGs, FPOs. We also have food processing incubators which are trying to promote mango and paddy food processing in Jagatyal, northern Telangana, spices food processing in Warangal, central Telangana, millets and oil seeds and safflower, tandoor dal, tuar dal or pigeon pea processing in southern Telangana. We also have a skilling center for promotion of skilling in the tandoor dal and safflower oil in the Tandur, southern Telangana. We also are going to come up with Atal Community Innovation Center by Niti Aayog in Jagatyal, which is primarily to promote skill and innovations among rural youth in aspirational districts of northern Telangana. This AgHub, a first of its kind effort in a hub and spoke model, the last 4 years has been able to nurture almost 150 plus food and agri-tech startups across various programs. AgHub also, apart from its very unique India's first rural innovation spokes, has also been India's first in launching India's first co-innovation program. It is a very unique program to co-create innovations between startups and scientists of the university. AgHub has also launched India's first Agri-Innovation Pilot Program, which is a program to validate agri-tech startup technologies. AgHub has also been pioneering in promoting student entrepreneurship through first of its kind design thinking programs in agriculture for young agriculture graduates, postgraduates, and management professionals. Apart from promoting 150 food and agri-tech startups, AgHub has been able to run 7 design thinking programs, nurture more than 3,800 graduates and postgraduates in design thinking, create a pool of ideas, more than 750 ideas under Idea Sprout, and build 8 student companies. And AgHub, with its ongoing rural incubation centers, has been nurturing more than 15 rural enterprises in the last 1.5 years. The AgHub Rural Incubation Centers in Jagityal and Tandur have been recently inaugurated, and the Warangal Incubation Center in Central Telangana is going to be inaugurated very soon. The AgHub is in a mission of creating a pool of innovations, a pool of ideas, a pool of early stage startups from the startup founders, students, and rural innovators and entrepreneurs. AgHub is a model which is trying to connect the startups and innovations to the farming community. Today, I'm here to talk about the Agri-Tech Market Access Program, a very unique program to connect startups and innovations to the farming community. This is a very unique program where the startups incubated at AgHub, the startups which have piloted their technologies in the validation programs, the startups which have co-created their technologies under the co-innovation programs, and student companies which have created their innovations under their programs, and last but not the least, the rural innovators and entrepreneurs which have created various unique innovations and products for the farming community. All of these technologies are being showcased. Few select technologies are being showcased to the farming community. This Agri-Tech Market Access Program aims to connect promising innovations, technologies, products, and services to the farming community for bettering agriculture and for bettering farming community. This program, Agri-Tech Market Access Program, funded by the Caspian Impact Investments CSR initiative, is a very unique program to connect the startups to the last mile and farms. On this eve, I would like to thank our donor, Caspian Impact Investors Private Limited, for its earnest support under its CSR initiative for this very unique Agri-Tech Market Access Program and helping create an opportunity to connect the agri-tech startup founders to more than 250 farmers in both Warangal through our Rural Incubation Center at Warangal and the Jagityal, Northern Telangana, both of these, and connect these promising innovations to the farming community. Thank you one and all the university staff and the scientists, the farmers, agribusiness fraternity, and the startup founders along with Caspian Impact Investors to have come together in creating and unleashing the potential of Agri-Tech Market Access Program, what we call as AgMap, to benefit both startups and the farming community. Thank you one and all. Let's hope that agriculture gets better, agriculture gets digital through such initiatives. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా పేరు విజయన్ అడిమింటి. నేను AgHub అనే ఒక అంకుర సంస్థల యొక్క ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ యొక్క సిఇఓని. AgHub అగ్రి ఇన్నోవేషన్ హబ్ అనే ఈ అంకుర సంస్థల ప్రోత్సాహన కల్పించే ఈ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ ప్రొఫెసర్ జయశంకర్ వ్యవసాయ విశ్వవిద్యాలయం ద్వారా స్థాపించబడింది. 2020 నుంచి AgHub అనే ఈ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ అంకుర సంస్థలు, స్టార్టప్స్, స్టూడెంట్ యొక్క అంకుర సంస్థలు మరియు గ్రామీణ అంకుర సంస్థల కల్పన కోసం, వాటి ప్రోత్సాహక కోసం స్థాపించబడింది. ఈ AgHub అనే ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ని నాబార్డ్, మినిస్ట్రీ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్, MSME, చాలా గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ సపోర్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఈ AgHub యొక్క కార్యకలాపాలు హైదరాబాద్లో ప్రొఫెసర్ జయశంకర్ వ్యవసాయ విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో అంకుర సంస్థలు తెలంగాణ నుంచి మరియు భారతదేశంలో ఉన్న అన్ని అంకుర సంస్థలకి లాభం పొందే విధంగా వాళ్ళకి సపోర్ట్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. AgHub దీంతో పాటు మొదటిసారిగా గ్రామీణ ఆవిష్కరణ కేంద్రాలు అనగా రూరల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ స్పోక్స్ ని స్థాపించడం జరుగుతుంది. ఈ గ్రామీణ ఆవిష్కరణ కేంద్రాలు, రూరల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ స్పోక్స్ తెలంగాణలో జగిత్యాల్, వరంగల్, తాండూర్ లో ఇవి స్థాపించబడ్డాయి. ఈ గ్రామీణ ఆవిష్కరణ కేంద్రాలు మూల లక్ష్యం గ్రామీణ అంకుర సంస్థల ప్రోత్సాహకం కోసం చేయబడింది. గత 4.5 సంవత్సరాల్లో యాగ్ హబ్ సుమారుగా 150 డిజిటల్ అగ్రికల్చర్ క్షేత్రంలో ఇన్నోవేషన్స్, స్టార్టప్స్ మరియు టెక్నాలజీస్ ని సపోర్ట్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. యాగ్ హబ్ యొక్క సంకల్పం వల్ల వినూత్నమైన కొత్త టెక్నాలజీస్ వ్యవసాయ క్షేత్రంలో రైతులకి మరియు అగ్రి బిజినెస్ కి అందుబాటు తేవడం కోసం ఈ ప్రయత్నం జరుగుతుంది. ఈ 4 ఏళ్లలో ఈ 150 ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ వ్యవసాయం మరియు వ్యవసాయ ఆధారిత క్షేత్రాలలో కూడా ఈ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ ని తీసుకురావడం జరుగుతుంది. ఈ యాగ్ హబ్ యొక్క సంకల్పం ఏంటంటే వ్యవసాయం మరియు వాతావరణంలో వచ్చే మార్పులు మేము దాన్ని అధిగమించడానికి కోసం ఇలాంటి వినూత్నమైన స్టార్టప్స్ ని ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి వాటికి సైంటిస్ట్ యొక్క సలహాలు, సూచనలు, అలాగే ఇండస్ట్రీ యొక్క సలహాలు, సూచనలను జోడించి ఆ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ ని వ్యవసాయ క్షేత్రంలో రైతులకి మరియు వ్యవసాయ ఆధారిత బిజినెస్లకి అందుబాటులో తీసుకురావడానికి అగ్రి హబ్ పాటుపడుతుంది. ఇలాగే కాకుండా అగ్రి హబ్ ఇవాళ ఉన్న ప్రాంతంలో అగ్రిటెక్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అనే ఒక కొత్త ప్రోగ్రామ్ ని నడుపుతుంది. ఈ అగ్రిటెక్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ యొక్క మూల ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే కొత్త టెక్నాలజీస్ ఈ అంకుర సంస్థలు రైతులకి మరియు ఎఫ్పిఓలకి పరిచయం చేయడం. ఇవాళ అగ్రిటెక్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్, యాగ్మ్యాప్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అనే ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ని కాస్పియన్ ఇంపాక్ట్ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ అనే ఒక సంస్థ వాటి యొక్క కార్పొరేట్ సోషల్ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ సిఎస్ఆర్ ఫండింగ్ ద్వారా సపోర్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఈ అగ్రిటెక్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ద్వారా సుమారుగా 7 ఇన్నోవేషన్స్, స్టార్టప్స్, అంకుర సంస్థలు మరియు గ్రామీణ ఆవిష్కర్తల యొక్క ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ ని, ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ని, టెక్నాలజీస్ ని మరియు సర్వీసెస్ ని రైతులకి, ఎఫ్పిఓస్ కి పరిచయం చేయడం కోసం ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ని మేము రూపొందించాం. ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ వరంగల్ మరియు జగిత్యాల్లో మేము సుమారుగా 250 రైతులకి, ఎఫ్పిఓస్ కి, ఎఫ్పిఓ లీడర్స్ కి ఈ 7 గ్రామీణ ఆవిష్కర్తలు మరియు స్టార్టప్లని పరిచయం చేస్తున్నాం. ఈ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ మా పరంగా వ్యవసాయానికి మరియు వాతావరణ మార్పులు మరియు వ్యవసాయ ఆధారిత బిజినెస్లని సపోర్ట్ చేయడం కోసం పనికొస్తాయి. యాగ్ హబ్ యొక్క సంకల్పం ఇన్నోవేషన్స్, అంకుర సంస్థలు, స్టార్టప్స్ ప్రోత్సాహకం కాదు, ఇలాంటి ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ రైతులకు అందుబాటులో తేవడానికి ఈ గ్రామీణ ఆవిష్కరణ కేంద్రాలు అంటే మా యాగ్ హబ్ యొక్క రూరల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ సెంటర్స్ రూరల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ స్పోక్స్ ద్వారా ఈ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ ని రైతుల ద్వారా తీసుకెళ్ళడం. ఈ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ రైతుల ద్వారా తీసుకెళ్లే ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో మేము యాగ్ హబ్ యొక్క అగ్రిటెక్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ని సంకల్పించడం జరిగింది. ఇవాళ చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. అగ్రిటెక్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ద్వారా ఇలాంటి వినూత్నమైన స్టార్టప్స్ మరియు ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ ని మేము రైతులకు అందించాము. చాలా మంచి స్పందన వస్తుంది. రైతులు ఇలాంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్ చాలా కొత్తగా ఉంది. ఎన్నో ఏళ్ల నుంచి మేము ఇలాంటి ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ వింటున్నాం. కానీ ఈ ఉన్న ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ఇలాంటి డిజిటల్ అగ్రికల్చర్ క్షేత్రంలో ఇలాంటి ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ మరియు స్టార్టప్స్ వినడం మాకు ఇదే మొదలు. చాలా కొత్తగా ఉన్నాయి. వ్యవసాయానికి కొత్త మార్పులు వస్తున్నాయి. డ్రోన్ యొక్క టెక్నాలజీస్, అలాగే ప్యాడీ ట్రాన్స్ప్లాంటర్స్, పౌల్ట్రీ రేకింగ్ మెషిన్స్ అనండి, లేకపోతే ఇలాంటివి అగ్రో ఫోటోవోల్టాయిక్స్, సౌరశక్తిని మనం ఎలా వ్యవసాయంలో వాడుకోవాలి, అలాగే మనం రోబోటిక్ వీడర్స్, అలాంటి కొత్త మెషిన్స్, అలాంటి కొత్త టెక్నాలజీస్ ని చూసి రైతులు, గ్రామీణ మహిళలు మరియు ఎఫ్పిఓ లీడర్స్ చాలా ఔత్సాహికంగా, చాలా శ్రద్ధగా విన్నారు. చాలా శ్రద్ధగా వాళ్ళు విని ఇది వ్యవసాయానికి చాలా కొత్త మార్పు. వ్యవసాయం అనేది అగ్రికల్చరే కాకుండా, రీసెర్చ్ బేస్డ్ అగ్రికల్చరే కాకుండా ఇది ఒక డిజిటల్ అగ్రికల్చర్ పరిణామంగా చెందుతుంది. ఎలాగైతే మొబైల్ ఫోన్ అనే ఒక టెక్నాలజీ అందుబాటులో వచ్చిందో రైతులు మరియు సైంటిస్టులు, ఇక్కడ వచ్చిన శాస్త్రవేత్తలు అందరూ అదే అభిప్రాయపడ్డారు. ఇలాంటి అగ్రిటెక్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ఇంకా జరగాలి. ఇలాంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ద్వారా మరియు యాగ్ హబ్ యొక్క సంకల్పం ద్వారా ఇలాంటి అంకుర సంస్థలు, స్టార్టప్స్, ఇన్నోవేషన్స్, ఇలాంటి అగ్రిటెక్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ద్వారా రైతుల్లో అందుబాటుకు వస్తే రైతుల్లో కొత్త ఆలోచన విధానాలు, రైతుల్లో ఉన్న సమస్యలను అధిగమించడానికి ఇలాంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ బాగా తోడ్పడతాయని అందరూ అభిప్రాయపడ్డారు. ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కి మాకు మళ్ళీ ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన ఈ కాస్పియన్ ఇంపాక్ట్ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ కి మాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చి యాగ్ హబ్ కి ఇలాంటి అగ్రిటెక్ మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కండక్ట్ చేసి రైతులను ఎఫ్పిఓస్ కి కనెక్ట్ చేసి, స్టార్టప్స్ ని ఎఫ్పిఓస్ కి కనెక్ట్ చేసే ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు కాస్పియన్ ఇంపాక్ట్ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ కి మా కృతజ్ఞతలు. మరియు మా డోనర్స్ నాబార్డ్, మినిస్ట్రీ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్, ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ అండ్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణకి మా కృతజ్ఞతలు.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Welcome to all of you. to CCMB and for this workshop. Thank you, Ramji, for asking me to speak for a while about guidelines, novel healthcare solutions. Not really my topic, but nevertheless. I'll just give a brief, very brief background of what CCMB is all about. And we actually kind of started off almost 37 years ago in 1977. And at a later point of time, we started off in this building across in 1987 on November 26th. Since then, it has expanded. Now we have quarters which are located a little bit nearby, but a separate campus. And then we also have CRF, that is where AIC is currently located. And we have Lacones, which is a bit far away. And we also have acquired around 48 acres of land in the last 2 years ago. In total, we have around 70-80 acres of land across Hyderabad. And we are going to be part of BioE3 policy that is happening, and where Telangana is planning to set up a new place. And we will be working along with other institutes to be part of that. And we are also going to contribute in that context in one area so that it can be beneficial for biomanufacturing in India. These are some of the things that we actually this is the background. And as an institute, from the start, the emphasis was on doing high quality basic research, which is cutting edge, and there has to be some level of societal benefit. And in that context, in 1988 itself, the first impact was made where the DNA fingerprinting was actually started in CCMB by Dr. Lalji Singh. And at a later point of time, we went on to develop wildlife diagnostics. That is what has led to Lacones. And wildlife diagnostics is important because we test around 300 samples, variously, mostly coming from forest department and other things related to sensitive matters like poaching. And then we also have started diagnostics per se. So the diagnostics specifically focused on rare genetic diseases is basically something which is we do it as both as a societal work also because it's an area where not many people are present, and we are kind of the referral lab for many government places. And then we have, these are some of the things that we have started. And in addition to that, Lacones has very strong work on all the way from snake venoms to, centipedes and the evolution, biodiversity, and finding out metabolomes and literally finding out whether that has any particular thing to prediction for pregnancy of animals, and lots of other aspects. So as an institute, in addition to this, we were involved in this coming up with improved Samba Masuri rice, coming up with a diagnostic which is recently approved for sickle cell anemia, both confirmatory as well as, detection as well as confirmatory. That is by Dr. Chandak, who's sitting there. And basically, some of these other aspects have been done. mRNA vaccine, we were the ones to kind of do it first. So there are lots of other work that we have done over a period of time, both in animal thing and others. In 2017, I think Dr. Rakesh Mishra has taken the plunge to get into incubation arena. And that's how the Atal Incubation Center has started. And you can very clearly see that particular efforts have gone quite well. In the last 7 years, they have incubated around 150 different incubators have gone through the place. And if you go there, the place is literally, one of the pretty well equipped. And also they have access to all the CCMB facilities. So in one sense, we have reasonable ecosystem. However, can it be improved? Yes, it can be improved. We'll work on that, whatever needs to be done. With the BioE3 policy coming in, and we kind of have to work in a way that we leverage our strengths in AIC, and all the startups should be using this in a way to kind of establish themselves in more biomanufacturing area. It's a step in the right direction. So that's one thing. If we don't use, it's our fault. but that is an opportunity for all of us. Our contribution was very significant during the pandemic, where we were, CCMB was one of the first institutes in India to start the testing, and in fact, even teach many other people across the board. And in the process, we helped test medical devices, and we even evaluated various other testing, kits. We were one of the kids, one of the people who were involved in certifying things at that point of time. So that's why, in case of when you start now talking about novel healthcare solution, I believe it's an holistic thing. Regulatory aspects of, with respect to approvals and how do we go about it is a black box for many. And if you were to ask me, even I do not know the complete details, but certainly a big black box. For students and all, it's like something like that they really don't care to remember, nor do they want to, because their research per se does not involve the regulatory landscape, knowing about regulatory landscape. And this becomes more, if you have the ambitions to be an entrepreneur, you actually have to understand the regulatory landscape of India. And it has its own hoops. And but there is a lot of effort from the government, especially DCGA and all, to make this regulatory aspects a little more, I would say more friendly to the stakeholders. And so this is an aspect, I think it's a step in the right direction to have a discussion on this, a workshop on this, to make people aware of the regulatory landscape and guidelines, how one can do it and how we can actually look into healthcare, come up with healthcare solution. There are multiple things. One, you come up with solution in terms of kits, and then you have a reasonable number of hoops to take care of. Or if you are having a medical device, and it's a different set of hoops. But nevertheless, this is something we need to really know if you want to go forward and, be a part of, if your technology / kit / the method or the equipment that you developed has to be mainstream, part of the mainstream, one has to understand this landscape, right? And the aspect that I want to touch upon is this is actually a scenario that is sponsored by BFI Biome, and we have a close working relation at both at the institutional level and at the AIC level with BFI Biome. And we kind of set up partnership with BFI Biome. There are 3 projects at CCMB that are supported by BFI Biome. And it's like we kind of gave 6 projects and they had their own internal review to come up with 3 projects, and eventually those 3 projects are going on. This is a 2-year thing, but it's something which is, I would say that they're also supporting other places because of other CSR institute like CDRI, and I think CCMB relation with BFI became the template for how CDRI is going to execute it. So this is an aspect where I believe this collaboration is kind of, I would say, in its first year, and it's something that we hope will give something useful to the community at a research level, as well as its interactions, and this thing with the AIC would end up giving us something useful. And we have always kind of worked closely with BIRAC, CIDESCO and other CROs. This is something that we have, AIC CCMB specifically has worked closely with many of these things. BIRAC is something that I kind of know when it started off, because I was part of National Institute of Immunology prior to this. And at that time, Dr. Bhan was talking about BIRAC, and I was a very young scientist. I was 3 or 4 years into NII at that time. There was a huge talk about BIRAC, and it was like something that I didn't understand very well at that time. And but the man is a visionary. He started BIRAC, and you can see that his vision has paid off in a big way, and BIRAC has, in fact, supported so many startups. And in fact, one of the BIRAC's, BioNest is actually there in Delhi University, and which is run by my better half. So there are, kind of had an association in many ways with BIRAC as a reviewer, as this, as that, and even had one BIRAC project as an investigator, that too with your current secretary. So, CDSCO and CROs and other regulatory agencies, being here today, actually talking about this particular scenario, because it would actually help our students and all the entrepreneurs who are around here understand the landscape more than anything else. I'm telling you, landscape is not something people are aware of. I'm telling you, even I'm not very comfortable with knowing the I know the, I would say overall it's almost like knowing alphabets but not the words. So we need to understand this, and I think stakeholders need to understand all the more. And so I appreciate the thought, and I appreciate the fact that we are doing this. And I would say all the best for the workshop. With this opening remarks, I want to let experts take over and talk about what this landscape is really about and what kind of guidelines are there for the novel healthcare solutions. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
నా పేరు వివేకవర్ధిని. అయితే మేము మెట్పల్లి ఎఫ్ఈఓ నుండి ఇక్కడికి పులాస అగ్రి హబ్ దగ్గరికి వచ్చాము. అయితే ఇక్కడ మేము అందరం కలిసి స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీలతోని టైఅప్ అవ్వడం ఎలాగూ, మరియు రైతులు అధునాతనంగా ఇక్కడ కొన్ని కంపెనీలతోని మిషన్స్ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ చూపించడం జరిగింది. రైతులకు వీటిని మేము అక్కడ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసి వారితోని ఇంకా ఈ వరిలో కలుపు మొక్కలు తీయడం కానీ, వరిలో దుక్కిలో కలుపు మొక్కలని ఏర్వేసే మిషన్ల గురించి కానీ, కోతుల బెడద నుంచి సోలారు పెన్షనింగ్ కానీ అవన్నీ చూడడం జరిగింది. అవి ఎంతో ఉపయోగకరంగా ఉంటాయి. అయితే ఒక రైతు తీసుకోవడం అది ఎంతో కష్టం, కానీ ఎఫ్ఈఓ ద్వారా కొనుగోలు చేసి వాటిని రైతులకు అందించి మరింత రైతుల పురోగభివృద్ధికి దోహదం చేసే విషయాలను చాలా విషయాలు 3 గంటలలో చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇది మాకు కానీ రైతులకు కానీ ఎంతో ఉపయోగపడుతుందని అనుకుంటున్నాను.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Akshay. I'm a founder and CEO of Studivity, and this startup is, the mission is to create a movie with an AI. Okay, and with this help, around hundreds of thousands of filmmakers are using our platform to streamline their pre-planning and pre-production journey. Think of it, currently, many people are generating Ghibli. Okay, but if you get a sequence of all those storyboarding, how would it look like? Then it would easier for the creators to pitch their concept, for the directors, producers, arrange the finance, and create a blockbuster movies, web series, and all. And yeah, and this I came here in the Mahakumbh. Okay, we are incubated by IIM Kasipur. I am from IIT Roorkee itself, and this is the innovations that we bring it to the world. And currently, we are the leading player in this industry. Mahakumbh has given me an immense pleasure to connect with other people, startup investors, those who come to our pod, and we have also built many connections. Some of them are also foreigners, those who visited our pod, and they are really interested in our startup. So yeah, it's a wonderful journey been here, and I feel lots of entrepreneurs have to visit here for the networking, and they also find lots of colleagues here. So thank you so much. I feel like, our young generation is very passionate about driving things, education. India have the power. India is an IT hub, so they have a talent, resources, each and everything. Just they want a direction, mentorship support, and a financial aid. So it will really helping them with this, environment, and what Indian government is doing. So yeah, I feel like, yeah, that's all, and thank you My Startup TV for featuring our startup and coming here. It's my pleasure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So myself Ankit Agarwal, I am representing Samaj.ai. We are into video analytics, as you can see. So we have a large customer base, and we are primarily solving out the problems for national highways authority of India. So in terms of, you can see the client base presently we are catering, that is national highways, the tunnel division, the enterprise security, and this, as you can see, we are detecting the number plate of the vehicles with the speed and getting the challans. We are thankful for the government to help us give the opportunity to start to exhibit our showcase event.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Ankur Dhanuka. I am a founder of Keen Edge Technologies. We are a Bangalore-based AI product studio. At the moment, we have 7 product exposures in areas like construction, tech, education, HR, learning and development. And I am at the Startup Mahakumbh 2nd edition 2025 to explore what AI world has to offer. And I'm seeing folks over here making so many things in AI, forming collaborations. Absolutely, I see a lot of fast moving trends happening, especially in the Indian ecosystem. We are a developer community out here in India, and which will make for the world. So, for example, we are making one of the use cases as niche LLMs for the education sector. So, people who are developing, they need to actually take this long shot as well, not just make something in 3 to 4 days and call themselves as product. We need to think big. That's how the Indian ecosystem will start to impact the world. And at the same time, a message to all folks in my ecosystem, my fellow founders or developers: distribution is going to be the moat. So you need to look at distribution, not just the building part of it. And guys, speed is the killer over here. If you are not up to speed, you will become a dinosaur very soon. That's my message.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Bhavesh Kothari. I am the Chief Executive Officer of MSSU iSpark Foundation, Section 8 company by Ratan Tata Master State Skills University, supported by MSINS. We have around 40 odd startups that we have incubated over the past 6-7 months. And out of that, we have been able to bring around 15 startups to the Startup Mahakumbh 2025. I think this is truly a Mahakumbh in its sense, because कुंभ के मेले में आप खो जाते हो, वैसे यहाँ पे स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ में आप खो जाओगे. इतना इनोवेशन है, इतना पैशन है, इतना एनर्जी है. One of the beautiful parts about the Startup Mahakumbh is that there is a 40% representation of women-led founded startups, जो कि एक अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. With the kind of energy for the past 3 days, the kind of engagement for the past 3 days, I think it's phenomenal. ये सच में ये एक महाकुंभ है, and we are hoping that this is going to go much more larger, much more bigger, and where we will have global startups coming here and engaging with the local startup community. I think ये एक बहुत बड़ी community बन जाएगी. And kudos to our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, kudos to Shri Piyush Goyal ji, kudos to DPIIT and Secretary and Joint Secretary sir, and to the entire organizing team of DPIIT. Special thanks to Mamta Venkatesh ji from Axel for helping us bring around 15 startups from our cohort to this particular Mahakumbh and culminate and help them nurture and grow. I think one last message to all the entrepreneurs: keep hustling, keep innovating, and make sure that you make India a proud country and take it to the global level. So all the very best, and look forward to again meeting you at Startup Mahakumbh 2026. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have, about $680 billion to support the startups. So we would love to attract India startups to come to Korea. Startup Malcolm was really great choice of our government.
Hello, welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are here at Startup Mahakumbh. We are at Bharat Mandapam, and I have my special guest with me, Crystal, who's the manager for Global Partnership Team. Crystal, welcome to. Thanks for talking to My Startup TV.
Nice to meet you. I'm Crystal Lee. I came from Korean government agency, specialized for the startup support.
So, Crystal, let's start by understanding, about startup ecosystem in Korea.
Okay, yeah, South Korea is not, I know it is very popular in terms of the culture, but startup is also very strong in South Korea. We have fast growing ecosystem now, and Korean government is leading that ecosystem with lot of cooperation partners. So we have, about $680 billion to support the startups. That is the huge budget for the startups. And among that kind of support, we have the Ministry of SMEs and Startups. That is the major ministry to help the startups and ventures. And I came from the Korea Institute of Startup and Entrepreneurship Development. We are working with the MSS to support the different range of the startups.
We know Korea for technology, right? So in India, if you see, startups are from maybe ice creams to technology to agriculture. So can you paint a picture of how the startup ecosystem is in Korea, whether it's technology or non-technology as well?
Yeah, so I know not only technology, non-technology, there are different sectors of the startups, but we are specialized to help and support increase the technology-based startups. So because but we also have the government organization to work the food or non-technology-based startup company, but we are here with the specific technology. So that's why we are here with AI, smart city, healthcare, that kind of deep technology startup company we brought to Startup Malcolm now.
When you talk about the integration between Korean startup ecosystem and Indian startup ecosystem, could you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, it is very big priority for us to work with the India startup ecosystem, and it means the government to government. So that's why last year we also had similar event like Startup Malcolm. It is called Come Up. We had the delegation from the India government. With the industry of the commerce, Ministry of the Commerce and DPIIT, they brought the amazing India startups to our event. So thanks to their visit to Korea, we also decided to make a visit here, and we heard it is really biggest and largest technology startup exhibition. So that's why we would love to strengthen the collaboration with the India government, and then we would love to make the more specific collaboration opportunity, like we can organize this kind of event together, and we can want to keep sending Korean startups here, and also we would love to attract India startups to come to Korea.
And how has been your experience and your startup that have come here for the Mahakumbh? How has been the experience?
My experience, it's more than expected. I was so surprised of very vibrant and energetic ecosystem of here. Because I know India is really promising market, but indeed it's more than expected. It's bigger and larger. So that's why I'm very sure that this market and this India ecosystem is definitely will be the great opportunity for Korean startups to do business here, to make something. Definitely, there is no doubt. Yeah.
So in the last 2 days and today being the third day, did you or your delegation make any connect that you want to take forward?
Yeah, I think so, because many companies, as you can see, it is very crowded from the first day to the last day today. So we have met a lot of the different stakeholders. Yeah, the same startup company or government side or the media or the potential partners. They have made a very fruitful discussion. That means that we're gonna make the good collaboration opportunities, and it's not just only one time. We're gonna continue. So that's why I think this participation in Startup Malcolm was really great choice of our government.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for talking to MyStartup TV.
My pleasure, and thank you for taking bite of us. And I hope you to keep an eye of Korean startup ecosystem. And we are keen to attract India talented youth to come to Korea, because we already have the budget for the foreign startups, foreign entrepreneurs. If they have interest in Korea market, we are ready to financially support, and we can also give a lot of information to them. Please, keep an eye of our program, our initiative. We are ready.
MyStartup TV will definitely do that. We will follow Korean startup ecosystem and bring the stories to India and Indian stories to Korea.
Yeah, of course, definitely. I'm gonna share the startup market and India startup ecosystem to South Korea, so that we can make more chances to exchange and interact each other.
Thank you. Thank you for talking to
I
us.
appreciate it. Danyaswan. We have about $680 billion to support the startups. So we would love to attract India startups to come to Korea. Startup market was really great choice of our government.
So thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Pooja, and I'm here on behalf of Blockchain for Impact. Very quickly, why I'm here. This started with our founder's vision, Sandeep Nailwal, who is an entrepreneur in himself, has done very well in blockchain community. And what happened during COVID kind of triggered him to contribute towards this mission, where we want India to be proactive, India to become more global leader in healthcare solution than what we had to see during COVID. So someone asked me just quickly with how the seeds for this began, and it was actually during the second wave of COVID. Sandeep is based out of Dubai. His family member, who's a doctor here, who is now a CEO, they both were talking. They were extremely frustrated with the situation and the things that we were dealing here in India. So Sandeep, who's a co-founder of Polygon, reached out to blockchain community to come together and contribute towards efforts in India. And what he thought was just something that will start as a relief volunteer effort, actually cascaded into what we're seeing now. So while for the first 1.5 years, we predominantly worked in relief, as a lot of NGOs, worked with a lot of NGOs, 50 plus NGOs, spent more than $70 million towards relief effort. What we realized is that's just a stopgap situation, and by just doing relief, we are not going to be well prepared for future. So that's what, when I said, started off being that we want to be more proactive. We want to make India one of the global leaders that provides solution, not just for India, but also for the world outside. So that's how Blockchain for Impact started. We actively started working in biomedical research and innovation about 1.5 years, a little more than that. We are a new organization. We are an entrepreneur in ourselves. We have decided that the best way for us is also to partner and learn with experts. So that's why here we formed this BFI Biome Virtual Network Program, where we have partnered with institutes like CCMB, as Dr. Vinay said, incubators like AICC, CMB, and I'll just briefly mention all our partners. The idea is to nudge translational research. What we want to do is encourage entrepreneurs, researchers in academia also to take their product along the translational journey. Whether they decide to license it out, whether they decide to take the whole product in the market by themselves, that is up to them. But we want to help them in that journey. We want to be the catalytic funder that encourages that nudge. So that's how we started. We also have another program, a call that is open for doctors. So this is also to bring in doctors-led translational research. We have BFI Biome Samarth call that is open so that doctors can give projects, translational research projects under that. The call is until end of Feb. And where we come from bringing these different sectors is again the learnings from COVID. We realized that we develop solutions much faster when different sectors work together. And that is our vision with BFI Biome. We want to bring academics, we want to bring entrepreneurs, startups, incubators, people who know what they've been doing well, what is working in the ecosystem and the medical sectors together with policy and regulatory, so that we can push the whole ecosystem towards translation of their research into products, and then make these products accessible for the people in India. So that is our aim. We are actually very flexible funding organization. As of now, we some of the things that we want to do is relieve the stress. So we park the funding upfront, usually with the institutes and incubators, so that the funds are available, there is no stress. And with our medical sector. So we have already formed partnership with AIIMS Delhi. We are in the process of few other medical INIs, and like I said, there's another call. So that is our intention. That is what we're doing. These are our partners all across India. We have 5 incubators, 8 academic institutions, some of which are here and some which are not here, which we've just formed partnership in the last few months. And with everyone, what we're doing is pushing translation research. And we are actually looking to partner more, help entrepreneurs more. I really like the topic of today's, as Jirusha said, discussion. It's day one. And why I really like is, I think everybody, regardless of whether you decide to be an entrepreneur or not, I think regulatory requirement, understanding actually can help your own research. I don't think these guidelines are defined to hinder research. They can, if incorporated, actually can help your product development. I did my PhD and postdoc from US, and I'm an academic by training. Moved to India, and I was with Strand Life Sciences, that is the College of American Pathology, accredited next-gen sequencing diagnostic lab. When I was in US, I won't say where, PhD or postdoc, we all did our research, and every time we had to do a PCR, we had a favorite wells that we wanted to put our PCR tubes in. I don't know how many of you can relate with it. But can you really imagine when you're doing diagnostic, when your report that is going out to patient, where they're making decision on therapy, where they're making decision on whether to continue with family planning or not, based on what rare disorder may exist in the family. Can I take that risk to do maybe today my PCR work and tomorrow it doesn't? And I think, frankly, now that I've learned, transitioned, rewired my thinking, I feel that had I known about the regulatory requirement, all the compliances, and I'm just talking from diagnostic point of view, right, in different aspects that we're doing, I feel my research would be more productive, more efficient. And if at all something translation came out of it, it would have been already in compliance where we don't have to. So I feel regulation is something that you have to, instead of seeing as your enemy or something that, hinders progress, more towards, how can we incorporate so that we can be more efficient, more thorough with what we are doing. And I'm really happy that you've called this as day one, because really we all need to start regardless of whether we decide to become entrepreneurs or not. So I don't want to take too much time. There is a really very great lineup of speakers, and really thank you to AICC CMB and the organizing committee for having designed this program, which I think is definitely a need of the hour. And we hope that we have more such programs because we don't just want to support startups or translation research, but also to provide the support that is needed for them along their journey. And this is one of it. So with that, thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, this is Lavina here from MyStartup TV. May I know your name and what does the company do?
Hi, I am Gaurav Sharma. My product name is GetGaps, and we are Meta-approved WhatsApp business API platform where customer can create multiple chatbot workflows, or even they create a multi-agent solution for their business. Because nowadays, what happen? Like there is a single WhatsApp number, and agents are talking, but business doesn't know what is happening and how chat is going with their customer. So we are also giving Android and iOS app for multi-agent solution, and it's a powerful tool to leverage WhatsApp through businesses. Yeah.
May I know what are your takes from this Mahakumbh My Startup?
Okay. Being in this Startup Mahakumbh, we are one of the winner of Startup Maharati Challenge, and we are getting 1 lakh rupees grant from government, and it's a very useful grant. We are getting recognition, and we will use 1 lakh rupees for our marketing purpose as well. Thank you so much, Startup Mahakumbh.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.